Hey guys, Rebecca and Katie here. Hi, Katie.
Hi, Rebecca. Hi, everyone.
Again, we want to thank you for joining us today for our first ever Freelance Writer Fest. You've made a great decision, as I'm sure you know by now. Today, we're going to walk you step by step through everything you need to know to launch your freelance writing career starting today. And when we say everything, we mean everything. From all the writing projects you can choose to do, to landing perfect clients, to getting into your writer's mindset, to setting up and running your freelance business, and more.
That's right, Rebecca. And the great thing about today's event is you'll be hearing not only from writing experts, folks who are making a great living as freelance writers today, but also from AWAI members who started with us. They took what we taught them and are now living the writer's lives they always dreamed of.
Right. These people were where you are today, not so long ago, in your shoes, aspiring writers, wondering how and where to start, the steps they needed to take, maybe a little bit nervous, unsure about the future. And by following the AWAI method, which we'll lay out for you today, they did it. And as you're about to discover, so can you.
Now, before we get to all these amazing sessions, Rebecca and I wanted to clarify a few things for you. First of which, today's Freelance Writer Fest isn't just for people who want to make a full-time career out of writing, right, Rebecca?
Absolutely right, Katie. The great thing about writing today is it can really be anything you want. Full-time, part-time, transitioning into full-time. Many of our most successful members started out writing very much part-time, making a few hundred or a few $1,000s writing weekends, writing articles, newsletters, case studies, all the projects you're going to learn about today. A lot of stay-at-home moms with young kids, like our own Mindy McCourse, who you'll be hearing from today, takes on as much work as she can with all that going on. This is also great for retirees who want to use the knowledge and experience they've accumulated over the years, but don't necessarily want to work full-time anymore. With writing, you can dial up your workload and your income or dial it down as you like.
Many of them love writing part-time and still do it today, but quite a few people loved it so much they left their regular jobs to become full-time freelance writers. They saw what companies were paying for copy from skilled writers. They did the math and they went for it.
Yes, that reminds me of AWAI member John
Yeah.
Stoltzfus. He was quite literally a rocket scientist who was always in love with the idea of writing. He started out writing in his spare time, but found he was making as much money writing part-time as his 70-hour-a-week aerospace job with far less stress. So he went full-time and quadrupled his income within a few years.
We have so many stories like that. So the first thing we want you to know going into today's event, whether you want to learn how to make some side money as a freelance writer, or if you want to dive right in and build up a six-figure writing business, freelance writing and this event can help you get there.
So right, Katie. The other thing to keep in mind today, if you want to be a writer, there's no shortage of opportunity right now. The money, the opportunity here really is yours for the taking. And here's why. When Katie, Paul, and Don started AWI and started training writers to meet the huge demand back in 1997, there were about 4 well-paying projects, right, Katie?
That's right, Rebecca. It was all about long sales letters you'd get in your mailbox, or those space ads you'd see in magazine and business publications, or the catalogs companies would send you, especially around the holidays, or radio and TV ads.
Then along came this little thing called the internet, and the opportunity for writers changed forever. E-commerce was at its infancy when I started with AWI back in 2004, and the opportunity's been growing exponentially ever since. Today, it's not just about sales letters, catalogs, and ads.
Today, millions of companies around the world need relevant content that they can send to their customers on a regular basis. They need emails, videos, e-letters, customer success stories written up. They need their websites updated with new and fresh content on a regular basis. They need ads they can run on Google and Facebook. All this is written by copywriters. And then there's the whole business to business side of things where there are dozens and dozens of copy projects needed all the time.
So right. I've talked about this numerous times before in articles and trainings I've done for AWI members. But for a single product, our marketing team at AWI needs well over a dozen pieces of writing. Everything from the main sales letter to the ads we can run on our website to the emails we send out, the landing pages, the support articles, the social media. And we have dozens of products that we market on a regular basis. It's crazy the amount of copy companies like AWI need written. Companies that have no choice but to get their message out via the written word. I'm telling you this because remember, AWAI uses and needs freelance writers as well. So just something to keep in mind as you take part in these sessions today.
In fact, in our very next session, you'll meet Pam Foster. She came to us 15 years ago. It was back in 2005, and very quickly Pam became a successful copywriter, and full circle moment, she's now director of training here at AWAI. Pam's going to get into the specifics of what businesses need as far as all the writing projects go, where the greatest demand is, why this form of writing pays so well, and what it can mean to you and your freelance career.
Then you'll hear from two more very successful freelance writers, AWAI's Bonnie Caton and longtime freelance writer and managing editor for International Living, Jen Stevens. They'll be talking about the very best projects for new writers, projects that are easy to learn, that pay extremely well, and are in high demand and can be written quickly. Perfect for kicking off any freelance writing career.
And we have so much more for you throughout the afternoon as we walk you step by step towards your brand new freelance writing career. Which reminds me, if you haven't already, be sure to download the very special roadmap we've created for you and fill it out as you go through each of the sessions today. That way you'll have a tangible action plan you can follow going forward.
And you haven't seen the last of Katie or me, we'll be back for our very own sessions on what it takes to start and run a successful freelance writing business and the 5 things you can do today before you go to sleep tonight that will allow you to call yourself a professional writer by the end of the day. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Pam. As I mentioned earlier, Pam's a very special member of the AWAI team. A successful copywriter in her own right, she now heads up our training team and is one of my all-time favorite teachers. You're about to see why. Here's Pam. We'll see you later.
Hi there, Pam Foster here from AWAI. I'm so excited to be the first presenter in the Freelance Writer Fest. And you want to be a freelance writer, I'm about to show you some amazing opportunities, how it all works, and why it's a great time for you. First of all, opportunities have never been bigger than now because all business is online, all businesses need to market themselves, and let me explain what that means. All commerce needs writers. So wherever people are exchanging money for goods or services, businesses need to explain what products or services do they offer? How do their services or products solve a need or a problem or a wish of the customer? How it works even. Why it's the best solution and value for that customer. Remember, there's lots of competition out there, no matter what category. So companies need to set themselves apart and explain. And then just down to the basics of how much it costs and how to order it. Now, commerce can be in a few different categories, and you may not be familiar with this if you're new to the whole world of marketing, but there's B2C or business to consumer. We talk about that a lot, and that's where consumers are directly buying something, whether it's a financial product going to open a bank account or a health product, a home and garden product, education for their kids or their family, babies and new moms products, food and wine, auto, sports, pets, anywhere where customers are buying directly from a company. But the other category that you may not be familiar with is B2B, business to business. And those are the suppliers and vendors and services that serve other companies. So software for a fitness center, for example, a manufacturing plant, retail store displays. A shop has to have all the fittings and all of the equipment to run the business. That's B2B. And then human resources services for employers, shipping companies, training companies, safety companies, and construction for commercial buildings. Those are all considered business to business, and it's a huge market. And then it can be both. So some companies may offer both, because individuals and businesses or companies may purchase fish tanks. I mean, just think of, you might have an aquarium in your home, but also you might go to a local restaurant and they have a beautiful aquarium there in the lobby. That's just one example. Office and school supplies are sold to individuals and to companies and schools. Safety gates, you might have one in your house to keep your toddler from going upstairs, and then a doggy daycare center may have a safety gate to keep pets in certain areas. Medicine is sold directly to consumers, but also to doctors' offices. Skincare, same thing. Supplements, gym equipment, hair products, you name it. There are categories that sell both to the business world and then individuals. So all of this means that commerce is everywhere. All different kinds of categories, global markets, local markets. It's just amazing. And what does this mean to you? Well, businesses need marketing. Every business needs to market themselves. This visual right here shows you a bunch of different ways. Social media, a website, e-newsletters, coupons, emails, direct mail. There's still direct mail, believe it or not, as you probably know when you go to your mailbox every day. Somebody had to write all of this stuff. And usually companies aren't great at writing it themselves. So they need copywriters. And how many businesses are we talking about here? Well, there are 18 million companies in the US alone. And that's all sizes. 1.05 million have 25 to 1,000 employees. And the reason I point that out is because really teeny solo proprietor companies aren't really going to have budgets for you generally. But companies that are a little bit bigger, mid-sized companies and small businesses will have budgets for you. So that's a huge market. And then I'm talking about all niches, all industries, all markets, from those B2B companies to the B2C companies and even nonprofits and charities. There are local companies, as you know, regional, national, and online, global. And this doesn't even, these numbers don't even include Canada and other countries. This is USA alone. Now, when you think of all that, it's kind of like, whoo, huge, right? And you only need a few clients for your business to thrive. Maybe 5 or 6 at the most. So I think you have a good shot here. There's so much business out there. Now, like I said, most businesses don't know how to write their own messages, or they're pretty lousy at it, or it's kind of corporate jargony, kind of chest puffing, we're the greatest, we've been around since 1902. That's not really what the consumer cares about. So companies need writers who understand how to write copy that speaks to their potential customers and their current customers. That's where you come in. If you're a freelance writer who can write business marketing messages, you will be in huge demand. Trust me, we have a lot of members who are thriving, writing for all kinds of businesses because they know how to write, and companies need those skills. Once you learn how, you'll have a wildly valuable skill too. And there are more freelance writing jobs than ever. Let me just give you a quick snapshot. So writing jobs right now, I went on this website called simplyhired.com. There are several job sites, and I'll show you a little bit more about that in a minute. But right now, I typed in the word writing in the search box, and there are 17,474 writing jobs on that job site right now. Oh my gosh. Now, some of them are full-time. Some of them are in person or on location. Some of them are remote, freelance, part-time. There are lots of different options now. And hey, you might even want to end up working full-time for a company as a writer. I actually do, and I love it. But the thing is, there are so many options that you can find what's perfect for you, your lifestyle, and what you want to do. So what kind of writing jobs am I actually talking about? Well, in the AWAI world, we're talking about copywriting and content writing, and it's really business writing that sells. So copywriting is when you're writing marketing materials that solve needs and motivate people to act. So let's say someone's looking for something to make their lawn look better. You could be writing for a lawn care company or a grass seed company, and you're solving their needs with the solution that that business offers, and then getting them to act, which is to call the lawn care company or buy the lawn seed. That's where you're helping them. It's not really pushing sales on people. It's way more about solving their needs so that they can make a desired purchase, click on a link, donate to a cause if it's a charity, or schedule a consultation. Whatever it is that that company's selling, they need copywriting to help get that message out there to their potential customers. Content writing is a little different. It's more like blog posts, articles, case studies, things that support sales, but they're not directly selling necessarily. They're more aimed at engaging the reader, building a relationship, and while also motivating the customer or the reader to act in a softer way, which might be read another article or sign up for a newsletter or watch a video. But that's what we're talking about here, business writing. We have a document here that we put together showing you basically all of the different materials any business might need because they have to create awareness in stage 1 with their prospects. All of these materials below, it's kind of overwhelming, right? But all of these materials build that awareness with great content. And then the stage 2 is copy that might link someone to go to a direct sales page. So like maybe a single email that says we're having a sale. The email isn't where you buy, but the email directs someone to a page where they can buy the product. And there are lots of different materials involved in that pre-step. And then stage 3 is where people buy. So that might be a classic sales letter, which is a long form online sales letter or in the mail, catalog pages like LL Bean, online ads that say buy now, things like that. All of that needs to be written. And then finally, once a company has a bunch of customers, they need to keep them happy. They need to keep them with them and not go to a competitor. So there might be newsletters and emails and things you can sell. If you already bought this, you might enjoy that. All of this takes copywriting and business writing that moves people and gets them to take that next step. So what can you get paid? Well, this is just a little sample here, but it's pretty amazing. And this is based on us doing industry research every year and looking at what salary.com and other opportunities out there are listing for salary ranges. So blog posts and articles, and we're not talking about the those websites like Upwork that have you bidding, but this is more clients that really get the value and are looking for someone who really understands their market. That can be a blog post or an article can be $250 to $5,000 depending on the length and the complexity. Yes, you can make $5,000 for a blog post because we have something called a super magnet that has many chapters or sections to it. They're so much fun to write, trust me. And then web pages, you can probably earn about $500 to $800 per page, maybe even more. Emails are typically about $250 a piece, but you're usually not writing emails as a standalone thing. There's usually a series. So maybe 5 emails. That's a good little chunk of money there. Newsletters, which could be quarterly, monthly. I write my accountant's newsletter. It could be about $800 and up each month. So that's nice, steady cash you can count on. And then sales letters, that's kind of where the big enchilada is. If you really wanted to get into sales writing, those are very long, intensive sales letters that work wonders. They always have. You can earn $10,000 or even more. It just depends. Direct response companies use them still all the time. We use them all the time. So that's just a glimpse of what you can earn. Now, where do you actually find these jobs? We want to make sure you understand that there are lots of places to find the jobs. LinkedIn, of course, we've talked about, has, or we will talk about actually coming up, has a job board. So if you type in something like copywriting, you can find jobs for copywriting, content writing, blogging, all those different categories. You'll find jobs on LinkedIn. We have our own website. Once you're a member with AWAI, you can access directresponsejobs.com, and we have all kinds of job listings all the time, as you can see here. We have copywriting, blogging, web copywriting, B2B copywriting, SEO, search engine optimization, social media, all kinds of different categories. And then if you want to look for clients, potential clients in a particular industry, go to the trade associations or the trade journals. On the left here is just an example. I write for the veterinary market on the side, and they have, conferences every year. Here's the biggest one, and they list their exhibitors. Look at this beautiful list. These are all potential clients for you. This list includes about 800 companies, all potential clients only in that industry. So that's kind of amazing to think about. And just for fun and just for contrast, I looked up the National Barbecue Association, and they have a member directory too. They have businesses that are part of that association right there for you to check out, and with contact information, websites, all kinds of things you can look up for yourself if you want to write in the barbecue market. Wouldn't that be fun? So there are lots of clues out there and ways that we can show you more about, but I just wanted to give you a glimpse for now before you get going. I finally want to end with this thought. Writers are needed right now. You are needed now. You could, as soon as you get going and hang your shingle up as a writer, get a request like this in your email box. This is actually one I received last week. We're looking for a copywriter to work with us on an extended basis, approximately 10 hours a week, with a mix of blog posts, web copy, email copy, and social posts. The audience will be twofold, our members and then prospective members. We're looking for someone to begin right away, as early as next week. Now, wouldn't you like to have an email like that in your inbox? You can. Just keep going through these sessions in the Fest, and you'll soon discover how it all works. So that's it. What's the next step for you? We want you to download the worksheet, the roadmap worksheet, and see what's possible for you. Download it, follow along, fill it in with anything that strikes your interest, and soon you'll be looking back and going, this could be cool for me. So I hope you'll try that right now and keep going and watch all the sessions, and best of luck. Thanks for being here.
In just one or two sentences, if you were talking to someone who's looking to get their start as a freelance copywriter, what would you tell them is the best way to go about doing that?
Open to every possibility and just do, well, that's two, just start writing. Copy and see what the masters are doing and try it yourself and just keep writing.
One of the ways that you could start if you don't know where to look for clients is do something really simple, like go on Upwork and make a profile and then start putting yourself out there and applying for jobs. There's endless amounts of ways that you can make money writing. Especially now that everyone is moving online because of everything that's happened this year. Right. There's just like endless needs for copy. There are endless needs for content. And it's like probably one of the best times to get involved in writing right now.
The two things that matter are getting good at writing and getting paid to write. So I know that sounds easier than it might be to do, but really it's just about practicing writing and putting yourself out there to get clients, because you can get paid as you learn, because just by studying copywriting, you already know more than a lot of people. So trust yourself, trust that you know enough, and put yourself out there and start getting work, and you will gain confidence and skill and portfolio as you go along.
You're always going to have fears. You're always going to have questions. You're always going to doubt yourself. I still doubt myself. I still question myself today, even though I've taken my business on a couple of different iterations since then. That was 2014 when I did that, when I got that first client, and I've shifted the focus of my business 3 times now. And every single time, and even when I take on new projects, I'm just like, can I do this? Can I really do this? And I just force myself, just do it, because 9 times out of 10, you can do a better job than your client can do on their own. That's why they're paying you. So even if it isn't quote unquote perfect, even if you're not, Dan Kennedy, God bless his soul, so what? You are you, right? And you can do a better job than the person who's paying you. And that's all that matters.
You really have to think of freelance writing as a business. And you have to start thinking about the infrastructure of that business. So just go, there's so many people, like I'm a mentor on the COS Circle of Success membership, and I talk to so many writers that just want to jump in and start getting clients, and that's great. But you have to start thinking of the paths. And AWAI has so many roadmaps that they can use to set up their structure, to follow the different steps, to build it step by step. I really advise that you follow the steps. And it doesn't mean you are locked in it. It means that you use it as a guide so that those roadmaps become your own unique roadmaps. You start filtering out, but you think of the tools you're going to use, of course, like your computer and the internet, but you're also going to think about your bookkeeping system, how to keep separate bank accounts, how to do the marketing, things like that. You really have to think of it as a business.
So first of all, realize that there is never going to be the perfect time, and you're never going to feel completely ready. But there comes a point when your dream is bigger than your fears, and you have to just take off those training wheels and go for it and start pedaling.
AWAI has so many great programs. And I mean, I was just in the portal every day, for a year. I mean, I was just soaking it up because there's so much to learn. And so I really, really, that helped me get a lot of confidence in just, having some skills that I felt like I knew what I was talking about when I, put myself out there. So definitely that, but I do want to add another one is you have to get out there and actually write copy for someone. You have to get a client, do something, because that experience of working with a client is just, it really helps a lot. So I know you asked for one, but I gave you two.
I think it's a good idea to have a little bit of, read a sales book or two by, one of the masters, Zig Ziglar, something like that. And just kind of understand, that if you show up with confidence with a client, that goes a really long way. And you should have the confidence because the training is there with what you guys do, right? So like the training is solid and you can always figure out the project as you go by literally there's times when I've bought courses from you guys because I got like a very specific niche type client before I really got the hang of it. And I would just follow kind of like the course and write the thing as I go. But I would sell the client first, get the money, then buy the course, and then follow the instructions and do the copy, and they love it. So yeah. I would say learn to sell yourself and learn to believe that what you have is a highly valuable skill.
Yes, remember to download your roadmap worksheet to follow along with the sessions today. If you're watching live on our Fest page, just scroll down to download it below. Otherwise, you'll find a link to the event page below, and you can click on that to grab it. It'll give you a place to write down some of the biggest takeaways from the day, so you can have a quick reference as you get your start. Things like, did you hear that number Pam just told us? 18.2 million companies in the US need to communicate with their customers through the written word. Any one of them could become your client, and you only need one to start. And speaking of starting, our next presentation will give you 5 solid places to begin your paid writing career, even if you've never been paid to write before. Executive editor of International Living Magazine and A-list copywriter Jen Stevens is here with AWAI staff writer Bonnie Caton to give you real projects you can start on right away, along with the fees you can expect to get paid. I should warn you though, this is not about cutting your teeth in a content mill, making $5 an article. This is about small projects you can take on now that bring in anywhere from $100 to $2,500 a piece. All right, it looks like Jen and Bonnie are ready to go, so take it away, ladies.
Thanks, Rebecca. Hey, everybody. Welcome again to the Freelance Writers Fest. We're really excited to be here and excited that you're here. And I'm really excited to be here with Jen Stevens. My name is Bonnie Caton. I'm a staff writer here at AWAI. And Jen, I believe that Rebecca just introduced you, but hello.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. We're so glad you're here. I am going to lean on all of your knowledge and experience really heavily during this presentation as we go. So I'm really happy that you're here. So everybody who's watching now, you've already heard sort of about the opportunity of all of this from Pam just now. And in this presentation, we're going to talk about kind of the nitty gritty, like how to actually get started with little projects that are easy for beginners. So when you're getting started as a paid writer, it's kind of intimidating, right? And there are a number of things that block most people. Either you've heard that as a writer, you just will never make any money, or by now you've heard about copywriters who are out there making 6 and 7 figures. They're like jet setting around the world. There we are. They're jet setting around the world with all this free time and like swimming around in pools of money. And, you know, that's just something that you hear about as you start to get into this. And what's crazy is that that's actually a reality, like not the pools of money, obviously, but copywriting is a very special market where as a writer, you can still write about things that you're really interested in and make a really good income. So when you're at the beginning, it's really hard to see how to go from where you are now to that final reality. So we're going to give you 5 ways to get your start today. But Jen, since I have you with me here today, I would love to ask you a few questions about those beginning stages right before we dive into those 5 different.
I have been working as sort of in the publishing world, at first as an editor, and then as a copywriter for, it's got to be going on 25 years now. But I would say I've been working as a copywriter probably for about 20, maybe actually a little more than that. I started out in editorial, and then I discovered that there was this thing called copywriting, and that I sort of had a propensity for it. I liked it. And it actually paid so much better than straight up editorial in those days that I decided to make the leap.
Nice.
It wasn't much of a leap, which is we'll talk about.
Yeah, it's very similar. I know all this stuff, and you guys will see when we start talking about these projects, there's all kinds of different ways to go about this. But I did want to ask you, like, since the world has changed so much in the last, 20, 25 years, what is different today for people who are starting versus when you started?
Well, I think the biggest change is the internet. I mean, this just opened up a world of opportunity for writers. There's so much more communication going on, and the companies that are most successful are companies that are really good at that communication. And so, a smart business owner realizes, like, I could spend a really long time working on this email or this e-letter or this blog or these whatever I'm doing, and that would be pretty much a waste of my time probably, because I have other bigger fish to fry. I should get someone to do this for me. And I think so the internet has changed things sort of radically. It's always been about relationship, the relationship that someone who's selling something has with a potential buyer. It's always been that, but it's so much easier now to create, to foster, to engage that relationship with buyers and potential buyers. It's so much easier and cheaper. We used to mail things in the mail, so you would have to limit the number of words that you had, and you would print it on paper, and then you would have to pay for the stamp, and it would go to, it was this arduous and relatively expensive process. And now, I mean, the number of times that, we'll talk about this later, I'm sure, but the number of times we send things out is just insane. Like,
oh yeah,
thousands a year.
Yeah, and we will talk about that in a minute. And actually that kind of relates to my next question for you. So, you viewer, as you're getting into this and learning about copywriting, maybe one of the things you've heard about is long form copywriting, which are just these like long sales letters that used to be mailed and now are online, and a lot of everybody uses them. We use them, you guys use them. But is that where somebody would start? Like, would they start with something like that if they wanted to be a copywriter for you guys at International Living, for example? Would they start with something like a big sales letter, or are there smaller projects where they can get an in?
Yeah, I think starting small, and I think this is true with a lot of kinds of writing, even just straight up editorial writing, starting small is better. I'll give you a couple examples. We worked recently with a relatively new copywriter who we liked, and we'd seen a couple things he'd written, and we thought, and he was kind of international, so we felt like he would get our world at International Living. But we didn't just sort of ask him to write a promo. We had him start by writing some lift notes to support a promotion that we'd been mailing for many years, and just try to kind of bring a new voice to them, or think some new ideas and try to give that promotional lift. And in doing that, we get to kind of test out how working with this guy is. We get to test out how effective his copy is. We get to test out whether we like those ideas or not. And also, as the writer, then he is sort of immersed in a longer promotion, right? He's having to go through that long piece and really intimately familiarize himself with what we do, because he has to kind of write a note that will get people excited to click through to that thing.
Right.
And that has the benefit of getting a person who's new to our world much more viscerally familiar with what we do, how we write, what we say. And so, we worked with him a few times on littler projects like that, and they were not royalty projects. They were paid, we will pay you X amount to do this for us. But then, because he was easy to work with and amenable, and we did like his ideas, well, then we gave him a bigger promo to write. So I think that idea of getting a foot in the door on the smaller things is a really smart way to go. And that holds true on sort of the editorial side for us as well. An editor is not going to give a brand new writer like a 6-page spread of 6 pages in a magazine. Sure, we've never heard of you before, never worked with you. Go ahead, write me this 20,000 word thing. No one does that, right? And so instead, if you're gonna, we might, up in International Living, for example, we have little bits in the front, are called front of the book pieces. If you have an idea for something that was maybe 200 or 300 words long, well, it sounds like a good idea. We might give that to you, because we know if it turns out to be a disaster, it's okay, because we can fill that easily enough with somebody else's things, right? And it's the same, I think, with everybody. You don't hire anyone to do some humongous thing for you without a track record or that you've never heard of before. So I think starting small is always a good idea. And there are lots and lots of small projects available today, many more really than there were 20 years ago.
Yeah, we're going to give you 5 in just a minute that are great. And actually, I'm glad that you mentioned that starting small is really the way to go, because a lot of our most successful members did that. They started small in their spare time, instead of just saying, okay, I'm fully doing this, I'm quitting everything, I'm just going to dive in. It's something where you can actually get paid pretty good money to do these smaller projects on the side while you're working your way up and building up your portfolio as you go. So we'll dive into a couple of those, but one more question for you, Jen. What route would you go if you were starting today? If you were a brand new writer right now, how would you start?
I would, again, start small, but I would look for projects I would gravitate toward things that interest me. There's this kind of adage that I think don't actually agree with, as you should always write what you know. I'm like, who wants to write what you know? You get totally bored, right? I mean, you got to learn new things. And that's one of the fun things about being a copywriter, is that as you get established, you get to learn all kinds of new things because you're writing for projects that are interesting to you.
Yeah.
That's kind of the key, though, I think, being interesting to you. And so as you're starting out, I would think about, like, what do you read? What products do you use? And you can think local. And I know we'll touch on this later, but I have a friend, for example, who has a shop in town, a boutique. And when the coronavirus shut everything down, they had what was essentially, their website was just a business card, right? I mean, just had their hours and their address on it. Nothing was there. But they built out in no time, like frantically. They took pictures of everyone who works there in the clothing. They got all of the catalog online. They started a newsletter to people. They went on social media and started doing social media. They started a frequent buyer program thing, so they communicate with their people more regularly. I mean, like, they did all of this stuff, but think about it. All of that is work. There's a lot of words involved in all of that stuff. And so helping kind of businesses that you like, that that you're familiar with, that are selling things that you appreciate, that's a good way to start. That's how I would start now, I think, because there's a lot of need out there. And a lot of businesses, particularly kind of businesses that were very much taken aback. I think everybody was taken aback by this pandemic, but like you guys at AWAI and us in International Living, we already had an online publishing business. It was crazy for us, for all of us, and we already worked in this world, right?
Yeah.
So you can imagine people who had basically just bricks and mortar businesses, or think that how totally insane this was, and they are really out of their element. And so thinking about ways you can offer your services to them, I think can be extremely valuable right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy how much everything has exploded. You were talking about everything exploding with the internet, but even just in this last year, things have exploded even more. So you guys watching, like, this is a really good time to break in.
Yeah, it is, definitely.
So I just wanted to quickly share, thank you, Jen, for all of that information. I'll be asking you some more questions as we go. I just wanted to quickly share how some of our recent success stories have been scoring their first clients right before I jump into some of these projects, because these are all really small things that people did to break into copywriting, and they all come from a wide variety of backgrounds. Like Rebecca, she's a musician. She just went through something we call our launch party, where we spend like 5 days getting people up and running as a writer, no matter what your background is. And we're seeing all these successes coming out of this. So I just wanted to share a couple. So she, as a musician, anybody who performed for a group, like photographers and musicians and stuff, this year they've had to sort of pivot and do something else. So she's doing copywriting. She mentioned it to her publicist, who she had hired to work for her. And her publicist was like, oh my God, I need help. And we already have a working relationship. I'd much rather hire you. And they're in negotiations right now for her to do writing for her, somebody she used to hire to work for her. Somebody else, Charles, also did our launch party. Another way that's really easy to reach out and find new clients. And we'll talk about this more as we go today, but is just your LinkedIn profile. He set up his LinkedIn profile the way we told him to, and he already has 3 clients. And it's just crazy. Like, that just goes to show how much opportunity there is right now. Kathy, I love this story. Her computer had a virus, and she had her remote person in there, you know, like looking around inside her computer, and they were talking on the phone, and he saw this like extension she has on her browser and asked her about it. And she was like, oh yeah, I'm certified to do website audits. I charge $2,000. And now they're talking about having her do that for his clients. And the last one I'll show you guys, Alicia, she shared this picture of a check in our Facebook group. It's the first check she ever made, $240 for a small project, like the projects we're going to talk about in just a minute. She was in the lunch party also, and we show people how to use LinkedIn, but like find clients and use them as like practice clients. And she was using one as a practice client, but it became a real client and she got paid, and now they're working on taking it to the next level. So just really quick little thing to show everybody watching that, like, you know, it starts with really small stuff and then it just starts to snowball from there. So let's go ahead and start talking about those 5 projects that are really great for beginners. If you have ever tried to write for like a content mill before, you know, like Fiverr or Upwork or those places, you've probably, you know, found that it's like a lot of work for a little tiny bit of money. You could be writing these huge articles and making like $5 each. These are legit projects where you're going to be paid industry rates and where you actually don't need experience to get your start. So first one, emails. We were just talking about this. So emails, everybody knows they're not just for the office anymore. You check them on your phone, you check them on your sailboat, you check them wherever the heck you are. And businesses know this. They know that you have access to your email all the time. It's the lifeblood of our business. It's probably the lifeblood of your guys' business. And we send out so many of these. Every day we're sending out emails. And you guys at International Living are bigger than us. How many emails would you say you send out every day?
I mean, okay, well, every day we have at least 3 just sort of front end e-letters. Those are our newsletters, and we send out on each of those at least 1 piece of editorial and 1 piece of marketing copy every day. But then we have all these back end products that have emails, e-letters associated with them, and you know, so we're talking several thousand a year that go out. But then in addition, we're just moving to some new software that'll allow us to like create these reader journeys for people. So when they you know, show us that they're interested in something enough times, it'll trigger like a little pathway for them to buy something. So that's a pathway is just a whole bunch of emails, like getting them, and which still this other stuff's going on in the background, right? But they're gonna get like special treatment about this thing that they're clearly interested in. Right. And so we literally, they were talking about this just last week about this new software, and it's cool. It's super cool. And I actually think it's great, but I must've had some look on my face because people were like, it's okay, copywriters, it's going to be okay. Like, I was just like, who's going to write all this? Like, there's so much.
Yeah. And it's true.
Yeah. Lots and lots. Thousands of emails that go out.
Yeah. And if, you know, everybody who's watching right now, you're on an email list for somebody, for multiple companies, and you're probably getting all kinds of emails. And I'm glad that you mentioned the 2 that you guys send. I just really quickly want to show you guys. So at AWAI, we send 2 different kinds of emails also. There's the one that's like more informational, that's giving you tidbits that you can use right away, that's building our relationship with you as a reader. And then there's the more sales email. These are called a lift note. And these can be long or short. You'll see this one's super short. And just kind of like what you're paid to write this for a company is going to depend on the size of the company and the size of the email and all of that. But this is a really great way to break in with a company. First of all, the projects are short, right? So typically an email itself will be less than 800 words. That one I just showed you is even smaller. It just really depends on what it is you're writing about. There's constant demand, just like you were saying, Jen. Like, we send out so many emails, you guys send out, there's like multiple lists of emails going out from multiple companies all the time. And another cool thing about starting with emails is that your interest or your background can sort of lead you to your first client. So if you're interested in travel and living abroad, like that's something you could maybe do for international living. But if you're interested in, if you're a CPA in your background, maybe you could write for a company that's related to your experiences that you have. So I would say, you know, look at what you already read and look at your interests and your background and try to find clients through that. This can also lead to bigger gigs for the same client. Just like Jen was saying earlier, you break in by writing some emails for them, and then they have you write other larger projects later. And, you know, once you develop a relationship with an editor or with a company, then they will want to go back to you for more. So the fee for an email is around $100 to $500 per note, depending on whether it's selling something or not and how big the company is. And to break in, so first thing you want to do is to sign up to receive emails from whoever it is that you're targeting, so you can get a feel for their attention, or sorry, pay attention to, get a feel for their style and their voice first. So you really want to take that in because obviously you're going to be writing to that. Then write a couple of sample emails. It doesn't really matter if you've been published before or not, as long as they can see that you can write in their style. So check them out. See what kinds of things they already write about, write some of your own, and then reach out to them with some ideas. Jen, would you say that somebody could do this at International Living, or like, is this a way that somebody would get in?
Yeah, definitely. And for us, breaking in some ways, the easiest way to break in, the easiest way to kind of get in our world is to write editorial. And if you like to write stories, we send out, I mean, our e-letter goes out every single day, and it's filled with lots of stories of people who are living overseas. And sometimes they're written in first person. You know, I'm living here and this is my story. But a lot of time, it's just a freelance writer who's found somebody and is writing their story for us, right? And so we have people all over the world, and our editors, you know, live and travel overseas regularly, normally. I mean, actually, we were really lucky because we do employ people who live in the countries around the world. So even though everything's shut down, they were still able to like go around France or go around Spain.
Yeah.
Thank God. But we can't possibly be everywhere at once. And so a really good way, kind of an insidery way to get in with us, is to start writing profiles of people that you meet or that you find online. It could be anything. But we're always kind of looking for those. And then again, as I said before, just starting small. You know, if you are on our list and you have an idea about how we might talk about teaching English, for example, as a second language, and you're like, yeah, they should really be saying this. Like, they never talk about that. Well, send us a note and say, hey, I'm reading it and I'm a copywriter, and I just had this idea. Like, you guys never really talked about this little angle. I wonder if that would, you know, I'd be happy to write a series of lift notes for you. Know, those little getting in with us that way is good. And then on the editorial side, everybody talks to everybody else. So if you are good at what you do, you send something in and you're fun, you're easy to work with, and you do what we ask, and you did a good job, they'll talk to each other. You know, they'll email and say, hey, this guy, Jane, you know, or this guy, you know, he did a good job. And if you guys need someone in Peru, he might be a good person for you. Just FYI, he was great to work with. So definitely starting small and offering an idea now and again, or offering something digestible is advisable.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so next thing, the next project you could use to break in would be something like an e-newsletter. This is different from emails because emails are constantly going out all the time, every day, whereas an e-newsletter is more like a professional service who sends out a note to their current clients, you know, once a month or once a week, even sometimes, depending on who they are. So this, rather than building a relationship with people that are interested in what you do, this is like maintaining a relationship with people who are already a client. This could be a CPA or a stockbroker, a dentist. It could be, I mean, even Trader Joe's sends out, has a newsletter. You wouldn't want to start at Trader Joe's, but just to give you an example of what those look like. So 26 million potential clients. What I mean by that is that there are over 26 million professional service providers here in the United States. And again, that's CPAs, stockbrokers, dentists, stuff like that. And they need to stay in touch with their customers or their prospects. This is especially important in years like this year where, you know, like that business that you were just talking about, Jen, people are switching up what they do and how they operate, and they need to keep their customers informed, and they need to keep that level of trust and relationship going. And as a copywriter, you get to be the person who helps them do that. They send them regularly, monthly, sometimes weekly. and creates this ongoing dialogue, right, with their customers. So these run about $900 to $2,000 per issue. That's definitely going to depend on how big your client is. If it's a dental office, it's going to depend on how big that office is. You know, if it's a CPA or a larger company, that is going to definitely range. Breaking in, so definitely get on their list and study any previous newsletters. But if they don't have one, this could be a good time to pitch one. And this could be a way to help local businesses also, especially in a year like this year. You also will want to research and write the various sections of the newsletter. So either read the one that they have and get familiar with it, or read other newsletters and kind of see what people put in theirs. And then set it up as a retainer deal. So once you do one or two, then try to set it up where they're paying you every month to do this for them. And that's kind of the sweet spot for freelance writers, when you can get retainer deals to do things like this. Another way to break in is through articles and or blog posts. Is kind of a same thing going on right here. International Living, for example, I know you guys have a print magazine that has articles in it, but you also have articles. Do you have articles that are just online as well?
Yeah, we have a ton. We have a massive website that has nothing, I'm gonna say has nothing to do with the magazine, but like a very small percentage of our paid content actually is on our website. Like if you're a paid subscriber, you can log in and read it, but it's not typically on there.
Okay. Oh, that's perfect though.
Oh my God, sorry. And of course I have coffee, hold on.
It's okay, sorry. We can edit this out.
It's like, Alex, you're gonna take this out.
Just take a breather, take a stretch.
Oh my God, I'm like, you know how I just got like a thing in my, and for some reason I couldn't mute myself, so sorry. I don't know. I lost I actually don't have your slides up anymore. They went away. When my phone rang, you didn't hear that, did you? You couldn't hear that?
No.
Okay, good, because I could hear it in my thing and I was like, but when it made it go away, everything went away. I can still see you. Okay.
You probably don't even need my slides. Just hear me ask questions.
Yeah, I'm just listening to you.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Let's see.
Where were we?
You were talking about the articles on the website. I think you answered that question.
They have nothing. Yeah, I think I did too.
So we're good. Right. Okay. So most companies like International Living and around that size, you know, whether they're publishing companies or not, have a blog or should have a blog or just online content. So this is another really great place to break in. So just like I said, most large or small companies have them. The blogs are really fun to write for, and articles are really fun to write because it's kind of non-salesy. You know, you're telling stories, you're writing about interesting tidbits, you're finding cool and weird facts to write about, and just kind of bringing, again, their potential clients in to build that relationship for them. This is a really good way to approach a potential client. It's very similar to writing a small email for them. It's a way for them to get to know you and your writing style without having to commit too much. And these can run $100 to $200 per post, more or less. Again, it's going to depend on the company a little bit. So a good tip would be to offer a series. So once you've written one or two for somebody and you've kind of grown a relationship with the editor there, you can offer a series of like 5 for $200 each. They're going to keep coming back to you again and again. So landing your first gig with articles or a blog, just like everything else, you're getting familiar with their style first by reading their blog, their articles. You're coming up with some new ideas that are related to what you were reading about, writing a few samples, and then pitching with their needs and their readers in mind. So just like with everything we've talked about now, when you pitch to anybody, you're not pitching yourself so much as you're pitching an idea that they can use, right? You're always keeping your editor or your potential client and their needs in mind over who you are. So you're always thinking about how you can help them and make their life easier.
I would say too, just to add in, the only caveat to that would be that if you have some sort of professional experience in what they're doing, like you are a retired physician and you're kind of, you know, you want to be writing newsletters for doctors or something like that, you should say you're a physician. Sure. Or if you, you know, so if you have some, I think especially in like technical fields, if you're going to write for a CPA or, you know, something like that, and you are one, or you're a tax guy, whatever it might be, you want to say that because that means that gives them a reason to hire you as opposed to like me, who can barely add five numbers. Right? Like I could write that newsletter, but I wouldn't understand half the content. But if I was a math person, you know, that I would. So that would be I would just say, like, so that gives you a superpower. If you have some background, and it could be anything. It doesn't even necessarily have to be your professional background. Like, could be like you were, you know, you ran the Girl Scout cookies for 15 years and you're going to offer up a, you know, newsletter to the Girl Scout Council or something like that. Well, okay, the fact that you know how to do that is valuable. Gives you an extra.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah. I think, you know, there's some pressure on people in the very beginning. When you're first starting as a writer, there's pressure to sell yourself. And so I just wanted to make sure that, you know, you're not necessarily, I mean, don't forget to include that background, like you said, but you're not necessarily.
Well, only really if it's relevant. You know what I mean? Like, because if I was personally pitching to a CPA, it would all be about what I can do for you, from like the marketing that I can help you with and the examples of what I can do for you. But I mean, I couldn't say anything other than like, well, I'm a writer. So I wouldn't spend much time talking about me as a writer. But if I was a writer who happened to be a CPA, then I could say, it would be like a sentence, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it can help you be the person they choose to do something as opposed to somebody else, if you have some specific qualifications.
Yes, include relevant experience.
Right, exactly. Just relevant.
So the fourth one we were going to talk about today is case studies. Now, if you don't know what a case study is, it might sound like something that happens in court and it's very dry and boring, but actually case studies are one of the most fun things to write. What this is a success story. So, you know, businesses need to boost their credibility by including success stories of people who've done whatever it is that they offer and have succeeded at it. At AWAI, we use these all the time. Whenever somebody has gone through our programs and succeeds as a copywriter, we definitely want to put that story on our website. I know at International Living, you guys do something similar. It's not really case studies, but like profiles, you said?
Yeah, so we have sort of an insatiable need for profiles, and it's people that our readers, our potential readers, can identify with, like, oh, life was so expensive and stressful and at home, and I worked terrible hours and I could never get ahead. And then, you know, the arc of the story, then I moved overseas and life is good. And I slashed my expenses in half and I live at the beach. And, you know, so those kinds of things, it's in a way, it's almost social proof, right? It's just showing your potential clients, your potential buyers, that this is a real thing. We're not just saying it. Look, here, all these people did it. And so we do that too. We do it typically sort of as editorial. But then I take that editorial and I take bits and pieces of it and I put it in our marketing copy.
Exactly.
So it is essentially the same thing.
Yeah, so this is something businesses need all the time. It's storytelling. They're really fun to write. You get to focus on good, positive news. It's pretty formulaic. They're similar. They, you know, kind of the same structure every time. Typically, you're interviewing whoever it is who had the success story, or it could be you and you're telling your own story, or maybe your client is giving you information about the person and you're just writing it based on that. Usually, these are 800 to 1,200 words. It can depend on the publication, of course, and $1,250 to $2,000 per project. Now, if that's an editorial thing, it could be less than that. If it's specifically a case study for a business that just needs success stories, it could be around this range. And breaking in, getting your first case study gig, think about, like, do you know anybody who has a success story for a business? Are you a success story for a business? What businesses do you follow? What services do you use? Could you write your own case study for them? Of course, write a sample. And start locally with businesses you know. This is a good way to start small and to help businesses that are in your area. And if they have case studies, you want to study theirs and pitch a new one. And if they don't, pitch the idea of creating some, because it's definitely something that helps businesses and that they could use. And then the last one we're going to talk about is site audits. This is another one you might be going, what is that? What's that have to do with writing? This is actually a really sneaky and cool way to break in, to get an in with a client by diagnosing issues with their website. This is not technical issues. This is like content and user experience issues with their website. So what's really cool is it starts with the client's goals and having like an information call with a client. So you get to get inside the head of a potential client of yours and hear, like, what their goals for their business are, how they want to reach out to people, and, you know, in their mind, what they're missing out on. Once you gather all that information and look at their website, you put together into a report that's $1,000 to $2,500 per site audit. And then what's really cool is this is a fun way to potentially be paid more than once, because they'll pay you to do that site audit, but then who's going to fix all those things for them? You know the answer. So of course that's going to be you who can get paid to write their website copy and fix all those issues that they found for them, that you found for them. A great way to start with this is with friends and family. So this is kind of a little bit of a higher level gig, right? You will need to do some research to find out, you know, what works and what doesn't work on websites a little bit. Starting with friends and family is a really great way to go. Everybody knows somebody who has a terrible website and could use your help. So that's easy enough. Branching out to local businesses and places you frequent can be really good too. Your local cafe, your dentist, whoever it is. Again, I'm sure you can think of somebody you've visited their website and been sort of frustrated by even just the copy on the page. And then with these, you're going to offer to audit only first. So you're not coming out with everything. I'm going to fix your website and do all that. You're just saying, I'm just going to tell you what I see, and you'll pay me to tell you the diagnosis, basically. And then the next project that comes along, you know, you can start to propose projects to them based on what you saw. So those are 5 ways to break in. Couple of quick tips before we go. Start with your current and past life. When you're thinking like, who am I going to reach out to with any of these projects? What do you have experience in? What do you like to do? Do you ride horses? Do you have a mathematical background? Are you a scientist? Are you a teacher? You know, if you have ever homeschooled a child, that's huge this year, stuff like that. Like, think about all of your background and interests and how those can come into play. Start locally. This is a really good way. We hear from tons of success stories who do this, and they get their first client just by like mentioning something to a cafe owner or their massage therapist. Tell everyone that you're a writer. Don't be bashful about it. Go ahead and dive in and start promoting yourself by telling people this is what you do. And once you do that, you'll be able to tap your own network, because people will come out of the woodwork who need writing. So the next presentation will tell you a little bit more about that. But really quickly, I put a star next to this one, and Jen, you and I just talked about this, but put your potential clients' needs first, right? So whoever it is that you're proposing something to, definitely mention your background, but you also want to make sure that you're showing them how you're going to help them. You're not asking them to help you by hiring you. You're showing them what you can do for them and giving them ideas and basically making their life easier. So anything else to add to that, Jen?
No, I would second that. Absolutely. People make that mistake all the time, actually. You know, they'll say, they do it. Well, we see it all the time in the editorial at International Living, like, hi, I'm this person and I this and I that, and would you be interested in this story? And I'm like, I don't know who you are. No, like, that's not even a story idea. Like, no, we're not interested. But if you offer the story first and then you back into, oh, and by the way, I've lived in this country for 17 years and I know things. You're like, oh, this sounds good. He's even it's a good idea, and this person's extra qualified to write it. So it's kind of the same thing with the marketing. Like, look, I go to your cafe, you know me, I love, you know, this cafe. If you've seen these things that they could be doing better, you tell them all that, and then say, and you know, I'm a frequent cafe goer, so I think I could capture the character of your business for you, right? You know, really readily. And I'd like to help you, you know, put a better foot forward for your clients or whatever. So you're talking about them, not you.
Exactly. So that's about it. Everything we just talked about is something that you can start on right away. Remember that you don't need to be published or paid writer to get started. You can start writing your own samples by paying attention to what their style is and mimicking it with your own ideas. The trick is to start small and plant those seeds, and the confidence and the contacts and the portfolio are going to come along with it as you go. So in the next presentation, you're going to hear about ways to find your first client within your own network. So that's going to be the perfect place to start. So thanks everybody for watching, and thank you, Jen, again for being here. And
my pleasure.
What was that first project that you got paid for?
It was for someone that provided prescription drugs for people with low income, that helped them connect them to the programs that would help them get prescription drugs. So I did actually help her redo her website and that kind of thing. So it was probably a bigger project than I maybe remember, but it was, to me, it was just like, wow, this is great.
I think it was a brochure. So I am a health copywriter now, but when I started out, I was actually working in the world of finance. So it was either a financial like services brochure or a insurance brochure, something super interesting.
I was paid to write product descriptions for Amazon third-party seller, which is a mouthful. So they were selling their products through Amazon, and they needed somebody to write captivating descriptions of them, and that's what I did.
Okay. Do you remember what any of the products were?
Oh, it was a random assortment. Like there was like barbecue seasoning, soap, candles, like a back scratcher. It was really eclectic.
It was all over the place.
Yes, and they sent me every single product to test out, and then I had to write a compelling description, and they would post it to Amazon.
Okay, so that's a great perk of that copywriters sometimes get is free products to write about.
Yes, I had a lot of barbecue seasoning mixes.
Nice.
It was basically doing rewriting his web copy on the different pages that was describing the product and how people could use it.
The first project that I got paid for as a freelance copywriter was writing a simple 5-page website for a local plumber who was starting his own business.
I know I had to do some emails, but there was also, I guess I would describe it as an advertorial. There was like a little article that led into a sales page.
It was actually a friend of mine. He owned a water treatment business, like they do the whole house water filters. And I was just kind of learning about copy, had been through the 6-figure course, had just enough to be dangerous and enough to get my butt kicked, kind of like Karate Kid, right? When you first learn karate.
Right.
So I was kind of in that stage, but I had a lot of confidence, and I went up to this guy and I was like, he asked me, he kind of knew what I was doing, and because he was a friend, I think we were in some small group type stuff together. And I just said, yeah, I'd love to write one for you. And there was a problem going on in this neighborhood where they're having a lot of problems with the water was eroding pipes and stuff like in people's houses, creating pinhole leaks. So what we did is I said, well, I've got an idea how we could address that, and laid out my idea, put down an offer, $800, I think. And got the deal, and then wrote that. And, it took me about, it didn't take that long to write it, probably, a couple hours, and let it sit, a couple hours more. So yeah, first one was like $800. It was a friend. He owned a water treatment company. Really cool. It actually got him, I think, over 100 appointments to sell his stuff. So it was a big win on the first thing. So nice. I was hooked.
Well, there you have it. Now you've got 5 great ways to start, and you heard from the magazine editor herself. This is how you break in. Bonnie and Jen mentioned starting with your own personal network, and our next presentation is going to lay out exactly how to do that. Next up, you're going to hear from Michael Katz of Blue Penguin Development. Michael helps professional service providers get more clients by communicating their own value, and he's about to help you find your value as a writer. This is going to be good. Take it away, Michael.
Great to see you here. Let me tell you a quick story. This is my son, Evan. Evan's 27, but I think maybe when this picture was taken, he was about 13. We were on vacation in Northampton, Massachusetts, which is this kind of funky town, maybe about 100 miles west of Boston. It's the kind of place where in the summertime, it's got these really big sidewalks, and there's people out there playing music and selling arts and crafts and jewelry and stuff like that. And so we're walking around on vacation. And I said to Evan, who had just learned how to juggle, hey, Ev, I bet you could make some money if you did some of your juggling here. And to my shock, because back then he was pretty shy, he said, okay. So he stands in front of this bank, you can see in the picture. He turns his baseball cap upside down, takes out his juggling sacks, which at the time he carried with him 24 hours a day, and starts juggling. Meanwhile, my wife and I and our two other kids stand back, like we don't know him. And maybe after about 30 seconds, somebody walks by and drops money in his hat. And then after another 30 seconds, somebody else drops money. And then somebody drops a dollar bill in his hat. I'm thinking, wow, this juggling on the street is better than writing. And then an interesting thing happened. This older man stops and watches him for a while and then says, "Hey, kid, how long you been a professional?" And Evan, all the while juggling, starts launching into this lengthy explanation about how he's not a professional and he's just getting started and he's got a lot to learn. And I'll never forget it. The man just kind of like puts his hand up and goes, "Kid, if you're making money, you're a professional." And I realized as we were walking back to the car that night that Evan learned an important lesson about working for himself, which is that there's no day where like the newspaper's going to call you up and say, "Hey, you know what? We've noticed how good you are. You are now a professional." That's a big insight for people like us who work on our own. I had a job until I was 40, which as you can see was long ago. And the idea that somebody would give me money for doing a thing and that I was some type of expert really was an entirely different idea, because up until then, and this may be true of you as well if you're just starting out, there's always somebody to tell you you're ready. Right from when you're in school and you're getting grades, and then maybe you go to college and you get a degree, and then you get hired, and then you get promoted. There's always somebody who shows up in authority and goes, "You're ready for the next step." When you work for yourself, there's none of that. That's great, I think, but it's a little disorienting at first if you've been used to that. And so the first thing I want you to think about is that you're already good enough. That's not the issue when it comes to getting clients and getting hired and some of the stuff I'll talk about in a few minutes. You're over the bar in capability, but nobody's going to tell you that it's time. You have to sort of believe that for yourself. In terms of believing it, I always say that confidence is an inside game. And here too, if you're doing this on your own for the first time or thinking about it, it's really difficult to get your head around, not just that you're expert, but that you're actually someone who's sort of worthy of working alone. So the last job I had, I was there for 12 years. I used to work for the cable company. And I left in 2000. And in 2001, a friend of mine, a guy named Will, who had also worked with me at the cable company, went off to work on his own for the first time. I remember having lunch with Will. And at the time, his idea was that he was going to be a consultant who would do things for other cable company related businesses. And I remember him sitting there at lunch telling me he wasn't sure if he was good enough or if he was qualified or to get hired. And this was a guy who, if you were going to take out a blank sheet of paper and write down the qualifications of the ideal consultant to the cable industry, it was Will. Smart, experienced, articulate, Harvard MBA. I mean, like perfect. I remember thinking, if this guy is unsure, then it's not a factual thing. It's more of a human nature thing. So this as well, you have to sort of get used to this. And again, it's going to feel weird at first if you've never worked on your own. But this idea that, not in an arrogant way, but that the confidence you need to work on your own is going to come from you. So one book I recommend called Do the Work. It's a little book written by this guy, Stephen Pressfield, who I think is like a screenwriter of some kind. But he writes about what he calls the resistance. And he talks about it as if it's like this outside force that's in your head that you have to battle. As you would expect. But he talks about this thing that's out there that we all have to deal with that keeps you from moving forward. I found it really good. I've reread it a few times. It's a tiny book. The idea is that, and this is the thing that really stuck with me, the closer you get to sort of breaking through, the stronger the resistance gets. So this I read a lot of times when I was first starting out. Very sort of encouraging. Highly recommended. So one of the things you need to figure out is what you're really good at. So yes, I know you're a good writer. I'm a good writer. We're all good writers, and that's fine. And even though you're better than most humans when it comes to writing, it's advantageous to figure out what type of writing are you particularly good at, and what type of writing are you just okay at. So for example, even though I can do all kinds of writing, I don't write books. I don't do research. I don't write white papers. I don't do direct response. I don't do social media. I don't write speeches. I mean, there's more things I don't do than I do in terms of writing. My specialty is email newsletters, which I just kind of stumbled upon accidentally. But what I've discovered is I'm really good at this one thing. For whatever reason, I'm good at short format, kind of conversational writing that involves interviewing an expert and turning it into something that's 800 words long. That's helpful to know what you're good at. Where's your real sweet spot when it comes to writing? A lot of advantages. Number one, your clients are very happy. Now, again, if you're just starting out, you might think, well, I'm just looking for clients who are going to pay me money, sort of, as long as they're not mad, what's the difference? There's a big range in terms of satisfaction among clients. When you do something you're particularly good at, your clients love it. That's nice. It's good to give people something you've written and have them go, perfect, as opposed to back and forth and back and forth. Second, you're very happy. So writing something that you're really good at and that your clients love feels good. It does not feel good, even if they're paying you to struggle and do something that you don't particularly find that you excel at. Next, this is important. You're hard to replace. So in the beginning, it's hard for clients to tell before they work with you. They don't know who's good. Like, it's hard for someone to know who's a good writer and who isn't. But once you're doing something for them on a regular basis, now, if you're doing what you're really good at, they don't have a lot of options. So I'm not suggesting you do bad things with your clients where they're forced to do whatever you want. But the idea that they need you is important. And the more what you're doing is something you're good at, the harder you are to replace, which also leads to this. You can charge more money. So I don't raise rates on existing clients. If I charge you X for a particular thing like a newsletter, that rate will never go up. But the more in demand you become, the more you can charge more and more and more for the next people. Again, it happens when you're doing what you're good at. And then finally, it's easy. So before I went to work on my own, I used to sort of believe this idea that hard work is how you get compensated. What I found is there's actually no connection. Your clients couldn't care less how hard you work. They just want the thing. And what I found, in fact, is when you do something you're really good at, it's easy to do and that it's enjoyable. I mean, here's a picture of LeBron James. I'm sure he works hard, but I bet basketball for him not only is enjoyable, but it comes naturally. So you have to sort of figure this out because that makes a big difference beyond just being a writer. You want to be a writer who excels in a particular thing. So this book I recommend too. So good they can't ignore you. I have to say, when I went off to work on my own at first, I was in the sort of mode of do what you love and the money will follow. In fact, I read that book, which I have right over here. And the thing is, again, for me, it was an accidental thing that I sort of figured out what I like, and then things have kind of worked out well. But what this author says, which I now believe is a clearer path to success, is this idea that passion comes from mastery. So what he says is, instead of doing what you love, figure out what you're really good at and focus there. And from that, you'll love that. When you're great at something, the love of what you're doing comes from that. I find it's a more obvious path to figure that out. And it also leads you to doing work that you get compensated for. Yes, there's exceptions. The neurosurgeon who decides to leave medicine and become a circus clown, we've all heard of that. But I think that's the exception. To me, when you're doing work you're great at and continue to get better at, you really enjoy that. So I focus on that, try and figure that out. Let's talk about rules. So if you opened a company, a business today, a retail store, coffee shop, pet store, whatever, you'd decide certain things about the rules, like what are the hours you're open? People like us who get paid to do work, like writing, often start, especially if you've been an employee, not by thinking that you get to set the rules of your business, but that you're sort of subject to the rules of whoever will hire you. That's true when you're an employee. So when you're an employee, your boss or your company tells you this is the way it works. When you're in business for yourself, you make the rules. So again, I'm not suggesting that you say to clients, this is it no matter what. I am suggesting, though, that you think about how do you want to work? How do you want to price? Who do you want to work with? What are like the policies for your business that you're in? Again, this is this transition from maybe where you've been before, that this idea that we're not second-class employees when we're freelancers. if you've had a job and now you're going to work on your own, the default position is often I'll do whatever they want, essentially. It's like being an employee, except you don't get to go to the holiday party and they don't give you any benefits. I don't think that's the way to think about it. You want to sort of take control of this situation, which is, again, a mental shift more than anything else. Instead of second-class employees, I like to think of it as we're Will Smith. So here's what I mean. I don't know Will Smith, but you always hear about actors who are in demand, you know, getting shown scripts and they decide, do I want to do this or not? No, that's not that interesting. Again, Will Smith can't demand $1 trillion for a movie, but it's a negotiation. It's the same thing with us. You work for a client, you want to find something that's an even balance, meaning they're paying you, but you're providing a service. You're not their employee. You can walk away if you don't like something. You don't like them. You don't like the job. The money's not enough. Now, you may think, hey, easy for you to say, but I'm just starting out. But here's the thing. Again, much of it's a mental shift. If you want to have doing great work for clients you like for a lot of money, you have to only do good work for clients you like for money that's enough for what you want. It's like if you start out just doing anything for anybody for nothing, you'll be doing the same thing in 10 years. You need to set some rules for yourself about what kind of work you're going to do, what kind of people and companies you're willing to work for. And what you'll find is those people and companies start to show up. So again, it's a mindset thing. The good news about a lot of this stuff is that you may think, I'm starting from scratch. You know, I've had a job for however many years and now I'm going off on my own. I'm starting from zero. That's not true. Like, you weren't born yesterday. You have skills and experience, and most of all, you have relationships. So you want to not think about this. Yes, I know it might be a different world from having a job, but all this stuff you've done in the past, all the people you know, all the expertise you have, even if it was in a different format, that still counts. So in terms of, well, how do I get clients? To me, the focus is always people you know, and more broadly, people they know. You ask any solo person or even small professional service company, where do your clients come from? The answer is always word of mouth. It's referrals and word of mouth. It's not Super Bowl ads. It's not anything else, but people send people my way. So to me, the place to start is, how do I generate more of this kind of thing? And there's an advantage here. This young lady is my mother. So let me ask you a question. What % of my emails do you think she opens? I hope you agree that it's 100%. I mean, when I send her an email and it successfully lands in her AOL account, if she knows it's from me, she opens every single one. Doesn't matter what the subject line says, doesn't matter what time of day, what day of the week, 100%. The reason I mention this is because there's a huge advantage in communicating and more broadly marketing to people you know. There's a bias towards people with an existing relationship. So to me, you want to look at the world in that way. I mean, if you take a look at this, let me just say, fellow liberal arts majors, don't panic. This is the only graph in my presentation. But the concept is that there's an inverse relationship between strength of relationship and the difficulty of being heard. So on the bottom right, if the relationship strength is high, the difficulty is low. On the top left, if the relationship strength is low, the difficulty is high. So it kind of looks like this. You know, from mom on the bottom right to friend to customer, all the way up to complete stranger, where nobody opens emails from people they don't know. So to me, the marketing advantage for you, and not just because you're starting out, I mean forever, is to focus primarily on people you already know. You've been walking planet Earth for any number of years. You've developed all these relationships. That's where you're. Now, eventually, you'll have more clients and more business in your clients. That. But in the beginning, the place to focus is with these people. So take a look at this list of marketing activities. Common stuff that I'm sure you've thought about or are already doing. What's the difference between the column on the left and the column on the right? The answer is that the column on the left is activities you do with people you know. The column on the right is activities you do with people you don't. So again, email, newsletter, a Facebook account. It's predicated on relationships. Twitter, Instagram. These are all things that you start with zero. Even public speaking, which I'm doing right now. So I do things that are on the right. But my marketing, my focus is always, how do I leverage existing relationships? So when it comes to thinking about what am I going to do, to me, the place to focus is the people you've known for 5 or 10 or 50 years. Those people can bring you business. They may not be the ones who hire you, but they're the ones who know you and will talk about you with other people. I get it all the time. Hey, do you know anybody who focuses on X? And the first thing I think of is, well, let me see who does that kind of thing. So what you need to do is figure out, how do I stay in touch with my existing relationships in an ongoing way? Because as I say, building relationships is gaming the system. So a few ideas. The first thing you need to do is get a handle on your relationships. So you've got all these connections. The thing is, they're probably spread all over the place. You've got email addresses, you've got LinkedIn, Facebook, it's everywhere. What I want you to do, because this is your tool, your database, your house list, is you need to keep it in a particular place. So it could be in an Excel spreadsheet. It could be in some tool that allows you to manage relationships. I worked with somebody where it was index cards. She had like 500 index cards, each one with somebody's name, but it allowed her to know who she'd been in touch with and to have some systematic way to staying in front of them. I'll give you a couple of examples in a minute. So the first thing is, I need to pull these relationships together and put them somewhere where I can say, here they are. Believe me, if you're middle-aged, you should know 400, 500 people. My definition of know is, if you ran into them in the supermarket or called them up on the phone, you wouldn't have to introduce yourself. It's not just potential clients. It's humans on earth that you know. These people can lead you to other people, and they will if you stay in touch with them. So you need to do this first. Keep them somewhere. Second, you need to somehow rekindle the relationship, because a lot of these people somebody you went to college with or whatever, you've lost touch with them. Not because you're mad at them or they're mad at you. You've just lost touch. I focus on staying in front of these people. You never know who knows somebody who's going to hire you. So you have to kind of rekindle them. A couple of suggestions for that. Number one, email. So on a regular basis, I send email to people, sometimes a phone call. I'm not selling them anything. I just say, I check in. How's it going? Maybe I respond to something they're doing or ask them what's going on, how's the family, whatever. It seems so dumb because it's so random. And it's true, the relationships that lead to business are random, but it's not luck. By staying in touch with people, you're turning up the volume of the referrals that will come your way. So you never know what's going to lead to what, but I'm just constantly emailing. How you doing? What's going on? How's it going? This way, I'm creating and reinforcing these relationships. So for example, here's an email that I sent to my friend Ramon, who was doing some kind of event. And I just said, hey, sorry I can't be there. Say hi to this guy, Mark Levy, we both know in common. And that was it. And he emailed me back and said, thanks. That's it. Again, I'm not selling him anything. I'm not trying to get him to hire me or refer me. I'm just keeping in touch. But what I found is that most people don't do this. When I say, what do you do to stay in touch with the people you already know? The answer is like, nothing. These people are the fuel of your marketing engine. You need to find a way to do it. Again, if you had 500 people and you wanted to stay in touch with 2, 3, stay in touch with them a couple of times a year, yeah, it's like 3 or 4 emails a day. It won't kill you. It'll take you 10 minutes to write an email like this and send it. Most people don't do it. If you do it, you're stirring the pot. Next, what I consider to be the world's greatest relationship building tool. It is. I send notes to people all the time. Thanks for this. See you for that. Good that we met with that, whatever it is. The benefit of a handwritten note is, well, a few things. Number one, it takes effort. So the fact that it doesn't scale means somebody knows you didn't just hit send. It costs money. Not a lot, but the cost of this plus the stamp, again, means that I'm not mass producing this. It has an effect on people. And maybe most important, nobody gets snail mail anymore. It's all junk. So when your note comes in, people notice it. I would think the open rate on these is 100%. Doesn't matter what your handwriting looks like. I recommend you don't say blah, blah in the note. But again, I'm not selling anything. Just connecting. Usually it's some kind of thank you or something. I mean, there's so many possibilities. When I first started working for myself, I would send 2 of these a day. Now I'm more like 1 a week because, I got the machine going. But if I was starting out again, I'd set that same goal, 2 a day. People love this. I've been to clients' offices and seen my handwritten note like on the. Easy to do, doesn't cost you much. Nobody does it. So, final thoughts. Just to 1, you're already an expert. Don't have to wait. You're good enough already. I guarantee it. Number two, you got to start to believe it. That's up to you. It'll come with time, but the more you can get a head start on this, the better. Next, you need to focus and figure out what you're really good at. That's where you want to be. Your sweet spot is what you want to sell. You get to make your own rules. That's the great thing about working for yourself. You can name it whatever you want, do whatever you want. That's nice. It beats being an employee. Finally, focus on your relationships. That's where the leads are. That's where the customers are. Great talking to you. Thanks.
When you were getting started, how did you overcome whatever doubts or fears or insecurities you had about copywriting and about putting yourself out there?
First off, with fear itself is just accepting it. Don't push it away. Everybody is afraid. I mean, everybody at one point in their career, or even the very best. So it's accept that fear and you kind of bring it along like it's a friend and say, okay, we're just going to do this. But the other part too is starting just with little steps that give you confidence. And I know some of my earliest clients were people that I knew that I worked for free. And that gave me so much confidence that, wow, this actually worked for me, that it really helped me overcome fear. So that would be some advice that I'd have.
I love that you when you just started out, you probably had doubts. Those don't go away. Sorry to tell you. There are going to be days where you really just don't have the confidence for some reason or another, and you just have to keep moving forward. So what I did, and what I still do to this day when I'm not feeling as confident, is look over all of the successes that I've had and remind myself, I know what I'm doing. I've helped a lot of people with my writing. I'm a good writer and I can do this, and you can do it too. I also wanted to add on to that is that when you are successful, you need to celebrate it. Because if you forget to do that, you're not acknowledging what you did, right?
I still always feel a bit of fear. I mean, I'm human, and I think it's normal to feel a little scared when you put yourself out there. But the thing is, when I started, I was really desperate for something new and different. And I made myself excited to take the leap, and that excitement sort of overrode the fear. And every little win that I had, I made a point to be like, hey, I did that. Okay, I can do the next thing, and I just kept kind of taking those little baby steps until I, started making it sort of a regular thing in my life, so
right.
The fear never goes away, but I think when you just put yourself out there in a meaningful way, the excitement is more profound than the fear.
That's a great way to reframe it too, is to take that fear and just reframe it as excitement, and then all of a sudden it doesn't seem so scary.
Exactly.
In all honesty, it was the boot camps. I was afraid to go at first because I thought, those speakers up there, they're the same age I am, and I'm just starting out. Who do I think I am, right? But you know what? People at boot camp and I honestly don't mean to sound like a promotion here for AWAI. This has just been my experience. And but going to boot camp changed everything. It gave me the confidence. I met people, but I also started an online writing group. Actually, with another woman, we got together before the meetings at boot camp, and we started talking about what would be like to meet online. And we decided just to look around at boot camp to see who we could pick. And we did that for several years, for probably 5-6 years in a row. We met online every single week and just encouraged one another, had helped review each other, gave tips and so on. It made a huge difference.
So those doubts and fears, they come from the what if kind of scenario of what if this happens. And I just turned that what if around. And so instead of the what if the bad situation, what if it works? What if I really do live this fantastic writer's life?
I just flat out said, I don't have time for it. I don't have time for doubt. I had gone through, I literally had everything pulled out from underneath me right when I got started. It was less than 24-hour period. I had gotten, I was getting divorced. So I had reached the agreement with my soon to be ex-husband. I took out this, big refi of of our mortgage, and, cash out type of thing so that I could write him a check so I could keep the house. And I was the primary earner. So I had waived alimony, waived child support. And then about 20 hours later, I got laid off from my job. And I was like, yeah. And it was funny because I thought, okay, I'm going to try finding, a job. I was the vice president of marketing, working with a lot of big brands. I was like, okay, I'm going to try that route. But I had just gotten the 6-figure program from AWAI. Mm-hmm. And in my mind, I was like, okay, this, I kind of saw it as my escape strategy from the corporate world. But I was thinking, 3 to 5 years, I would do it in my spare time. And when that whole thing happened, I was like, all right, we're going to fast track this. I don't have 3 to 5 years because I can't go back to the corporate world at this point. Most of the jobs would have been, an hour and a half commute away each way. And as a new single mom, that wasn't happening, right? So I just didn't have time for it. No time for doubt.
Know that the fear is going to be there even years. I'm reminded of a story that I saw when David Letterman was being interviewed right before he kind of finished his career. He'd been doing the Tonight Show or the Late Show, I guess, for 26 years. 26 years.
Yeah.
And he was being interviewed by, I think, Jane Pauley, who's a friend of his. And during the conversation it came out, he said, even after 26 years, every time that phone rings on my desk, I think they're going to fire me. So, I mean, if it happens to somebody who's that successful, just know that it's probably going to happen to you. And sometimes the more you know, the more you doubt because you see all these other things, you hear about all these other success stories and, you don't hear a lot about the failures and this being scared and that kind of stuff. So just know that everybody goes through that, even the pros, even the A-level writers. Mm-hmm. And you just got to sit down and do your work, follow what you've learned and just then hit send on wherever it's going.
How inspiring was that? I love Michael's idea that passion comes from mastery, not the other way around. So many people sit around dreaming of becoming a writer and never putting one foot in front of the other because they're waiting for the motivation when really all they need to do is take the first step. With writing, your skills are always going to improve. And when you continue to get better, the more rewarding it becomes. And hey, the more lucrative too. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that he said you already know your first client. That's such an important thing to keep in mind. And he just gave you so many real ways to reach out. I hope that got you thinking about who you can connect with in your own network. Okay, so now you have a picture of the opportunity out there. You have a few projects to start with. You got an idea of who to reach out to first. All that's left to take is the first step. But now, be honest with me for a second. When I say that, does something in you start to resist? Maybe a voice that tells you you're still not ready? If so, you are not alone. This is where a lot of folks get hung up. And I've got just the person to help you through it right now. You're about to hear from our very own Chief Success Officer, Ted Capshaw. Ted helps businesses large and small, as well as individuals, get out of their own way and find success in their field. Ted's unique approach to fear has helped countless new writers get their start. And right now, our events manager, Jade Trueblood, who happens to be one of the masterminds behind today's event, is about to get him to spill some of his best success tips. Whether you feel timid or bold, Ted will help you get on the right path from the start. Over to you, Jade and Ted.
Hello, everybody. I am so excited today to be joined by AWAI's Chief Success Officer, Ted Capshaw. Hey, Ted.
Hey, Jade. Always good to see you.
So I think that we should get right into the writer's right mindset, or the right writer's mindset. We know how big this is. We know how scary it can also be. A lot of the people that we're talking to today, they were starting out on this journey. And when you're starting out on something and you don't know what's ahead of you, that can seem like really scary, right?
The unknown.
So
yeah.
What advice would you give to somebody that's just starting out in this and mindset that they can go into it with to help overcome those fears?
Well, the mindset plays a big critical role. But the first thing I'd say, and if you've ever heard me talk before, you might have heard me say this, which is, I'm not all about overcoming the fears. right? Like I'm really about settling into the fears, because oftentimes those fears can turn into grit. Those fears can turn into resilience. Those fears can, right? They drive us. So I often tell people to settle into their fears and not so much concentrate on overcoming them in the sense that all of a sudden you're going to feel fear-free. Say that 10 times, Jade. Right. So I really don't want you to concentrate on overcoming the fears, but I do want you to concentrate on getting the right mindset. And so the way I like to think and frame up mindset is simply this. Your mindset controls the behaviors, and your behaviors are going to control the results that you get. And so why we start with mindset is that on this journey, as you step foot on path, you're going to learn a lot of tools. You're going to learn how to write better. You're going to learn how to do a website. You're going to learn how to network. You're going to learn how to do a lot of things. Those are those behaviors. If you don't have the proper mindset that are going to propel and support those behaviors, usually you're not going to get the results that you want. So that's why mindset is so important. And so for me, I want you to settle in. You said something very critical. Most people, as they step foot on path into the unknown, that's the word that I'm going to tie to what you said. The unknown is a beast. And all I want you to do is get your mindset right of taking incremental steps to understand what is in front of you versus looking at this big beast of the unknown and then getting handcuffed. Because that's what we want to stop from right now. Because a lot of people in your shoes, speaking to the members right now, a lot of people in your shoes, they're going to get handcuffed, crippled, and stop the journey not so far on the path because of that unknown. And so mindset plays a critical piece. And what I often say about mindset, I want people to settle into a realistic mindset. There's a thing out there called the Stockdale paradox. It's about not being overly optimistic. Because I think if you're going on this writer's journey and you think, hey, I'm going to go make $100,000 next year, I don't know if that's going to happen. And when signs show that that's not going to happen, you could fall off the path. That's that overly optimistic. I also don't want you sitting here overly pessimistic thinking, hey, I can't do this. There's no way I can be like so-and-so. So don't compare yourself to other people, but don't be thinking that as well. I want you to be thinking realistic. I can do this. And if I'm doing this in incremental steps and look for signs of success, that you'll get there. So that's what I mean by having the right mindset. The other thing about mindset, and we'll probably get to this, is it really does control the behaviors, but then you have to set some incremental goals to support the mindset. So it's an important first step. I guess that's the main point that I'm trying to get. If you don't have your mind right and you're just jumping into this and you haven't paused to think about things, you're missing a step.
And I think I've heard you speak about this before, just to get a visual for everybody. You're speaking about it in like a triangle, correct? When you're talking about—
I do.
So can you lay up the triangle quickly so everyone can see it?
Yeah, I talk about a triangle, right? And at the top is results. So everybody, anytime I use a triangle model, the bottom will be the foundation. And I talk about everybody's looking for results. So if you're going on this writer's journey, here's what I'd say to you. You're looking for different results in life. And when I say life, meaning career, you might be looking to make more money. You may be looking for more flexibility. I want this writer's journey for you to be extremely personal. So the first thing I'd say is everybody's looking for a result. I want you to define the result. Typically, though, when somebody goes out to get a different type of result in life, they go directly to the middle section of the triangle, which is systems and techniques. And I want you to think about this. The easiest way for me to articulate this to you is the person that wants to go out and lose a couple pounds, right? They say the result is I want to lose a couple pounds. The very first thing they do, they go to the internet and they start Googling all the different diets and the newest workout regimen, because they come out every other day, and they go and they start doing it, right? 5 years later, they've been on 12 diets. The pounds just keep coming on, et cetera, right? That's those behaviors. Now, the mindset is that bottom piece. So I think about people that have a deeper why, which is part of mindset. So the person that says, hey, I want to lose a couple pounds, and they go immediately to the diets and the workout regimen, usually that falls short, or they get short-term results. You may have done this, Jade. I've done it plenty of times. Like I go out to get a different result. I go at it really hard. I get the more immediate results. 2 months later, I'm back in the same bucket. So you can think about the person that that did that with the weight. But mindset would be the person that says, you know what? I am no longer going to live this way because I want to see my son graduate college. Boom. That's a completely different. It doesn't matter what diet you're on, because now you're going to live a healthier lifestyle. And that's what mindset, that's the power of mindset. So the person here thinking about the writer, put this in context, that model into the journey that you're about to go on.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, because AWAI provides systems and techniques, right, that middle part, but only you can do the mindset yourself.
That's probably the best thing said today. And I mean that. I mean that, guys, because the journey that you're embarking on, this is your journey. AWAI is here to support you. We're going to give you tools. We're going to be emotional support, practical support. We're going to be teachers, give you wisdom. But honestly, what Jade just said, it is you that's going to control your mindset. You know, it's interesting, Jade, you say that, because people often come to me as a life and business coach as if I can change their mindset. I can't. I often tell people, look, if I'm going to work harder at you in this coaching engagement, let's just call it quits today, because it is on you. So great comment. That's important that you said that.
Okay, so another thing that you, in your opening, that you touched on that I think we really should go deeper into is simplifying the process, right? It seems big, it's daunting, there's this huge thing in front of you. I know myself, the first thing I do is start overthinking. You know, like I'm thinking about the last step in the journey instead of the first. Do you have any advice for anybody that is in that position? They're overthinking, they're overcomplicating, how they can scale it back and simplify?
Yeah, Jade, you're spot on with that. This goes back to the handcuffs. If you're thinking like way down the line and it becomes this grandiose vision, my guess is somewhere you're going to fall off the path early, because it's going to be unachievable. And so I often talk about different things with this. One of the things I talk about is the 1% rule. And I often just talk about that 1% incremental towards that 100%. So I'll use the exercise thing again. When I'm trying to get back on the horn, I'll do 21 minutes of cardio instead of 20. Like, I think about that. And so one of the things that you can do now, think about the sequence that we're talking about here. We're talking about mindset controls behaviors. Now, for you to scale it back and not do like try to do everything at one time, because you could get overwhelmed, I want you to create SMART goals. You may have heard this widely used acronym. It's SMART. It stands for specific, measurable, attainable, recorded, meaning you write it down, and then T is time frame, meaning you're not going to
say those again, Ted.
Yep. Specific, measurable, attainable, and I'm going to run through them, right? Recorded, meaning you wrote it down. There's a lot of studies that say those who write their goals down and put them in a visible place are more likely to achieve them. And then the last piece is time frame. So here's what I want to say about what you're saying. This idea of scaling it back and making things achievable. The specific goal, I'm going to use the weight loss thing because we're using that as the kind of golden thread here. People say, hey, I want to go lose weight. That's not a SMART goal. You need to say, hey, I want to lose 7 pounds, right? There's a very big difference. And that's what I want you to do along this journey. I want to write 3 pieces of copy a week. Not, I want to write more. That's not a SMART goal. It's not. And then that leads to the measurable piece, the M. It needs to be measurable, right? So specific and measurable, and attainable is really the critical piece here that you just referred to. A lot of people, again, I want to go make 100 grand writing. I don't know if that's attainable in the first year. People that I coach, I would say, hey, how about making 25 grand the first year, right? And being sure that you're going to do that. And so you get some momentum going. So the attainable piece, oftentimes people make unattainable goals. And when they don't see the sign that they're going to reach the goals, they fall off the cliff. So the attainable piece, I also don't want you to say, hey, I want to go make $100 next year. You see, the attainable piece is something that you got to tweak a little bit. The recorded, I already touched on. Write it down, make it someplace visible. The other thing that I'd say about that, share it with 2 or 3 people that you know have your best interests, that care enough about you to hold you accountable to the goals that you put forth. Important piece. And then tell them, hold me accountable to it. And then the last piece is time frame, which a lot of people screw up too. They don't put time frames on goals. They just say, hey, I want to go lose weight, or hey, I want to write more, or whatever. I want you to small incremental steps. I don't really necessarily, in this beginning of this journey, I'm not so concerned about what you want to achieve by the end of 2021. I'm really concerned with, what do you want to achieve next week? What do you want to achieve tomorrow? What do you want to achieve next month? And let's get some momentum going as you step foot on this path. And so that's how I'd shrink it down, Jade, and make it really think that the thing that I always say that supports it, people have heard me say it a million times, is keep the main thing the main thing. You got to know what the main thing is when you wake up in the morning versus going, oh, I could do all these different things.
Wow. Okay. So something else now that you touched on there that I really want to go into, because it is one of our core beliefs, I would say, at AWAI, and that is community, right? So you talked about having somebody that's accountable, you know, for a lot of people that could be a family member. But again, this copywriting can be very isolating because not a lot of people understand what it is that you do when you're in it, right? So we have great communities. Can you speak to the power of community when it comes to achieving your goals?
Well, the power of community we could get to, but I would say I'll put it's needed because of what you just said. So you are going to be what I call a solopreneur as a writer. Solo equals lonely. Can be, right? I'm a solopreneur. Like, I don't have staff. I've been at this for 10 years. I call myself Zorro. Like, I'm out there doing this by myself. And so you're going to need community to help sustain you. That would be the first thing. The next level is, as you've touched on, I think you need community to hold you accountable. And so what I'm going to say to you, and whether you're a self-proposed, self-proclaimed introvert, whatever you may be, you're going to have to get out of your own way here. And you can't play small. You're going to have to reach out to people. You're going to have to be emboldened in letting people know what you're trying to achieve. So your point of, a lot of times people say, hey, I'm going to go write for a living, and people look at you like you're nuts. Family members, moms, dads, best friends, all of that. Explain to them what you're trying to do. Educate them on what you're trying to do. Tell them what you're trying to do, and bring them into the world that you're trying to create, and be consistent in it. Because a lot of times that first look of crazy that we get, we just go the other way. And that's a lost opportunity to build community. And so what I'd say to you, what you will find here, so that's the hard part. The easy part is this. AWAI's community is going to welcome you with open arms. But Jade said it earlier, it's up to you. So are you going to lean into people? Are you going to connect with people on the Facebook page and the LinkedIn page, and reach out to people and share what you're trying to do and be vulnerable? I'm struggling with something. What have people done out there in this beautiful community at AWAI to overcome what I'm going through right now? Because I'll guarantee you, 1 or a dozen or 100 people have been through what you're going to go through in the next couple of weeks and months. So critical piece is community. But again, Jade said it earlier, and I'm still going to stick to what's probably the best thing said today. It's on you to create the community. It really is. The community is there for the taking.
And I'm going to exclamation point what you said about everybody thinks it's only them, it's only me that delayed this, it's only me that didn't do this. I can guarantee you, as soon as you voice that you're having a struggle, you'll find a full team of people right there that has had it, been there. They're either still in there or they've overcome it. But I think another big thing, Ted, about community, and it's probably something that I would add to once you've achieved a SMART goal, that's not done enough, is really celebrating, right? If you're marking something that is attainable, once you've seen that it is attained, don't you feel like there's a strength in looking at that, patting yourself on the back, having some sort of reward for yourself at that point?
I'm totally chuckling because I just journaled this morning, and because I stink at what you're talking about. I talk about it often, and so I feel like a little bit, to be completely frank with you, I'm a little bit hypocritical touching on what you're bringing to me right now. We do have to celebrate the wins, right? And when I do slow down enough to do a little cheers to a success or whatever, I feel good. You not only have to celebrate the wins within, but you got to be emboldened enough to celebrate the wins outside of you within the community that you're going to create, which a lot of people think that's ego. And what I have found is it's not. It's not really ego. It's really celebrating all the hard work and the commitment that you've put out there. Now, there are people with a lot of ego, right, that come across as narcissists. But by saying that you've achieved something, particularly to the people that love you, right, in that smaller community, and even in AWAI, again, I think what you're going to find is if you get out of your own way and you put your stuff out there that you've achieved something, the AWAI community is so supporting you're going to have balloons flying over your head because people want to see other people win at this. So it's a big point. I'm a little bit gun shy and going deep into it because, as I said, I literally was doing a prompted journal this morning from like an online coaching course that I'm doing to improve myself. And it was about that, the self-fulfilling and celebrating. So good timing.
Well, I will celebrate you, Ted, because I have seen so many amazing things that you've done for, for so many people. And it's truly what I think it is. It's not bragging. It's not ego, it's inspiration. And that's what I have seen within our communities. Once you hit that win, whether it is like, I sent out an email and reached out to a potential client, or whether it is you got 100, or whether you made that $100,000 that year, it's inspiration to somebody who's somewhere along their journey,
That's right.
So,
well, tie that back to just a quick little knot there, the SMART goals. If you're not making measurable goals and specific goals, you're not going to know when to celebrate. Versus every day, every week, if you're making those SMART goals, it's going to feel like an achievement. But a lot of people meander through this journey without really being methodical about creating those goals, and consistent, by the way.
Yes. Well, I love it. I mean, I love this. I love the messaging. Thank you so much for your time today, Ted. I hope everybody
Always
got
good to see you.
Something great out of this. And yes, always great to see you too. And we'll see everybody along their journey.
Yeah, good luck, everybody.
So how do you celebrate your wins?
Usually what I do is just take a breather and do something that I've been waiting to do but hadn't because I've been so busy. So it could be something fun or something that just a little project that I wanted to get done. And even though you might call it work, it's so satisfying that, yay, that's done. And so that's usually what I do.
I usually plan something fun for me to do. If I can't travel, I like to do something outside or hula hoop or something funny like that. I like going hiking. I like going for bike rides. I like to stay really active. Sitting all the time can be tiring. So I usually treat myself with something outside. But when it's not a pandemic, I like to travel with my husband.
So I actually have like this ritual that I learned from some friends in the entertainment biz, and I keep what I call booking champagne in the fridge. And booking champagne is literally a bottle of champagne you keep in the fridge that you pop open when you have a big win. And I swear it has magical powers, because if you have a bottle of champagne in there ready to go and you can't drink it until you get a win, you're going to get a win soon. It's like it wants to be drunk. So that is what it is. So like when I have a big writing win or an acting win, pop open the champagne. Obviously I try to wait until the evening to do so. But during the pandemic, sometimes you pop it a little earlier.
It depends on what it is. Like the last client that I just picked up, I took myself out to dinner because he paid in full. So when that money hit my account, I was like, ooh, we're going out to dinner. It was a nice bougie little restaurant.
All those boot camps I attended. I started with the web intensive, but very soon I was going to the boot camps. I lost count how many I've been to. I've also been able to, like one time I invited my sister and we met a few days before boot camp and I paid for everything.
In our house, we have two different kinds of wine. We have our everyday wine, and then we have the special bottles. For celebrating wins, I open one of those special bottles.
A massage. Yeah. If I've written like a big sales letter, I'll book a massage.
If I got a check or an email or, an attaboy from anybody, I would make a copy of that and I would stick it in a binder. And I had it in my proof book to where whenever I felt down, I could pull that book out and I could immediately I could flip through the pages and see where people have liked my stuff, to see the results I've gotten, to see, pay stubs where people have paid me. And I would just flip through that book and, in 30, 45 seconds, I'm like, oh, I guess I can do this because people have paid me and they've told me they like the stuff, and it gets me back in the right frame of mind. So one way to capture a win, not just celebrate it, but even capture the win is, print out an email that says you got the job, or print out an email that says this got great results, or anything like that, and put it in a binder. That when you have those dark days, which you will, you can pull it out and just flip through it and remind yourself how awesome you are.
Way to beat the big beast of the unknown. I hope that gave you some insight into your own mindset and got you thinking about making some SMART goals for tomorrow, next week, and next month. Something attainable with a time limit starting now. That's going to be your best bet for actually getting paid to write. Believe me, I see it again and again. The writers who succeed at this are the ones who make a goal and a plan and stick with it in small, doable steps. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, how will I start if I don't have any samples of my writing? What if I don't have any experience as a writer? Perfect. There's your first step. And in this very next session, we're going to show you how to create some great writing samples that you can use to launch your paid writing career without needing any experience. Next up, Pam is back to show you how it's done, along with a very special guest, Nick Usborne. Nick has been in the web writing space since the dawn of the web. He's been at the forefront of everything from email marketing and blogs to SEO to chatbots. With a career spanning 40 years in the marketing industry, most of it online, he has worked with dozens of major companies, written 4 books, and today is a sought-after speaker and instructor. In just a second, he and Pam will show you exactly what to do to market yourself like a pro from the very start, even if you don't feel like one yet. Pam, Nick, you're up.
Hi there, I'm Pam Foster. I'm here with Nick Usborne, and we're very excited to talk to you about how to market yourself and create writing samples. That's a piece of marketing yourself. But even if you've never had a client and don't have any samples yet, do not worry. The message of the day is, Nick.
Don't freak out.
Don't freak out.
And I would say on this that, hey, it's always, I think this is the scariest thing for everybody, right? It's like, how do I get the first job? How do I do the first job? How do I get some samples to show and stuff like that? So that's why we say don't freak out, because here's the thing. Every single person who has ever become a freelance copywriter, myself included, started out exactly where you are right now, with nothing. We all started off with nothing. So don't freak out, because this is a road that everyone follows. Everyone walks down this path, and you will get there. And it's the first bit is, hey, it's a little bit scary, and people say no, and you make the odd error and mistake along the way, but that's okay. It's the same path all of us follow.
And what's great is we've got a solution for you right now. So, Nick, I think you were talking about this the other day, which I love. It's actually you as a writer, not you, Nick, but you, the viewer, you kind of already have experience. You already know how to write certain things. And just for example, if you've written emails to family, friends, colleagues, anyone, you're one step away from samples. And then Nick?
And it's actually, before I go on to social media, this is weird, and it's really cool, because I started off many moons ago before the internet. And so I was writing print scripts for radio, TV commercials, stuff like that, offline traditional media. And back then, there was no way you had any experience writing a TV commercial until you actually did it. Because, you know, in our day-to-day lives, we were not writing TV commercials or writing print ads. But in our day-to-day lives, now we're online, in our day-to-day lives, we are writing emails. We're writing emails to friends and family. And we're on social media. I'm guessing that 99% of the people listening to this, watching this, are on social media. And maybe you got a page on Facebook, maybe you don't, but you comment on other people's posts. Maybe you're on Twitter, maybe you're on Pinterest. You actually have experience in your daily life. It says articles on the right. You know, if you've written articles or blog posts, and you may think, oh, well, I've never done that. Okay, but have you ever written a flyer for a school fundraiser? Have you ever written anything to help out with your local church or community group or anything like that? And a lot of us have. So a lot of us actually do have writing experience. So we get into this space of saying, hey, I want to be a professional writer, but oh my goodness, it's so scary because I got no experience, I got no clients, I got no samples, I got nothing. Well, not so fast. You actually do. You understand how email works. You understand what feels natural on language in emails. Hey, you've probably had emails from companies that just feel like, I don't know, spammy or yucky. And so you know that as well. You know how not to write an email. You know how it feels good. Hey, you can get emails from friends and family, but you get emails from companies as well, right? And some of them feel like they are, I don't know, your friend, your neighbor. It kind of feels right. Some of them don't. So you know that. You know that. The same with social media. You know how to sound kind of conversational, how to join the conversation, how to be part of the group. You know what kind of language people use that either makes them feel warm and friendly or makes them feel distant or even aggressive on social media. So you have this huge body of knowledge, and it's really weird because in the offline world, when I started out, we didn't have this. But online, we all have experience writing for the web before we even decide to do it professionally.
And I know a lot of people come from a place where they have written and they really want to write, and it might be journaling. It might be that you've written poetry, song lyrics, anything that you have put thought to paper. It's totally preparing you to do this. So do not fear. All right, so we have two big strategies for you here. And the first one we love to talk about because it will not only get you a sample, but it will get you in the practice of writing as a professional for others. So do free work is the first strategy. I'm going to have Nick drive this strategy, and then I'll drive the next one.
Oh, all right. So do free work. Actually, there's a couple of things I want to say about this. First, this is how I started out. When I started out freelancing, I didn't have work to share. So I went to, actually, the one I remember most is I went to a friend of mine who was an entrepreneur. He was a small business person. And I went up to him and said, look, here's what I told him. I was totally transparent. I'm always transparent about everything. So I said, look, I'm starting out. I need a sample. Let me do I did a piece of direct mail for him. I wrote him a sales letter that went in the mail. And I said, look, I'll do it for you. I'm not going to charge you a thing, but if it works, I want you to sing my praises, like write me a testimonial. I'd like to write up like a little case study describing the success we've had, and you're going to kind of put your name to it. So is that a deal? So he said, sure. And I did it. And it's really weird. It's actually that free job. If I actually look at the numbers, it's probably one of the most successful promotions I ever wrote in my professional life. And it was the very first one I did. So that was just me approaching a friend. But you could go to, you could go to a local store. It could be a fitness place. It could be a spa. It could be your favorite bookstore down the road. A place where people perhaps already know you and recognize you. Walk in, do the same thing. Say, hey, hi, my name's Nick. I'm starting out as a freelance copywriter. I don't have any samples. I'd love some. Can I write X for you? Can I write an email for you? Can I write some social media for you? Can I write a flyer for you? It doesn't matter what. And say, look, I'm not going to charge you, but I want that if it works, if you like the work, I'd love for you to just like write me up a little testimonial. So now you're going to do this, and you have a sample and you have a testimonial for that person. You haven't been paid. And incidentally, this free work thing, this is a strategy for when you are getting those first 3 samples. After you have them, you will never, ever, ever, ever again do work for free. This is the one time where you say yes to free work, and like, hey, like charity, maybe you have a favorite charity nonprofit you can work for. Incidentally, charity nonprofit does not mean they don't have money to pay you down the road. They do. I actually specialized in nonprofit work for years, and they have excellent budgets because fundraising depends on good writing. There's one other thing before we go on to the next slide. I just wanted to jump in with something else, Pam, which is that there are a couple of other places you can go, which is like almost free, but not free work. And that is, you can go to a site like freelancer.com. So that's freelancer.com. Upwork, one word, upwork.com. These are platforms that kind of match freelancers with clients. And it's for designers, it's programmers, but also writers and copywriters. So you can get work. Now, typically, there's millions of people on these platforms. There's downward pressure on pricing. It's really hard to make a big living. It's very, very hard to actually achieve anything like a 6-figure copywriting income on those platforms. But they're a great place just to pick up those first 3 jobs. It won't be free. You'll be paid something for it. And again, like I say, it's not a strategy I recommend in the long term. But to get those first 3 or 4 samples, sure, go to a platform like that. Pick up 3 gigs, 3 pieces of work that you want. Do the work. And again, if the client says, hey, that's cool, that's great, thank you very much, ask for a testimonial saying, if you liked it, could you write me a quick testimonial?
All right, so I wanted to show you an example. One of our members, when he was fairly new, he started writing for his wife's sewing business. So that was his first client. Obviously he didn't get paid for that, but it was cool because he got to test the waters and, you know, do his best effort as a newbie, writing for something he knows about and enjoys and is supporting. So that was a cool example there. And then I just wanted to mention something that I did when I first started freelancing. I reached out to my own accountant and I said, you know, I noticed you have a newsletter. Do you have someone writing it? And they said, no, we never really get it out there very often because none of us really are writers. I said, well, I'll write it for you. And we worked out a deal where I was writing for him in trade for his tax services.
Oh,
and 25 years later, I still work for them and I do their newsletter every quarter. There it is, ta-da! And I've been working on this for 25 years. We just published our 100th issue. So
and they're still doing your taxes for you, is there?
And they are, yes. Yep. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So we just want to remind you of, you know, you might go free. I don't want to do free, but there are benefits to it. So you'll learn how to write for a client or what it's like to write for a client or project like that. Steve, who wrote his wife's sewing website, he discovered what it's like to think about the messaging and everything. And then it's your first professional client sample. And then you will get testimonials. They may even refer you to other people they know who could use your services. And then also it could possibly lead to paid work with that client that you started with. Yeah. And the biggest thing of all, which Nick and I will hammer on a few times, is it gets the ball rolling. It starts your momentum.
Right. And just getting back to that, what it's like to write for a client, it's probably not quite the same if you're doing it for your wife, but if you're doing it for a small business or you're doing it through a platform like Freelancer, you actually get to experience what it's like to build a relationship with the client, a professional relationship. They will give you a brief. You will set you'll set a deadline. So you'll all of a sudden you'll learn the kind of structure of how this relationship works when you become a professional writer. It's how you approach a client, how you not if you're not, it doesn't count if you're doing it for free, but for every other job you do, you've got to figure out a price. You've got to submit a proposal. You've got to submit an estimate. And so all of these things, you're learning. You're not just learning about the writing, you're learning about how to operate as a freelancer, charging fees for your professional services.
Yep. Now, here's the second strategy, which I think several writers recommend, and I've seen this work beautifully every time, but be your own client first. So as you're looking for that first client to write for, whether it's for free or for a small pay, just to get started, being your own client is the secret behind creating samples where you're promoting your services. And I know you're just starting out, but still, putting out your shingle and saying you're a writer is very empowering and powerful. And you can do things very simply to create samples, such as your LinkedIn profile. How you present yourself on LinkedIn, and put a small summary just saying, you know, if you're looking for a writer who understands your market, let's say you're an accountant and you're switching to writing, you know, you're going to reach out to accounting firms and accounting software companies. You're the perfect person because you know their world. So put that in your LinkedIn profile, and the way that you express yourself in LinkedIn, on your website. Maybe you can write some blogs or articles for your website or LinkedIn. Any past work you can dig up. I have a great little example. I was talking with someone who wanted to work in the Christian market industry, Christian products and services. And she said, well, I don't have any experience though. And I said, well, tell me about why you want to do this. Well, you know, I've been involved in my church and I've been writing their newsletter for years. Hold on. You've been writing for their newsletter? Then you have experience. She's like, I never even thought of that. So you may have something in your past work, even if you've been writing business letters for someone at work or anything. And the other one is, boy.
Okay, go ahead.
So actually, I just something you just said made me think of something a few slides back of like, where do you look for work? And this doesn't apply to everyone, but you can also think of, hang on, what companies did I work for in the past? Or what companies did I, you know, when I was working for company X, one of our we had these 3 suppliers. So you actually very often, you know, unless you have no work background, you often actually have these connections, even if they're older connections, with companies from the past. And you can reach back to them and say, hey, remember me? You know, my name's Jack, and I'm switching gears now. I'm going to do this. Love to. So you got into a prior relationship you can tap into sometimes.
Yes, definitely.
The other thing I wanted to interrupt you on was,
that's okay.
I wanted to put more emphasis on that LinkedIn profile.
Yeah.
So underneath we've got LinkedIn profile, then we've got website. LinkedIn profile, you can create a pretty nice profile. You can do it over the weekend, then you're done. Not you're done, but you have something you can send prospective clients to. Say, hey, check me out on LinkedIn. It's also a place where you can publish. You can publish articles and posts. You can interact. You can join groups. It's a very, very powerful professional platform for professionals. The next one goes to website. And yeah, at some point you should almost certainly have a website, but that's a much bigger step. Yeah. So don't let, oh my goodness, I don't have a website, I can't do this. That is an excuse. It's not a reason, because you can create a LinkedIn profile. And I know this came up in a conversation before and I thought it through. I know 3 6-figure professional copywriters who have LinkedIn profiles. They started with LinkedIn profiles and they never actually got around ever to building a website for themselves, because they built their business around LinkedIn. Now, it's not something I would recommend. I think you should own your own domain, your own website eventually. But LinkedIn, if you ever use anything else as an excuse of, oh, I can't get started because I don't have an online presence, go to LinkedIn. You can be done by Sunday evening and ready to launch on Monday morning.
Well, and the beautiful thing about LinkedIn, 2 things. One, it's free. I mean, you can upgrade to a premium account, but you do not need to at all. I never have. I think I've been a LinkedIn member for, 12 years, and I've never upgraded. I never needed to. The second thing is, that's where business professionals are looking for writers. There are job boards on LinkedIn, but also if you say, I'm an accountant, a CPA, I'm now writing for the accounting market, you could put that in your information, and then when they're searching for a writer with that background, boom, you'll show up. So LinkedIn is a really great place to start. And there's more information on that in other summit sessions here. But we did want to touch on that as a place to create a sample of your writing.
Yeah.
All right. So Rachel Kraft here this is just a LinkedIn example, and I'm not showing her whole summary or her whole profile, but she has staked her claim as a lead magnet consultant, focusing on helping businesses attract a flood of new, well-qualified prospects. Now, she didn't put writer in there, but it's obviously that she is in her pictures, a writer and part of the writer community. And so it's just very friendly and approachable, and it says what she does. So you can do this too with whatever approach you would like to take for a market that you're interested in. The other example.
Go back a sec.
Go back. Okay.
Go back if you can. Look at what Rachel's done. First of all, she hasn't said, I'm a writer, I'm a consultant. Consultants charge more than writers do. There's a perception of value she's creating. Look what she did in the background there with those photographs. She's laughing in the one on the left. She's a personable, friendly person. She appears to be on a stage with someone on the next image, which says, I'm a professional, I'm invited to speak on stage. The next photograph, she's on the front of a magazine, barefoot writer. The next one, again, she's on stage. And then her photograph, see how she's smiling, open face smiling. She's saying, I'm approachable, I'm likable, and I'm professional. So you glance at it and think, oh yeah, look, it's a hope. But in fact, there's a lot of thinking gone into it. And you, even before you read anything, you've formed an impression about Rachel, and it's a positive impression in very important ways. So think the way Rachel thinks.
Yep, pro all the way. The other thing is, when you get around to your website, Steve, who wrote his wife's sewing website, this is Steve and his own website. He has vast experience as a manufacturing industrial plant manager and part of a company that he still has a day job actually and does all this on the side. But he said, you know, I can help you speak persuasively to your ideal industrial customer because I've been one. So he knows the market and he conveys that in his copy, which is great. It's very friendly, approachable, conversational, professional.
Yeah.
So just wanted to show you that.
Yeah.
Now, the benefits of being your own client is that you control how you present yourself. You get to showcase your talent. It's getting you set up to market yourself in many ways that you'll discover in this summit. You'll stand out among other writers by being yourself and authentic and talking to the audience you'd like to write for. It's a launch pad for your career. And again, it gets that momentum going.
So let me, I just, I've been doing this for many years, and I've talked to a lot of people just starting out, and there is, and you may recognize this in yourself as I say this, that there is a fear of putting yourself out there. There is a fear of people saying no. There is a fear of rejection. There's a fear of making mistakes, and you are absolutely right. Prospective clients will say no. They still say no to me. You know, I'll approach someone with, hey, here's a project idea. And often it's just not the right time. It's not that they hate me personally or wouldn't like to work with me ever. It's just, no, actually the time's not right. And so, you know, all of us get rejections when we reach out for work, even free work. People will say, no. Because again, maybe they're really, really busy. Maybe I had a no the other day, and I reached out and said, well, a few days later, I said, hey, it doesn't matter of interest. Why did you say no? And they said, it's just that we are overwhelmed right now. We've got so many projects on the go, so many balls in the air. We cannot take on anything else at the moment. And I get that. And so when people say no, it's hardly ever because they think you are, you know, it's not because they don't like you or they never want to work with you. It's just that very often it's just that it's not the right time. So momentum is something you're going to have to find something inside that helps you push forward. You've got to be, I mean, if I have a superpower, it's that I am ridiculously persistent. And that is, and so I'm a 40-year freelancer. And what keeps me going is I'm just insanely persistent. I'm just dogged. I just go and I go and I go. And I take the hits and I take the hits and I take the hits and I keep on pushing through. And like Pam says, it's about momentum even when things aren't going your way. Now, if you keep that momentum going, things will go your way because most people give up, right? Most people, again, my other superpower is that 99% of my competitors in any place give up before I do. And when I break out at the front, now I'm the winner. And now I get the good stuff. I get the good clients. I get the good fees because I'm persistent, because I maintain that momentum, and because I know that I got to take a few knocks. So that's what I would encourage you is to never, like, you will take a knock or two. Don't ever think, oh my goodness, that this isn't for me. I can't do this. I can't make this work. You can. You just got to push forward a little bit. So if I were your cheerleader, I'd be like a few steps ahead of you, saying, come on,
Yep.
just get through that bit, and you will get there. You will get there. And it's when you do, it's an insanely wonderful way to make a living.
It sure is. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been doing it for a long time too. So our next step for you is to pick one or two of the strategies we've covered here. Think about a business that you know locally, for example, or look at your LinkedIn profile differently after you're done with the whole summit here. And then take that worksheet you've been working on all along and fill it in with the ideas that you want to tackle to create your samples. I really encourage you to give it a shot, and we're excited for you.
Yeah.
Nick, any final thoughts?
Well, just like I say, when you get through this stage, when you get through and you have your first 2 or 3 paying clients after this kind of free stage, it is, I mean, it really, hey, I've raised a family. I've never done anything else professionally in my life. Writing has served me very well. And it is a wonderfully rewarding and flexible and durable. It doesn't, as I go back over the decades, doesn't matter what the economy is doing, doesn't matter what's happening in the world. I've never, ever not been able to support my family as a writer, regardless of everything else. It is a wonderful way to make an income.
Great. Well, on that note, we're going to let you proceed to the next session. And thank you so much for being here. Best wishes, good luck, and go write about yourself and have fun.
Okay. Bye. Thanks, Pam. Bye.
What's your favorite way to market yourself?
My favorite way is networking.
Okay.
That's why I've been at almost every boot camp since I became a member. So getting out at events and meeting people and networking, which you can even do locally at your local business improvement events and stuff. But that's my favorite way. And you can branch out because it helps you grow confidence, brings in money. And if you want to branch out and go online, et cetera, you can do that.
At this point, I use LinkedIn a lot, and I, word of mouth. And then I have no qualms with going back to old clients and saying, hey, we liked working with each other. What's going on? You never know what'll pop up that way. So those tend to be my main avenues for it. And I use my sort of acting experience as kind of like a way to position myself a little different when I'm dealing with new clients, just to say like, oh, hey, I'm good at like getting in other people's voices, and I understand, I'm empathetic and kind of understand what people are looking for and getting into other people's heads. So that's sometimes kind of an interesting just way of looking at it for clients, prospects.
Favorite way would be doing videos because I'm so animated. But my most effective way of marketing is actually networking. I get the majority of my clients through networking and subsequently through referrals. Mm-hmm. Social media, I have not cracked that code on getting that huge audience or anything like that. But I find that just the sheer volume of videos that I have on my topic, and what I have shifted to in the last 2 years is ghostwriting books for business people, ghostwriting editing, and writing coaching. So when people do come across me and they see just like, I've got like a year's worth of videos on, book writing topics, mm-hmm. It kind of helps validate anything they may have already heard about me. I haven't gotten a direct client from any of those, but it always helps that I have it there. So I haven't crossed that threshold where, I'm getting a ton of leads directly through all of my social media marketing, but it does help. So it's kind of like a necessary evil. You kind of got to do it. Yeah.
Definitely LinkedIn, messaging, reaching out, meeting those prospects. I get most of my customers through LinkedIn, and the other way I get them is through referrals. But that has been the most successful for me. People contact me, they want to connect, and I will find a way to engage with them. It could be something I've created, or it could be something that I've found online that I'll share with them. But the secret is permission marketing. For example, I often get links or PDFs sent to me directly by authors saying, Marianne, would you read this book for me? And I want to pull my hair out because I don't want to be unkind, but I don't have time to read somebody's book.
Right.
I don't have time to write a review for it. And I know that's what they're hoping for, right? So the way to do it is to say, hey, Marianne, I've got this book that I just finished writing. I would love it if you would take a bit to read it. Would you be interested? Ask permission first. I have accepted requests like that. And then I might email and I might say, yes, I might be able to look at it in a week or so, or a couple of weeks, or even next month, and then they can send me the link and just leave it in my hand. So I've given them permission, and that's what works with customers, so really get permission. The other secret is when you do ask permission, just say, if not, no worries. So you take friendly, you're easy to work with. That works a lot better.
I actually ended up working with a lot of health coaches, and I would see like a lot of things that we were helping them to do, like create funnels and that sort of thing. So what I decided to do was create my own funnel. And so I've been, I did a lead magnet, and I've been doing some Facebook ads that go to my lead magnet. And I have a very specific target audience that I'm working with. And so I built my email list, and I've been nurturing that email list. And now I actually get a lot of client work through that email list.
referrals?
A lot of it is word of mouth at this point for me. And it's amazing to me to this day that people still call. I've been doing this now for, full time for 12 years. 2008 is when I really kind of took off, and after the job boot camp in 2008, I guess. 2008, 2009, I can't remember which one it was, somewhere in there, right during the recession. So whichever one that was. And, I've made enough contacts because I've been out there and things like that, that people continue to call. I've got clients that have moved from one company to another, and then they call and have me do stuff. And but if I had to pick a way to market, I think you just pick your own medicine. You create a website for yourself. You follow what you would do for a client, and then you can try, LinkedIn, or you can do, depending on your market. Again, it's like market research. Is my market more likely to be on Facebook, or are they more likely to be on LinkedIn? Or maybe they're somewhere totally different. Maybe they're trade journals and I need to be writing guest pieces for that trade journal. So I really think it really depends on where a person wants to be. For me now, it is mostly word of mouth, which I love. And also because I'm running an agency, that keeps me pretty busy. And that's a nice retainer. Then I also have a coaching business on the side where I coach people as a life coach, because that's one of my passions. And, the other stuff allows me to do that and not have to worry about having to enroll a client or anything like that. So yeah, to answer the question, right now it's word of mouth. But if I had to fire anything up, I would follow my own advice. The same thing I would give to a client. I would build my own little funnel, make them get their contact info, maybe with a lead magnet or free report of some kind, and do the process just like we teach.
Easy enough, right? Make a SMART goal, pick 1 or 2 strategies, and get started today or tomorrow. But don't wait any longer than that, okay? Another thing we've noticed about our most successful members, some of which you've been hearing from throughout the day, is that they get into a daily habit of doing at least one thing for their writing every single day. Even if all you have is 20 minutes, and even if you have to turn off social media to do it, it's so important to spend a little bit of time every single day taking baby steps towards your goal. It makes achieving it so much easier. Next up, you're going to get a plan for doing just that from one of my favorite successes, Mindy McCourse. Mindy is a lot like our members, and maybe like you, in that she felt stuck in her office job. She was commuting 2 hours a day, dealing with a micromanaging boss, and knew there had to be more to life. So she made up her mind to be a copywriter, and that was it. She gave 2 weeks notice, went home, and hung up her shingle as a freelancer. In only her 3rd year, she hit the 6-figure mark as a writer working from home part-time. Today, she's the editor of our Barefoot Writer magazine and heads up our Barefoot Writer Club, where writers of all levels come together to get their start. And now here we are 10 years later, and she's still going strong as ever. Here she is with her 7 daily practices to keep you moving forward, even if you're starting in your spare time. Over to you, Mindy.
Today we are going to talk about the 7 daily practices to maximize your productivity. And this has a lot to do with enjoying the writer's life. It really is every bit as amazing as you've been hearing. You get to do something you enjoy. You get to wear what you want. You get to work on the projects you want when you please. You can have all of that, and quickly even, but you've got to figure out how to be productive and get it done. So no matter what kind of situation you're coming from, you want to master a few productivity tips. So let's get started. First of all, it's interesting. The pandemic has unveiled a lot of amazing trends in productivity for people working from home. Like 77% of remote employees say they're more productive working from home. 90% would actually recommend working remotely to a friend. 30% save upwards of $5,000 a year, probably because they're not spending that on gas or buying lunch at restaurants out in town. Plus, people who work remotely earn an extra $4,000 more per year on average, and you add that to the $5,000 you're saving, that's pretty good, right? So how can you join that group? Because what we need to do is dig deeper to show you how to overcome some of the hidden obstacles that do come with working from home or outside of a traditional workplace, including mental obstacles. And now here's the incredible thing about being a writer that I want to make clear. You have some serious options, and it's a good thing, because as a freelance paid writer, anything is possible. It's doable, dreamable, achievable. But without the framework to organize those options, i.e. productivity, it's really easy to get overwhelmed. So you've got to put these strategies in place if you want to get anything done. Because if you think about it, the real goal here is not just to be a writer, right? It's to also have the freedom to live and enjoy your life in whatever way you please. So let's talk specifically about productivity. What it isn't is boring, like some people have written to me and thought. Productivity, it's your safety net. It's a guaranteed path to success. And it's also easier to master than you think. So the 7 strategies I'm about to share with you are here to help you maximize productivity overall. They're all proven by science. I want you to try a couple on for a lot of writers do. Then you'll never make it past the starting line. So you need to be open to bombing. You need to be open to having fun. Otherwise, you'll be paralyzed by inadequacy. And some ways to do that, to get you really good and fast at something without worrying about how good it is, it's to elevate your skill beyond just a hobby or an indulgence. And that's only possible when you have a measured plan for improvement. So you need to practice your craft daily, and you need to write every day. But don't expect to write masterpieces, right? Be open to mistakes. Be open to writing terrible first drafts and maybe terrible second and third drafts. So your first goal in building your productivity muscle is to create some kind of system you can stick to with regularity, like committing to writing 500 words a day or committing to writing for 30 minutes a day. If you do just one of these things every day, not only will it make you a better writer, it will make you a faster writer and a nimbler writer. And that will make it easier for you to write in whatever pockets of time you may have during the day, whether it's on your lunch break or between diaper changes or in the early morning hours before the rest of your obligations kick in. So also consider, you might be thinking too hard about this, right? This is another way to look at it. This is not the time to worry about being the best. It's the time to think about learning, practicing, and putting in the work so that you lay that foundation so you can have a solid, long-term, enjoyable freelance writing career. Number 2, this is our second strategy. Eureka doesn't live here. So Julia Cameron, this wonderful author, writes about accountability in the artist's way. And she does that because she's talking about writers and artists who get mixed up between the idea of work and inspiration. And her take, and this is true in everything I've experienced and seen from other writers, is that excelling as a professional writer, it's very much about just sitting down to do the job. You're not waiting for a eureka moment. You're not waiting to do the work because you need that aha moment to get you started, to kick things off. So don't wait for those aha moments. Start with just the teeniest of steps. Build up a reinforceable go-to habit like the daily writing system that we just talked about. Because good writing doesn't come from drinking, or reading something inspirational or watching Netflix until you feel an idea start to surface. There's really no magic to it. The secret lies in the work, steadily putting words on the page every day. And forget the labels, right? It's kind of self-indulgent, actually, to call yourself a procrastinator or a perfectionist. That's really just a gate that you're closing to your productivity. You should think of it this way. You are none of those things. You are human, right? That's the only explanation you need. And sometimes things are hard, but you just need to roll up your sleeves and do the work. So don't waste your time waiting for an epiphany. It's really too easy to make excuses, especially when that epiphany never comes. Instead, roll up your sleeves, get writing. Otherwise, waiting will be that huge time waster. So if you want to be productive, just put in the work and you will get better. You will get faster. Okay, number 3, let's talk about structured bossing. So as nice as it is to distance yourself from the world of bosses and being told what to do and how to do it, and instead entering the writing world where you get to make your own decisions, there's one thing too many writers go without, which is a major hindrance, and it leads to a lack of productivity, and that's feedback, right? So that's a problem because feedback on your performance is so important, right? It can make or break a writing career. So I want to share ways that you can solicit and create healthy feedback for your writing work in a way that not only builds you a safety net should you ever hit a roadblock, but it also acts kind of like a trampoline that launches you higher, faster in your writing career than you may have imagined possible. In other words, making you more productive. So feedback for writers, it comes in a variety of different ways, right? It could be in the form of a client, especially if it's somebody that you end up writing for over a long period of time. It could also come from other writers who relate to your ambition and want to see you succeed just as much as they want it for themselves. Or it could definitely come in the form of home support from your family and friends who aren't necessarily connected to the writing world but support your determination to follow your dreams. So in any of these groups, you want to be on the lookout for a few key things, right? You want supporters who really applaud your wins and encourage your goals, but who also don't tell you to back down or ease up or give up. And they're willing to tell you to work harder because they know you can do it, right? The key thing that if anybody is ever negative in their feedback, you need to move on. There's a difference between negativity and constructive criticism. So in the case of friends and family, for instance, you have to pick and choose your supporters. You can kind of get a good feel for who will have your back if you tell them your income goals and your writing goals. That's a really quick way to separate the non-believers from the cheering fans. And then there's one other place you can secure unwavering support for your writing hopes, and that comes from within. So if you don't believe in yourself, then others are going to have a hard time cheering you on, right? And we all have dips in our self-confidence, but writing out your why, in other words, your reason for becoming a writer and becoming a freelancer and reading it over every day, that's your intrinsic reason for pursuing paid writing, and maybe practicing positive self-affirmations. Those are tried and true ways to really keep your own faith meter pointing upwards. So go find one person, just one to start with, just to help you lay out your starting steps, and check in with them every day. Because the way this intersects with productivity is they will keep you focused. And when you have one person to be accountable to, it's, by and large, it just energizes you to get the work done, because you don't want to show up and say, yeah, I did nothing again today, right? Also, having somebody to whom you can be accountable helps you get motivated to make lists and set goals, and it also helps you avoid shiny object syndrome and something we call kitchen sink syndrome. So let me talk about that for a minute. Kitchen sink syndrome is a major productivity killer. So think of it as shiny object syndrome's more annoying cousin, right? With shiny object syndrome, you're all to the next new and exciting thing before you finished learning the last thing. And with kitchen sink syndrome, it's closely related, but the main difference is that when you move on to that next new and exciting thing, you also keep trying to do the last thing. And there goes your productivity right out the window. So find someone to lean on who can steer you straight, keep you accountable, keep you focused. Okay, number 4. I love this one. You are an elite athlete as a writer. So this is one of my favorites because it teaches you the importance of taking care of your elite athlete muscle. Because as a writer, you're using a major muscle, your brain, right? Much like elite athletes rely on major muscle strength and endurance for their performance. So I know the brain isn't a true muscle, but if you think about it, the gray and white matter that you have up top can be trained in the same way that you would train your body's muscles. And the more you train your brain, the more productive you'll be. So this really means taking good care of your body. It means doing things to help you achieve peak performance, things like exercising, sleeping well, eating healthy food, laughing, getting outside and forest bathing, which is to say experiencing nature, right? Touching it, smelling it, tasting it in some cases. Practicing meditation and hypnosis. Those are things that help improve your brain focus and clarity. And for practical, immediate brain training, I recommend something called binaural beats, which you can listen to when you sit down to write. There are all kinds of free tracks on YouTube, and to delve into that just a little bit further, binaural beats, if you've never heard of them, they're basically like an auditory illusion that happens when you listen to 2 tones of a slightly different frequency. So you get one playing in each ear, and the difference in frequencies creates the illusion of a third sound, which is like a rhythmic beat. And then what happens, it's crazy, your brain's neurons begin to send electrical messages at the same rate as the imaginary beat. and it basically helps you focus. So I actually use this every day. Just go to YouTube and type in binaural beats. You'll find a bunch of great tracks. It also makes for great white noise if you get easily distracted or if you work in a noisy household. Okay, number 5, concierge timers. So let's talk about how you can effectively use timers as productivity helpers, because timers and time strategies, they're everything. They can really make or break your day. And to be perfectly corny, there really is a time for everything, right? You can basically add minutes to your day if you implement some of these strategies. So think of timers as productivity gatekeepers. So one technique is to find your magic time and set a daily timer that puts you down in your chair. Your magic time is basically that time of day when you work the most effectively. For some people, it's going to be early in the morning. For some people, it will be late at night. Maybe it's right after lunch. It's different for everybody, but the key is to find out when you feel most alive as a writer, when you can really just pound out the words and learn and work happily without feeling like you're having to struggle through it. Once you've pinpointed that time, guard it with everything you have. Don't look at the news. Don't check your email during that time. Tell the people you live with that that is your sacred writing time. Do not interrupt you during that time, and honor that time every day. Put your phone in airplane mode. Don't let yourself be interrupted during your magic time. And set your timer so that you remember it every day and that you use it for whatever amount of time your magic time lasts for. Usually it's about 2 hours. There's also the 33.3 minute technique, which was made popular in the copywriting community by legendary copywriter Gene Schwartz. So the idea is to set your timer for 33.3 minutes, which when Gene first did this was back when you had to punch in the numbers on your timer, and it was just faster to type in 333 instead of 33.0. He was all about saving time, right? And then you do nothing but write for those 33 minutes. Nothing. After the timer beeps, you give yourself 5 minutes to get up and get a snack, stretch, go to the bathroom, whatever. Then you sit back down for another 33.3 minute writing block. Now, a similar technique to that is the Pomodoro technique, which includes a 25-minute writing block with a 5-minute break. It's also called the tomato method because Pomodoro is tomato in Italian. So in this technique, you try to get 4 Pomodoros in, and then you get to take a longer break, like 15 to 30 minutes, and then you go back and try for 4 more. And then that's a great writing day if you're able to fit that in. One final approach to timing is to know about how to unschedule your day. And it comes from the book called The Now Habit by Dr. Neil Fiore. So instead of scheduling work that you feel you have to do, you plan for all the things that you want to do. Fun things like spending time with your family or walking your dog or baking cookies or even painting a picture. You write those down in your calendar first, right? And then after that, you write in the necessary non-fun activities like sleeping, eating, grocery shopping, going to the dentist. From there, you take a look at your schedule and you see how much time is left. That really gives you a realistic assessment of how many actual hours of work are available to you every day. Then you'll want to use those remaining times on your calendar to get your work done. Try to work in 30-minute blocks, and then when those 30 minutes are up, give yourself a reward, something small, a bite of pie, right? And then see how many of those blocks you can get in throughout an entire week, and then that really gives you an accurate assessment of how much time you have to work and how much quality work you put in. So it's pretty validating too. It's a great way to plan out your schedule and make time for, the important things, the whole reason that you're pursuing writing, right? Okay, number 6, assume the power position. This is a fun one. So let me ask you if writing has ever made you feel powerful or powerless. And the reason I ask is because I've experienced both. When you feel powerful and you're pounding out those words, it's great, right? But when you feel powerless, especially at the beginning when you have yet to land your first clients or earn your first check, it's challenging to get through. And then when you're feeling down, it's challenging to sit down and do the writing and be productive. So this is such a great little trick to getting around that. When that powerless stage happens, instead of giving up, I want you to try this technique where you increase your power and you increase your success, and it's really all through the position of your body. So that's because the way that you sit or stand actually affects your hormone levels, and that affects your sense of power, and that affects your ability to write and produce and be productive. So it's wild, but it comes actually from research through Columbia University's Dana Carney and Andy Yap. And it's a fact now that sitting or standing in power positions, what it does is it actually increases your testosterone levels, and this is regardless of gender, and it lowers your cortisol levels, which are your stress hormones, which can prevent you from focusing and writing effectively, right? It's also a fact that powerful people, so in other words, those who make the most money and command the most respect, they have higher than average testosterone levels and lower than average cortisol levels. So it's really, worthwhile to strive for this. Okay, so the two power postures that I want to tell you about, you have pictures of them right here. The woman on the top left is in one of them where you put your feet up on your desk, lean back, and put your hands behind your head so that your elbows expand outward. Your goal is to take up as much space as possible. You want to do it for a minute or two at the beginning of each of your writing sessions. And then the second power posture is to stand up at your desk and lean forward toward your desk, like this woman on the bottom left. You'll touch your fingertips or palms to the desk surface, keep your arms straight. And this is actually called embodiment. It has everything to do with the relationship between physical and psychological states. So it's also loosely referred to as fake it till you make it. And it works. And what happens is assuming these positions for just 1 minute a day can do the trick. You need to do it consistently every day, aim for 6 weeks, and then you'll probably start feeling a difference. But I also suggest while in these power positions that you think about your goals, you think about your reason why, in other words, why you're pursuing a freelancer's life. And while we're talking about power postures, I also want to point out the importance of standing desks, just because standing in general can make you more productive. It makes you more of an active participant in your writing, as opposed to a passive one who's sitting back and hoping for things to happen. And it's better for your health overall. It also keeps you from dozing off at your desk if you tend to fall into that category, which I sometimes do. So if you have a standing desk, or if you're able to move your computer to a kitchen counter or somewhere just to give yourself a break from sitting, I recommend it. Okay, number 7, our final one, the pumpkin pie loop. So I call this the pumpkin pie loop, especially because this time of year as we head toward the U.S. Thanksgiving holiday, where people practice their gratitude and think about what they're thankful for. That is very relevant to your level of productivity as a freelancer. So the final advice here is to remember to be happy for what you have, be happy for what you are aiming for, and to include gratitude as part of your daily writing process. So the best way to do this, according to research, is to write down the things you're grateful for each day and write down why you're grateful for them, right? That's the key, is to not only write down what you're grateful for, but to elaborate on why you're grateful for it. So thanks to this enormous body of research over the past 10 years from the world of psychology, we have a lot of scientific proof that gratitude does have a positive impact on both physical and mental health, and more specifically, practicing regular gratitude, it actually helps you sleep better. It gives you more vitality, more energy. All these things translate to better productivity. Gratitude also makes you more aware of your emotions, and it helps you build enthusiasm for your obligations like your writing work. And this is the part that really grabs me. If you express gratitude in your workplace, and we could be talking about your home office or your computer setup at the kitchen table, anywhere that you're thinking about the intersection of your gratitude and your work, it helps you become more efficient, more responsible, more productive, because it triggers these feelings of connection with your work, and it gives you purpose. So it also makes you more likely to stick your neck out for more assignments. It gives you courage. It gives you the willingness to take those additional steps to make sure that you not only finish your projects, but you do your best. Oh, one other thing. It's worth mentioning that gratitude acts as a natural antidepressant. This is so cool. So it's something we could probably all use during these trying times as we try to ride out this pandemic. So if you practice it daily, the effects of gratitude are almost the same as antidepressant medications. What you end up with is a feeling of long-lasting happiness and contentment, but there's a physiological basis. And I won't get into all the science behind it here, but essentially your mood gets this immediate boost. You feel happy inside, like we've talked about. And when you consciously practice gratitude on a daily basis, you help those neural pathways in your brain get stronger, the happy pathways. This goes back to training your brain as an elite athlete. And then it ultimately creates a more permanent disposition. And think about it. Is it easier to write when you're happy or when you're sad? The answer is happy, right? For most of us, at any rate. So practice gratitude. It takes 2 minutes a day to do this, and it's worth it. So as far as these 7 tips go, I recommend that you start with just one for now. Try it for 21 days. Add in other techniques as you're able. You could, by all means, start with all of them, but you want to make sure that you don't overwhelm yourself. You want to make sure that you are getting through your other goals and the other things that you're doing to transition to the freelance life. And with that, I just want to say thank you for listening. Cheers to meeting your writing goals and to having a busy, productive freelance career. Thank you so much for joining me.
What's your best advice for maximizing your productivity?
The most important thing is to carve out pieces of time. And even if it's an hour, don't discount it. Sit down for an hour, get rid of the distractions, which of course there are many, as we all know. Get rid of the distractions, put a sign on the door, unless the house is burning down, don't bother me. And create that time and try to create it in just chunks of time. And of course, you can almost do the same thing even if you have a full day. So and then when you're done that hour, take a break and then start again if you can.
You take your timer, you set it for the time. The only thing you're allowed to do is write in that time. Once the timer gets off, stops, then you have to get up and do something totally different. And the reason why that's important is because you want to give your brain a break for a minute. And your brain's also still working on the copy, even though you're not in front of it. So it's a good way to give yourself a break and to recharge and then stay motivated to keep working on whatever it is you're working on.
It's really about focusing on one thing at a time and like kind of eliminating the noise. For me, I have to make a list of what I'm going to do. And then I have to say, all right, I'm going to work on this. And I only work on that for however long. And then when I start to feel myself getting really distracted, then I'm like, all right, I'm going to move on to something else. Because I find I can't toggle, I cannot multitask. I do not have that ability. Some people do, not I. So I have to focus on one thing at a time. And I find when I do that, I can get a whole bunch of work done in like a very short amount of time versus when I'm just like bouncing back and forth. It takes me a full day to like do 3 things.
There's a part of me where I can be really organized and really on it. And another part where I'm just like, I don't feel like doing this today. I don't want to do that. And I'm just free flowing. And so I really look at where I know my weaknesses are, where I can improve on. And I try to set up little systems in advance so that I kind of trick myself. So like, for example, when, if I'm working with a client for multi-months, at the beginning, I will set up all of our Zoom meetings. I'll set up all of their invoices and do all that administrative stuff that I really don't care about. And I put it all in a document. They've got it, and it's all set and done so that I don't have to remember it from week to week or month to month. And so like I do little things like that to make sure if I know it's just an area of weakness, like administrative stuff is like, you know, then it's like, you know, just get on it, just do it in advance and just psych myself out and just you know, just make sure you compensate for your areas of weaknesses and shine in the areas of your strength.
Create a daily schedule and segment that day into the hours that you're going to work on whatever. And over time, I've learned that the best way to do that is, of course, to work on your projects that bring in the money, because that's what you're here for, is to earn that income. Then the second, that's just as important, is your own self-marketing, which is something I struggle with. It's a very common problem for new writers to struggle with their own marketing. And then the third one really is the training. Like, you have to have those training skills in place, no doubt about it. But once you have that basic accelerated program under your belt, set it up in such a way in your schedule that you're going to review training, not every day, but maybe only a couple of times a week. Yes, regularly, but you do it with priorities. And also when you're doing a project, like for example, you might be interrupted, or at the end of the day even, you want to be able to pick up quickly the next day. So you write something down on whatever it is that you're writing to sort of speed up momentum when you get back to it. You might write down a sentence that you're going to do, or a research idea, or a link that you're going to connect with that's relevant. So that gets you into the mood really fast. And that helps you get back to that mindset that you're working.
That would be to chunk blocks of time for particular projects with no distractions.
One thing that I've started doing is blocking out my time on my calendar. So I have kind of because when you're like a freelancer, you're doing a lot of different things. You get so caught up in like the business side of it that it takes away from your writing time. So it's really good to chunk up your schedule so that you've got either certain days or certain parts of the day that are just going to be for writing. And you don't allow any admin in there, nothing like that. And then you have your days or your times of day that are going to be just for any of your admin type of stuff. Because I think, for me, I know a lot of times I would have, if I was working on a writing project, but I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I've got to do, all this other stuff. And it was almost like taking up too much time in my head, too much space. But if I knew that I had set aside a certain time where I was going to be focused on that, then that freed me up to just be focusing on my writing when I was doing my writing.
For me, and a lot of the copywriters I know, it seems like writing early in the morning is kind of the best time to just really crank it out.
Yep.
For me, my day typically looks like anything creative, whether I might be, especially if I'm writing from scratch and I'm doing the writing, which I don't do as much anymore because I'm running an agency. I'm editing a lot of copy, helping with that kind of stuff. But when I do have to do that, I try to do that first thing in the morning. I'd usually take a hard break at noon to go work out and do something very physical. So for me, that's going to the gym. I'll spend an hour in the gym, then do lunch, kind of shower, and then I book all my calls. Whether it's a recording meeting like this where we're talking, I tend to do those in the afternoon because they don't require as much like creative energy, and there's usually another person involved, so that you get the energy from the feed, just being two people that you don't have with a blank screen staring at you. So I've found for productivity states, segmenting my day, creative task in the morning, taking care of yourself, like physically, because we do sit at our desk a lot. We're staring at screens. I think it's really good to go for a long walk. I have a 5-mile loop that I do here 2 or 3 days a week when I'm not in the gym. And then come back and do more of your research, your appointments, your meetings, all that kind of stuff in the afternoon into the evening. That's what works for me. And now if you're a night owl, you may find that you need to flip that. You may need the energy of the meetings in the morning, and you kind of get wound up in the evening after your day's done. But you really have to figure that out for yourself. But that's segmenting your day regardless would be my advice.
I love how Mindy's practical approach makes everything easier and doable in your spare time. Remember too that as you get your start as a writer, you have all this experience from your past and your current life to pull from. Whatever it is that you know how to do or know about can become a huge advantage when you turn to writing. You have value right now, even before you've written anything. But I wouldn't want to send you out there as a brand new writer without an idea of what to charge for your services, which is why we brought in someone very special to show you how to price your projects with confidence, no matter what your experience level is. Next up, you're going to hear from one of the top business coaches for writers and creatives, Elise Benin. Elise is the author of 7 books for creative professionals. She's a national speaker and teacher, and she's a LinkedIn wizard. If you ever feel like you get in your own way with writing, Elise is an expert at helping you get past that. So here she is to share her methods for pricing your work with confidence from the very start. Over to you, Elise.
Hello, everyone. This is Elise Benin of marketing-mentor.com, and I'm here to talk about how to price projects confidently. So did you know that 43% of Americans don't know how much money their spouse makes? And 53% of men are more comfortable asking about salaries than women. To me, what this means is most people hate the money conversation, but I don't. I love it. I find it's like a game. And so what I want to do today is show you how to shift the way you think about money so that you can price with confidence. And I think it starts with understanding what you are really selling. And I put the word selling in quotation marks because it's kind of problematic. People don't want to feel like they're selling. They don't want to be salesy. I get that. But I do think it's possible to sell without being salesy. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about how. I think it starts with something really simple, which is reframing the way you think about what you're offering. In other words, what are you offering to the market? What can you offer to the market as opposed to what are you selling, right? Because generosity, I believe, is a marketing tool. And I'm not talking about giving your services away, of course not. But if you use generosity to share your thoughts, your ideas, your examples, just think about what you have to offer as something you can give as opposed to what you're selling, that might be the first step toward pricing confidently. And I propose to you that no matter where you are in your journey, and no matter what you think you are offering, you're actually offering more than copywriting. Because I don't want you to discount the value of yourself, who you are as a person, and your professional background, especially if you have a career behind you and a history and knowledge. Don't discount that. I see so many people who come to copywriting and feel like they're too old and they're too new and everybody's going to know, but they somehow forget to bring to bear everything from their past, including the confidence that went along with their past, to the thing that's new. And that may be copywriting for you. And so what does that include, this you and your professional background? For example, and I do believe first and foremost, it is your brain. A lot of people have brains, most people have brains, but you'd be surprised how many people don't use their brain, right? And in fact, I had a call today with a client who had hired someone, not a copywriter, but someone to help her. And she said she clearly didn't think through this. Most people are not using their brain. So just know that if you have a brain and you use it well, that is something that has value to the people you are trying to help. Also, your reliability and your trustworthiness has value, and it is something you can offer to your clients and prospects, no matter where you are, again, on your journey, right? If you do what you say you're going to do, if you meet deadlines, if you come in on budget, that has value. And really, the business world desperately needs these days people who do what they say they're going to do. A lot of people don't, they can't. They are not in control of their own life and their own time, and therefore they can't. But if you can, and you've learned how to do that, that has tremendous value. I also think your clear communication skills have a lot of value, especially in a world that is more and more chaotic, in a world in which there are multiple messages via myriad media coming at people constantly. If you can clearly communicate, that speaks volumes, that has value. And not only between you and your clients and prospects, but between them and their customers. That's really what they need, and that could be what you're offering or quote unquote selling. And please, again, don't discount your history, your experience, your knowledge of the world, your knowledge of an industry, especially you have many years in that industry. That has tremendous value. Don't ignore it. And there are a lot of people who are in big hurries or are waiting till the very last minute to do what needs to be done. And they call in a copywriter at the very last minute and they don't give you a lot of time. But if you know how to turn things around quickly, That has tremendous value over and above the quality of your copywriting skills, which obviously will get better and better, the more you do them, the more practice you have. And yes, of course, your copywriting skills have value too. It is what you're offering. But copywriting is not the only thing you're selling or offering. That's my main point. Now, with that understood, we want to ask, what does your prospective client value? Because each one values something different, and they're not all going to value all of those things. And the only way to know what each client or prospect values is to ask. And that is the money conversation. That's the beginning of the money conversation. So how do you start those conversations? That's a big hump. A lot of people have a lot of trouble getting over. Some never get over. In fact, again, this morning I was talking to a client, another client, who basically said to me, how do you start these conversations? I freeze up or blurt out. I love that. So I had to add it to my presentation. I freeze up or I blurt out, two ends of the spectrum. But the reality with practice is somewhere in the middle. So before I talk a little bit about how to start those conversations, I want to step back and talk about the brainwashing that we have all been subject to over the years, and especially as children when it comes to money. And one piece of that brainwashing is the idea that if you are new, you can't charge too much or you can't charge anything. And of course, that makes no sense because, as I said, if your clients and prospects value all these other things that you're bringing to the table from your professional background, from even who you are as a person, then of course, you're going to charge for it, not nothing. Another piece of brainwashing is this idea that if it's fun, you should do it for free. I don't think so, right? If you love writing, does that mean you should do it for free? One of my clients is Bob Bly, and he loves to write. He's written more than 100 books. And if he could, and this is kind of what he does, all day long, he writes and he loves it. And you can bet he's being paid well for it, right? So if it's fun, you can definitely charge for it, and you should. Here's another piece of brainwashing. If it's easy and quick, I shouldn't charge too much. Another client said that to me recently. It only took me half an hour to write that letter for them. But that's not what you're being paid for. It's not about your time. It's about the quality of the work. It's about the way you think things through. It's about your experience. So of course, if it takes you just a little bit of time, even better. That means you can earn more. And finally, the worst one, I think, is the brainwashing that you're not a business person, or that if you were a business person in your previous career, somehow that's disappeared in this brand new career because you're new at it. I don't think so. And in fact, I really advise people not to label themselves, not to put themselves in a box with these limiting beliefs. So therefore, I would suggest not ever saying anything like, I'm not a business person, or I am a business person even. There are business things that need to be done, and there are creative things that need to be done, and all sorts of other things that need to be done. And you just need to do them when they need to be done without labeling yourself. So I want you to shampoo all of that out of your brain. That's when, and only when, you can begin to price confidently. And I want you to take time, and I want you to be patient with yourself because it takes time to get there. And the first step in that process is learning to love the money conversation. And as I said, I love the money conversation. I hope my enthusiasm is conveyed. And one of the ways I do that is by making it a game. But also, in order to price confidently, you need to know what your pricing options are. So you may price hourly, which is not ideal, or you may price by the project, which is definitely better. And those are not the only two ways to price, but you need to know what the pricing options are and be able to discuss them with the client in the money conversation, so that on a case-by-case basis, you come to an agreement about what is the best way to price, and then what is the price going to be, again, with each different client. You also need to know what you must charge in order to make it worth your while. Where are you going to be breaking even? What are your expenses? What is your overhead? How long do things take you? And these are all things that it takes time to learn. So again, I want you to be patient with yourself and start learning and thinking about what it will take to make it worth your while. And then you can go into a conversation knowing, I can't go below this number. That will be your floor, right? You need to know what your floor is. You also need to know what the market rate is for the type of project that you're being asked to write and to quote on. And the first thing I want to say about that is that often the client doesn't know what the market rate is. So they may not care also, but it is important for you to know. And AWAI, of course, has a resource for this, and it is the Copywriting Pricing Guide. So first thing, get that, study that, so you can know what the various rates are or ranges are for the different types of projects, and then be ready to integrate that into the conversations with your clients. And then finally, in order to price confidently, you need to know how to find out what the client will pay. And that is also on a case-by-case basis. So again, how do you start these conversations? One of my clients shared this last week, so I wanted to share it with you as well. It's a little dialogue that he goes through when he starts the money conversation, which is at the end of what he calls the qualifying conversation, which is that first conversation that you should have in real time to see, are you a good fit for them and are they a good fit for you? So when he gets to that point in the conversation, he says, okay, it's time to talk about the elephant in the room. And that is how much this will cost. Do you have a budget? He asks. And then the client, as many clients do, says no, of course. And then he says, well, let's start somewhere. Do you have 50 bucks? And then the client chuckles, always. And they say, yes, I've got $50, but I'm sure you're going to say this will cost more. And then he says, yes, a bit more. And then he references another project he did that was similar and the price for that. That's one strategy. So he says, I did a similar project recently for, and then you fill in the number, $500. Do you have that? And that gets the conversation going. That's the way you get into it. But that's not the only way. And there's no right way. And so that means you have to, again, be patient with yourself and test and experiment many different ways. And yes, you will make mistakes as you do this and you will lose money, but you want to learn from your mistakes really quickly and then move on really quickly. So one piece of advice I often give is don't ask for their budget, even though he did, and sometimes it works. The reason I advise people not to ask for the budget is because usually the client says either no, they won't tell you, or they don't know what it is, or they don't know what it should cost. And most copywriters, most creative professionals for that matter, don't push back on that. They just back off and back away. And that's not a good way to have the money conversation. So my solution is don't ask for the budget. Instead, there are a couple different ways you can approach it. The first one here is ask, are you thinking 50, 500, or 5,000, right? That's a very wide range. You're not saying it could either be 50, 500, or 5,000. You're saying, where on the spectrum are you? And the most magical thing happens actually when you do this to someone who even didn't know that they had their budget or that they knew what it was. They will say, oh no, it's not 5,000 or it's not 50. So it's somewhere in between. And then suddenly, magically, a number will come into their mind and they just may tell you what it is. And that's what you need to get before you go off and start writing a proposal. Another variation on this is, are you thinking in the hundreds or the thousands, right? How many zeros are we talking about here? Sometimes it's easier for people to think about it that way. And the idea here is that you're trying to make it easy for the client to talk about money, because they don't like talking about money either. You're not the only one. Or this one I got from Bob Bly. He says, what he says to his clients is, what number should I stay under? That's just a sneaky way of saying, what's your budget? But usually they know what number they want you to stay under. And finally, I love this one, adding a little humor and a hypothetical, because that creates a little bit of distance. And again, makes it easier for people to talk about. You say, would you fall off your chair if I told you it was $5,000? Right? You can put any number you want in there, but would you fall off your chair if I told you it was X? And that gets the person chuckling again, and that just loosens things up for the money conversation. So instead of avoiding the money conversation, I want you to make it a game with yourself, not with the client. And here's how you do it. I want you to give yourself 10 points for each of these scenarios. If you bring up the topic of money first, you get 10 points. Don't wait for the client to bring it up. If you don't give up when they don't give you a budget right away, if you keep pressing, if you don't back away, you get 10 points. If you get them to acknowledge that they do in fact have a number in mind, even if they didn't know they did, you get 10 points. If you get them to give you a number that you shouldn't exceed, the Bob Bly method. And finally, if you get them to agree to a price range in real time, in that conversation, just a range so that you don't waste time on a proposal and they don't waste time with you, right? Because it may not be a fit. That's 50 points. What could you do with those 50 points? You never know. And plus, it just makes it fun. So finally, a question I get all the time, should you work for free? And the short answer is no, but there are exceptions to every rule. So here are some of the exceptions. Only for what I call starter or practice clients. You should and will definitely have practice clients, starter clients that you're going to make your mistakes on and then move on quickly. So if you feel compelled to work for free for them, that's fine. But just know that when you set a precedent with someone of working for free, it's very hard to get them to pay something later. So you're not going to transition them to paid. And if you feel totally insecure and have no confidence at all, which I hope is not the case, because you're going to remember all these things you bring to the table, no matter what your copywriting skills. But if you feel the need to work for free because it's too much pressure to have them paying you for something you're not quite sure about yet, that's fine. You can do it to build up your confidence, and those will be your samples. Although you don't have to do that to create samples. You can create your own samples. You can do self-initiated projects, and those can be your samples. And only if you treat it like a paid project, meaning that you do all the other steps as you would if someone were paying you. You have a scope of work, you have an agreement, you get them to approve it, you know what the deadline is, you don't take any shortcuts. And where it says what they would normally pay, you put an actual number, you make it clear what you would have charged or what the market rate is. And then you can exit out so that they can still see it and put a 0 instead, but you want to make sure they know what the value is of what you're bringing. So wrapping it up, a few things not to forget. You're selling a lot more than copywriting, right? You're selling you and your professional background. You need to find out what each client values early in the money conversation, because that is what you will base your price on. And you want to make it a game that you can win, a game that you play with yourself and can win. And that is how you price with confidence. Thank you so much.
What would you say is your why?
I have a couple of reasons really for my why. One is the freedom and flexibility. Mm-hmm. When you're freelance, you can take that time to help somebody out. You might have to work that evening, but you can take the time to do what you need to do babysit, or which I love doing for my granddaughter, or you know, different things like that. You've got the flexibility. But also, too, for me, it's been the opportunities to meet different people, do different, just learn all kinds of different things. And because, yes, it's not just the copywriting jobs, it's also the copywriting community. So I've met people through the work that I do, and I've learned things through the work that I do, and I've met and made absolutely phenomenal friends through the community, the copywriting community. And that just adds such a, I guess you could say, spice to life, fun to life, that it makes working fun.
Owning my schedule and owning my life. One of the greatest things about being a writer is that I get to choose whatever it is I want to work on. I get to choose how much I work or how much I don't work. I get to choose the types of clients that I work with, and I can choose whatever niche I want to work in. And I don't have to stick with anything forever. Just because you pick one thing doesn't mean that you have to do it forever, your entire life. So there's that freedom and flexibility that I really love about writing. And you don't normally get that when you're in corporate, where you're in a specific role, in a specific job. So
it's really just the flexibility to do what I want when I want to do it, because I'm kind of pursuing sort of dual careers here. Like for me, the writing is sort of my support. Like that's how I've always treated it. It pays my bills, it keeps me afloat, it pays more than my bills, which is nice. And it's flexible. So like when I actually book an acting job, which, you know, is so unpredictable, I don't have to worry about losing my other work to go do it. Because in the past, when I was doing like waitering, like, you know, waiter jobs and like all these kinds of things, I would get an acting job that took me out of town. I would have to quit those jobs usually. And then I would do the acting job, come back and have to find work all over again. I would be right back to like unemployed. Right. And now I take it with me, or I can put a hold on it. And it's totally flexible. Like literally tomorrow, I'm flying out to shoot a project through Friday, and my work comes with me. And I don't even really have to worry about it too much because I kind of prepped everything the last week, so I don't have to worry about it so much this week. And like it works around my schedule.
My why for me is that I've always been a writer. I've always been an artist. I've always been creative. I started writing short stories when I was 8 years old. I started writing poems when I was in high school. I started writing music when I was in college. So it's just, writing is such a part of me. And I did spend some time trying to make a living out of music, and that was a very frustrating experience. And I realized that music was just too close to the heart for me to kind of rely on it to eat. So writing is something where I can split my brain. I can do, copywriting and help you with your business and that kind of stuff. And I still have room in my mind to do, the fiction writing that I want to do, because it's not for you, it's for me. It's not for, it's like for fun. So it's like that thing that can serve so many areas in my life. And it's just such a natural outgrowth of who I am, as well as the skills that I've picked up, along the way. It's for me, and it's something I will be doing until I close my eyes for the last time. So it's just, I'll always be doing it.
It's interesting how I've been doing this now for 10 years, but the novelty never wears off. The feast or famine has minimized. There's not a single month for the past several years that I haven't earned some money, every single month. And every time I land a new project or get a new customer, I get as excited as I did the first time, And then, no kidding, like AWAI promises that you, the new beginner writer, knows more than your customer probably does. That is so true. I can't tell you the number of times I have received emails or exclamations over the phone. That is great. Oh my, you're really gifted, or something like that. Or you're really, really easy to work with. Now I understand things. That just really warms my heart. It's really worth it.
Having the ability to control all those questions about how you work, the who, the what, the where, the when, the how. I control all of that in my professional life as a copywriter. And, you know, you can't do that anywhere else in the 8 to 5. You can't do that. So, you know, there's also this quote that I love, that if you don't build your own dream, someone else is going to hire you to build theirs. So that's kind of my why, is I'm building my own dream instead of working to fulfill somebody else's.
For me, this isn't just about ROI. This is about really, you know, and I'm in the health space. So I made that decision that I want to work in natural health and wellness. And so now what I'm doing is I'm really helping health coaches with their marketing. And, you know, that to me is, there's like a much bigger purpose to this than just, you know, me having an income. So this is really about helping people so that they can help more people with their health. So I think that's really what my why is making sure that I'm doing everything I can to help people who are trying to grow a health coaching business to get out there and get more clients. I couldn't in a million years now imagine going back to working for someone else.
My why is just to help people get what they want. I know that sounds like really cliche, but that really is like, and to make it easy for them. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't believe you have to like be a super 24/7 grind, hustle, all that kind of stuff. I think it can be, if you let it, I think it can be fun and easy. There's always going to be moments of stress, but I think you can always come back to that kind of that center of, I'm here to help people. And as long as I continue helping people, good things are going to happen. So my why is to just use the power of words. And that's what, to me, like everything I do is words, right? Whether I'm writing copy, whether I'm coaching, whether I'm leading the team at the agency, it's all words. And we have a skill, a very powerful skill as copywriters that we've learned. A second language is one way that one of my copy chiefs put it. That once you learn that language and you stay in an environment where you can continue to use the language and you become more and more fluent in that language, you can create whatever you want to create for your life. I mean, I was a handyman earning, you know, 15, 25 bucks an hour, sometimes a little bit better on projects, to now for the last 10 years, I've been earning, you know, 6 figures every year for, you know, a decade now. Not just a, you know, 1 year where I had a good year. Like every year I've earned over 6 figures. It's still been up and down a little bit, but it's been a minimum. The bottom is now above where the top used to be. So yeah, my why is just use the power of words to help people get more of what they want.
Now, I hope you've been following along with your worksheet, writing down your takeaways and action items from each session. So far, we've given you some solid beginner projects you can take on. We've talked about who to approach as your first client, how to get in the right mindset to become successful with this, how to make it a daily habit, and how to price your work. Now let's go into some practical strategies for actually landing that first client. As I'm sure you can imagine, this is the biggest sticking point for most beginners. But when you follow the simple steps we're about to lay out for you, the dream of, I'll be a paid writer someday, finally becomes a reality. And no, it doesn't have to be hard. In fact, our next speakers are going to make it so easy and so fun to land that first paid gig that you'll be ready to get started by the end of the day. Next up, we have 3 experts coming together to share their favorite client getting strategies. We have Heather Rodson, who's an author, veteran copywriter, and editor of Wealthy Web Writer, where she teaches writers of all levels how to make a living writing for the web. Jen Adams, who heads up our Professional Writers Alliance, a professional association where writers go to for support with building their business, who's also a world traveler and freelance copywriter, and Steve Slonwhite. Steve is one of the most in-demand copywriters in the world and is well known in our industry for his friendly approach to training and coaching aspiring writers. He's one of our favorite teachers. So grab your pen and get ready for 12 excellent ways to land your first freelance clients. Take it away, team.
Hi. I'm Jen Adams, the editorial director of the Professional Writers Alliance, and I'm here to share with you my top 3 tips for getting clients. And I'm happy that each one of these tips is also a pandemic-proof piece of advice. So, my first tip, tell everyone, and I mean absolutely everyone, that you are a writer. Right now, in America, and I'm just using American statistics because I'm American, but it is true elsewhere in the world. There are 328 million people, but there are only 130,000 people who identify as professional writers. That means you need to meet 2,500 people before you ever run into another writer. Usually, people only know one writer, and that's going to be you if you tell them that you're a writer. And in fact, just telling people that you're a writer can help you get jobs. Earlier this year, David Northrup went to pick up a cake for his mother for Mother's Day, and he got chatting with the baker, and he talked to her about some of the things that he did and how much he loved writing. And she said, well, you know, I could really use some help with my writing. So picking up a cake led to a job with him taking over the bakery's social media. Holly Roten is another fantastic example. Over the last year, she has been reaching out to her friends, specifically her Facebook friends. She told me she had 935 Facebook friends, and she thought surely one of them would need a writer. And it turns out 2 of them needed a writer, and she found those 2 before she'd even gotten halfway through her friends list. And she showed me the message that she sent, and it was like the simplest little 3-paragraph, little like chatty message like, hey, great to catch up. I'm here with this new stage in my career as a writer, and these are some of the things I could do. If you're interested or you know anyone, just let me know. And she landed 2 retainer clients, and retainer means that they are paying her each and every month just as a result of reaching out on Facebook Messenger. So don't hesitate to spread the word that you're a writer, and it will help you get hired. My second tip is something that I sometimes call my personal secret to success, which is partnering with agencies. And when I say agencies, people get visions of Mad Men and David Ogilvy. And that's brand agencies, the classic model. But modern agencies are usually like a couple of salespeople with computers and a few account managers, and then they contract everything else out. What happens is that busy business owners take all of their marketing and they outsource it to an agency. And the agency is responsible for the website, for the editorial calendar, for blog posts, for newsletters, for the sales campaigns, for the social media. The agency doesn't want to do all of that. They want other experts to do it. So they hire writers like me and like you to do that work. And the thing I love most about agencies is with an agency, the agency is responsible for the client relationship. They do all the meetings, they do all the invoicing, they do all the follow-up phone calls, they do all the like calendaring, scope of work, all the administrative stuff that truthfully as a writer, I don't like to do. And I don't have to do it. With my agency partners, they send me a creative brief. This is what we want you to write. I write it, I send it back, they pay me. It is that simple, and it is that fast. And the other really fun thing about agencies is even though there are so many of them, they're under the radar. So often when you reach out to an agency, again, you are one of very few professional writers. Jobs are everywhere. You can get online, go to your favorite search engine, type in your town or your region, and add the word marketing agency. And just count how many you come up with. My hometown, Lansing, Michigan, has 6. When I was living in Austin, Texas, there's like 81. Bigger cities may have more, but you don't have to live in that city to do work for them, and you will be stunned at how many you discover. Mix it up if you want. Search for web development agency, search for content marketing agency, sales agency, B2B marketing agency, pet copywriting agency. You will be stunned at how many you find, and almost all of them are hiring. And it is a wonderful, wonderful way to book up super fast and get out of doing a lot of the not writing work that you might not enjoy. So after agencies, my last but still personal favorite, just for the entertainment value, along with the client getting value, live events and virtual events. My very first live event, and the one that really got me hooked on it, was an AWAI bootcamp where I connected with my first mentor, And within 48 hours of meeting him, he helped me raise my rates, not just a little, but like 10x what I had been charging before. And then he helped me find clients that would pay me at that rate. Just that encounter alone paid for the entire event, and I had tons of other leads. So I started going to live events every year and making it a part of my overall strategy. And each year there was something different and wonderful. I've had small jobs, big jobs. I even have gotten full-time job offers that included relocation and complete benefits just from live events. So 2020 hits, it's the pandemic, everything's virtual. Is the event bucket dry? No, it is not. I went to a live event 2 months ago, and it was completely remote. I did it from my bedroom, actually. I sat with my computer on the bed and I chatted with potential clients from around the world. And after the 2-day virtual event and 1 follow-up Skype call, I had a brand new client. We've done 3 projects together and it's been great. And I know that these virtual events are going to be the way of the future. And so I'm so pleased that events are pandemic proof as well. So altogether, if you tell people that you are a writer, if you make an effort to go to live events, and if you search for agencies in your area or in your niche, you can book yourself up so fast, you will be truly stunned. So I encourage you to try each of these methods and look forward, like truly look forward to hearing about your success as a writer.
Hi, I'm Steve Slomwhite, business-to-business B2B copywriter, and I have some tips for you on how to land clients. And the first tip I have is to pick what I call a head start niche. That means to focus on a niche, an industry, maybe a sub-industry within that industry that you have a head start in. You either have some contacts or you have some experience or you worked in that industry before, because that really gives you a head start as a writer when it comes to landing clients. Let me give you an example. Let's say that your background is teaching. Let's say you've taught school for 15 years. Well, how does that lend itself to an industry that you might be able to write for? Well, the training industry, training companies, and there's thousands all over North America. You know something about that industry because of your educational background. You know the lay of the land. That gives you a head start. So that's my first tip for you, is to focus on a head start industry. Another tip I have for you is to focus on high probability prospects. These are companies that are likely to be hungry for copywriting help, that really needs good copywriters. So how do you figure out if a company is hungry for copywriting help? Well, one thing you can do, besides visiting their website, of course, is to go to their Facebook page. A lot of companies have their own company Facebook page. And if they're doing any promotions, they're doing any sales, they're launching any new products, then they'll announce those in the timeline on their Facebook page. And you can look down that Facebook page, and if you see that a company is launching a lot of new products, is doing a lot of promotions and ads, is announcing a lot of different things that they're doing with their marketing on their Facebook page, then that's a strong indication that they need good copywriters to help write all those marketing materials. So check out a company's Facebook page. Another tip I have for you for landing great clients is to leverage LinkedIn. The chances are 95% of your clients, whether they be marketing directors or business owners or agency directors, they're going to have a LinkedIn account, and they may be very active on LinkedIn. So at the very least, have a good LinkedIn profile for yourself that talks about your writing and copywriting services. Because what I've been finding is that companies these days, more often than not, rather than searching on Google for a good copywriter, they are searching on LinkedIn for a good copywriter. So you want to be found on LinkedIn. So have a profile that talks about your copywriting services so you can be found by potential clients on LinkedIn. And here's another tip for you for landing clients, and that is to use email to introduce yourself and your services to a potential client. And the way that you do that is you write a short introductory email that introduces yourself and your services. You're not trying to sell your services yet. An initial email sent to a company is just an introduction. It's an introduction of you and your services. But one trick that can really help you is do your homework on that company. Visit their website, visit their Facebook page, find out what they're doing with their marketing, see if you can identify something that you can help them with. For example, if you notice that they do a lot of email marketing and you're particularly good at writing emails, you can put that in your email to them. You can say, hey, I noticed you do a lot of email marketing. One of my specialties is email copywriting. I may be able to help you. And you can write your email in that way. And the chances are it's likely to get some interest from companies, especially if they're interested in getting help with their email copywriting.
Hi, I'm Heather Robson, Managing Editor of Wealthy Web Writer, and I would love to share some of my favorite tips for landing clients. So really, when you're starting out, it comes down to two things. It comes down to timing and it comes down to likability. These are the two biggest reasons that people will hire you. So how do you use timing? How do you make sure that the person you're reaching out to has a need in the moment? The way that I've discovered to do that is to actually watch the news. If you have specific companies that you're interested in working with, you can watch for them in the news. Or if you work in a specific industry, like the pet industry or the health industry, you can watch news feeds in that industry. And when you see that a company has something big going on, that is the perfect time to reach out to them. Say they have a new product that's launching. That means they have all sorts of materials that they have to create. Their workload is way higher than usual, which means that a freelancer reaching out to them is just absolutely perfect timing, and you boost your likelihood of getting a yes to that project by like exponentially. So put timing on your side and reach out to companies when you can see that they likely have a need for your services. All right, another way that you can put timing on your side and make sure that clients are ready is to get clients to reach out to you when they have a need. And you do this by staying top of mind. So a really easy way to stay top of mind is to do what comes naturally to you, which is to write about what you do, to write about how you can help clients, and to publish your writing on a platform like LinkedIn. Then when people see what you've written and they're interested in it, there's a high chance that they will follow you. And then the next time you publish, they'll see that. And you create this cycle of people who are interested in what you have to say, seeing you constantly. So you become familiar. And then when they have a need for the type of service that you offer and write about, you're going to be the natural person for them to reach out and connect to. So a really powerful way to land more clients, and actually a really fun way to land more clients, one that takes all the pressure off of you, is just to have more conversations. And these conversations don't have to be about pitching your services. They don't even have to be about writing or what you do. You're really just taking the time to get to know people. And if you're doing this, say, on Facebook in a group where your audience hangs out, you are going to be getting to know people that have a need for your services. So as you have those normal conversations where you're just getting to know a person, it is often very natural for them to ask what you do or what you're up to or what you're working on right now. And then that gives you a chance to really naturally, with zero pressure, just talk about what you do, and that lets your natural excitement for what you do come through, makes you very likable. And then if they happen to have a need for that service in the moment, or they know someone who has a need for that service right in that moment, they're very likely to segue the conversation into, you know, do you have time in your schedule right now? I'd really like to talk to you about that. So this is just a really fun way to market yourself without marketing. If you enjoy talking to people, getting to know people, this is perfect for you. A great way to put likability on your side when it comes to marketing yourself is to start cultivating relationships with other writers right now. Other writers have been where you've been. They know what you go through. They know your specific challenges and your obstacles. So there's a lot in common already. And as you meet writers and get to know them, you're naturally going to find an affinity with some of them, which will turn into a friendship, which is great in its own right. Like, that's worth it on its own. But what happens as both of you begin growing your business, sometimes you'll be really busy and somebody will reach out to you and say, I'd love to have you work on a project, and you just don't have time. But instead of just saying, no, I don't have time, you can say, you know, I am booked right now, but I know another great writer who I'd love to refer you to. And then that works in the opposite direction as well. That other writer, when they get busy, will be able to say, no, you know, I don't have time right now, but I do have another writer who I would love to introduce you to, and they can send work your way. And this is actually how I've landed a couple of really great projects in the last couple of years, just by being friends with writers who are busy and discover that they actually need somebody to refer work to. As I mentioned before, people will tend to hire you, particularly if you don't have a lot of experience yet, based on how much they like you. So a great way to use that likability factor is to be everywhere in your niche and to be really, really helpful. So what do I mean by being everywhere in your niche? I mean, look for LinkedIn groups where that have to do with your niche. Look for Facebook groups that have to do with your niche. Follow hashtags on Twitter that have to do with your niche, and then read blogs that have to do with your niche. And then in all of those spaces, when you have something useful to say, without pitching yourself, just offer value to the people in those spaces about what you do and how they can use that. Now, again, this isn't a pitch. It's something to the effect of, did you know that if you use this particular headline formula, you could increase your results? Something like that. The other thing that you can do to be helpful is when you see people asking questions or asking for advice, you can weigh in a very relevant, useful, and thoughtful way. So not only do you get the attention of the people that you're answering questions for by doing this, but other people that are reading as well see your thoughtfulness, they see your willingness to be helpful, and they'll also develop an affinity for you. They may reach out to connect with you, and eventually those relationships can grow into a client relationship.
How did you land your first client?
I actually landed my very first client through an AWAI spec assignment.
Love hearing that.
It was a small project, but that was my first one. And I'll never forget that day jumping up and down, dancing around my computer. With joy.
I actually started writing in corporate before I got into freelance writing. So technically my first client was getting an agency to hire me. And the way that I did that was I had been working with other writers, like as an editor, and I started building up some of my samples before taking the leap to look for another job. So by the time I was ready to get a job as a writer and declare myself a writer officially, I had something to show. And I convinced them that I was a marketing copywriter, and they hired me. So that's how I got my first job.
I landed my first client through Elance, which is now Upwork, I believe.
All right.
I
Let's go back a little.
Yep, I just started submitting to random gigs that I saw there, basically like right when I finished the copywriting course, the OG copywriting course. And yeah, that's where I got my first gig.
That is the first time I've ever heard anyone refer to it quite like that. I assume we're talking about the accelerated program.
The accelerated course, yeah. So to me, that's the OG.
Excellent. No, I like it.
Completely unconventional and unexpected. I was taking, okay, don't hurt me, but I was taking an autoresponder class from another copywriter. He's not affiliated with AWAI, but I've taken my share of AWAI courses, so you know.
Oh, we know.
So I was in this class, and what happened was the teacher just kept using my examples from our assignments. And so one of the other students who is a business owner had a product that he was looking to promote. It was new to market. And he reached out to me and asked me to do the copy for his website, because he said he was taking the class not because he wanted to become a copywriter, but because he wanted to understand the basics of it so that he could hire really good, copywriters. And he was like, I love everything that you're writing and saying and doing and da da da. Here's money, do my copy. And I was like, okay. So that's how I got my first client. Was not looking for it, but I happily accepted it.
And I came up with the idea of using one of the programs, the Site Audit Made Simple, which was super because I approached somebody to do their site analysis. I just said to them, I was honest with them. I said that I'm a new person transitioning into copywriting, into a new career. Can I practice on you? He jumped at the chance, and that worked really, really well. He was so thrilled with the report I gave him.
I simply told all of my friends and family what I was doing and who I wanted to help, and asked them to introduce me to people that they knew.
That was actually through the spec assignment at boot camp.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So my first client was Natural Health Sherpa, and I'd done the spec assignment. And, you know, as usually what happens is you do the assignment, you meet with the company at boot camp, and then, you know, a few months go by, and then I was lucky enough to get the call that they wanted to go ahead and give me some work. So that was amazing.
Okay, time to stretch, everybody. I know your brain is probably exploding with ideas right now, and that is a good thing. It's been such a great day so far, and it's not even over yet. Being a writer is such an amazing adventure. Just to be your own boss and be in control of your income, to design your life the exact way that you want it. That's what this is all about, and you're standing at the edge of it right now. I hope you've been thinking about the practical side, but also allowing yourself to dream. To imagine what your life could look like as a writer. Maybe you want to quit your job or make a better income or have more time for your family. Maybe you'd like to travel more or live abroad once the world opens back up. Maybe you just want more control over your income or your time so you're never at the whim of a company or a recession ever again. Whatever that dream looks like, we believe that writing can get you there. So next, let's work on making it happen for you by talking about the business side of things. You can write all you want as a hobby and never make a dime, or you can create a successful business that you love, making the money you want from your writing. Coming back to give you a crash course in being the CEO of your own successful writing business is my partner, AWAI CEO, Katie Yackel. Over to you, Katie.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to your crash course in being the CEO of your own profitable writing business. I'm Katie Yackel, AWAI CEO. And right now we're going to talk CEO to CEO. You know, one of the most exciting aspects about having your own freelance business is you're in charge, you're the boss. But a big mistake we see new writers making is not paying enough attention to the business side of things, you know, right from the start. This isn't going to happen to you because once we're done, and when you add in all the other great tips and strategies you've learned from these successful writers who are running successful businesses, you're going to have an advantage of being able to look through your writing business through the lens of a CEO with the intention of making it profitable, of doing everything that you can to be sure you're getting the most out of your time investment, your money investment, your all the resources that you're committing right now. It's a big deal. We take it seriously, and that's why we want to really focus in on best practices. So what we're going to cover today is the CEO mindset and why it's so important. We're going to talk about your big three for your best ROI, return on investment. We're going to be I'm going to be mentioning that a lot. Now, when I say big three, you know, there's lots of little things that you can and should be doing, but we know that it's just impossible to do it all. So I've narrowed in on what I view from my own personal experience and from what I've seen with other successful writers. If you focus in on the three things that we're going to be talking about, if you put a little bit in those buckets every day, every week, if you're always mindful of them, you're going to see your business grow and prosper. So we're going to hit on that. We're going to talk about best practices you can start implementing today. You know, you're a writer starting today, so let's build your business. And this is so important, your CEO support network. Who do you need to surround yourself with right now that's going to help you further your career, that's going to help you be as successful as possible? So we're going to talk about that and give you some ideas for that as well. So, but let's start with thinking about how you're going to invest your resources. You only have so much time. There's only so many hours in a day. You only have so much capital. You only have so much that you can put into this. So you want to be sure that there's balance. You don't want to spend all your time just studying and learning skills if you're not working on the furthering the business side as well. Same way, you don't want to just be working on growing your business if you're not continuing to learn and hone your skills. So we want to think in terms of balance there. And we're going to get into that just a little bit. Thinking in terms of ROI, like I said, return on investment. This is so important because it's measurable. You want to be sure that at the end of the day, at the end of the week, at the end of the month, at the end of the year, you're seeing progress towards your goal. And that's how I think about return on investment. You want to be your best employee. So not only are you the CEO, you're also your employee too. So what are the best practices? How can you help support yourself so that you have the environment that you need, you have the support that you need, you have the skills that you need to actually shine in your role as writer? And that all comes down to surrounding yourself with people who support you. It's really a big deal. I really, after 24 years in my role here, seeing how when people are surrounded by people that get what they're doing, that support what they're doing, what a big difference that makes. So I don't want to underplay that or underestimate that at all. Okay, so here's a quote that I found from Tech Target. I just need to move that for a second. So the chief executive officer, CEO, is in the top position in an organization and is responsible for implementing existing plans and policies, ensuring the successful management of the business and setting future strategy. The CEO is ultimately responsible for the success or failure of the organization. All right, you got this. That's a lot on your shoulders right now. But there's just a few key phrases in here that I want to think about and have you start thinking about in terms of how you're planning and how you're building your business. The successful management of the business and setting future strategies. This comes from goals. Ted talked about setting SMART goals. Well, I think you do want to think about where do you want to be a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now? What do you need to do to grow your business to get to where, so that you're hitting those goals? And, ultimately you are responsible for the success or failure of your business. You certainly are going to have lots of support and resources available to you through AWAI and through all the people and experts and ideas that we're going to introduce you to, but ultimately it is up to you to do the work. It is up to you to find the right mix for yourself. So we're gonna talk about that as well too. Now, I know it might feel like a lot, but for me personally, it just helps define the lane. It helps set some markers. And it makes me feel like I have more control over it. I know that if I have my balance working right, things are going to be moving forward. So let's talk about that a little bit more right now. Okay, you are the CEO. That's your new hat. And like I said, it's all about ROI, which is the return on investment of your time and resources. And I don't know what else I can say about that, but your time is so precious and so valuable. If you only have a half hour every day to work on building your business, on learning new skills, how are you going to make sure that you are making the most of that half hour? Is it being on Facebook, or is it, probably not. Is it going to be listening to one of AWAI's free webinars? Yeah, that probably is going to help. It's just weighing these decisions based on that ultimate goal of a positive ROI. So your big three focus. This is my best advice to you. I feel that if you just focus on these three things that we're going to be talking about, it's going to give you a roadmap. It's going to give you touch points as far as how you can move forward and build your business. The first one is skills. If you are with us here, you like writing, you have some writing skills, but if you want to be a freelance copywriter, what we are really all about and what we feel is the foundation for any type of successful writing, you really need to focus in on what skills you have and what skills you need to add, to that skill base. The level field for copywriters that we work with and the ones that I've seen that be most successful is learning persuasive writing. That's what we call copywriting. It's any type of writing that gets your reader to take an action. This is what you need if you're going to be writing content, blogs or websites or case studies or anything else, or if you're going to be writing sales letters, e-letters, websites, any type of writing that you want to do really starts with persuasive writing. So I'd like you to spend a little bit of time thinking about, you've heard about so many opportunities, you've met different writers that are doing different types of writing. We have so many resources available to learn more about it. But for instance, if you know that you want to write case studies, you love telling stories, you love the whole idea of sharing people's success and getting people excited by following these other people's examples, what do you need to do to improve your skills so that you can be a marketable case study writer? Same would go if you're interested, same would apply. Let's say you want to write in the B2B world. You have great experience that lends itself. This is where you're comfortable. Again, what skills do you need at this point to further your career? We can help you with that. Our guidance team is fantastic with helping with that. But so just, draw a column on a piece of paper. What skills do you have right now? And what skills do you need to get to the next level in your career? So what skills do you need right now to start seeing a positive ROI? What skills, if you added them to your repertoire, would you start seeing some money come in? Would you start seeing positive feedback, positive growth? So again, just spend a few minutes, just write it down. And, if you need to circle back with any of us, we're happy to talk to you about it. Number 2 is marketing. So there's the skill building bucket, and now marketing or business building. You need to be doing a little bit of marketing every day. I'm not going to say every day, but I want you to be thinking in terms of what are marketing actions I can be doing? What are business building actions I can be doing that are going to help my ROI? I know that I'm going to need, like, say, 2 or 3 clients. For many writers, that's all that they need. But how are you going to start getting that first client? Then how are you going to expand the relationship that you have with them? How are you maybe going to add another couple or replace the ones as your skill and expertise expands? So be thinking in terms of what can you do today, this week, this month to add into your marketing bucket, your business building bucket. And, I hope you've learned from today that this doesn't have to be some big complicated marketing campaign. And it's as simple as changing your profile on LinkedIn, which Rebecca's going to talk to you about. It's as simple as talking to maybe old colleagues or old employers and letting them know what you're doing right now. It's letting people know, hey, I'm a copywriter. Let me see, I can help you out. It can be as simple as that, or it can be more targeted and focused based on so many of the strategies that are available to you through AWAI. But if you just were to do one thing every day, just think about how much further along you'd be. Just think about how closer you'd be to a positive ROI as far as having a positive, profitable business. Third big focus is building your success network. This is something that we're very big on in AWAI, and we do so much to help you connect with fellow writers, connect with us, connect with the experts in our world. But this is really important. Who do you need to meet, connect with that is going to help you grow your business? It could be just getting ideas about how other people did it. You can read that on our case study page. You can, on our Facebook group, our people are so great as far as sharing what's working for them, what frustrations they might be having, how they're overcoming them. But don't feel that you can do this alone. I'm part of mastermind groups and I get so much out of it, even if they're people in different industries. But I know that by sharing what's working for me and hearing what's working for other people, I always get ideas and I figure out ways to apply them. So think about, again, daily, weekly, monthly, how you can be filling that bucket. And I do love the image of skill building, marketing, business building, and building your success network as little buckets that you're, just dropping coins in. And the end result, when those are mixed together, is just a healthy, a thriving business. And it is a business, which is what you're running now. Think about any business that you've been around in. They can't just focus on one of those things. They really need to have all three of those things happening at the same time. So again, how can you start building a network now of support and influence so you can start seeing a positive ROI? And I tell you, we have so many great stories of people standing in line at Starbucks, or on Mother's Day, somebody was at a bakery and they saw a sign that the bakery was starting to offer a new type of gluten-free bread. He started talking about it. And by the end of, a 10-minute conversation, our writer, your fellow writer, was hired to write a flyer about the bread to let people know, or in an email series to let people know about it. It can be that simple, but you just have to have it front of mind that, okay, I need to be doing something that is going to improve my skills, build my business, and build my community and my network. So now let's talk about some best practices for making these happen. And you've heard so many great things today. I mean, I love what, Mindy was talking about, and Ted and every, so many of these experts here really were sharing their personal journeys and the techniques that work for them. So be sure, and if you missed anything, go back and listen again, take notes, and just start thinking about how you can start applying them. But, best practices. You got to be thinking like a CEO. This isn't a hobby. You're here to make money. You're here to have the life that you've dreamed of, and everything that means, the freedom that offers, the choices. But that means it has to be a profitable business. So how are you going to invest your time and resources? And it's going to change. But right now, if you're working full time, what time do you have available, and how can you best use it? If you're working part-time, or if you're not working yet, again, what are the possibilities, and how can you make it work for you in your life right now? And this is something that I do recommend you revisit all of this, 6 months from now, a year from now, another year from then, because they are going to change as your business grows and gets to different levels. But first of all, start thinking like a CEO. You're the boss. You want to look like a CEO. And by that, it doesn't mean a three-piece suit or anything like that, but you want to be confident. And again, these are things that Michael Katz and Ted and others talked about today, but you want to let the world know you're a professional writer. And it starts by saying, hey, I'm a professional writer. That this also means, in my mind, looking like a professional writer to those in your world. So that means you have a schedule, you have a place where you write, you take it seriously, and you I'm going to say demand, but you make sure that everyone else around you takes it seriously as well too. Oops. And then finally, act like a CEO. And for me, that's all about measurable goals. And, and that's part of the professional mindset. So, okay, let's say today is day one of the rest of your life, of the start of your writer career. So what's realistic? What's a goal for you? Let's say 7 days from now. Then let's go 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, then a year. What are some measurable goals, and what do you need to have in place so that you have the very best chance for success? This is all part of not just kind of going willy-nilly here. This is really why we want you to fill out this action plan. This is why I can't encourage you enough to call in, talk to our member success team, our guidance team. They can help you get started, get the push to start having these measurable goals. But it could be as simple as a week from now having changed your LinkedIn profile and reaching out to 3 potential clients. A month from now, it could be having your website up. 3 months from now, it could be having your first client for, for some content or a sales letter or emails, whatever it is. But once you set those goals, so what are the 3 things then, the 3 buckets that you need to be filling to help you achieve those? What are the skills that you need? What are the business building practices you need? And who are the people you need around you to help you do that? So think like a CEO, look like a CEO, act like a CEO. A few more best practices. And, I touched on this. I do think it's important that you have a dedicated place where you work. I know some people like to move around. Some people like to go to coffee shops or, work outside. And that's all great. That's all fine. That is part of it. But I just want to be sure that whatever your office is, that you're focused, you're doing writing work, you're doing your marketing work, you're doing your connecting work in your office. You're not just wasting time or being distracted by things. So wherever you decide is your office, make sure that you have your office mindset happening while you're there. Your time. I mean, there is nothing more precious than your time. So I want you to be so protective of it and diligent about it and commit to it. If it's, 15 minutes a week, 3 times a week, if that's what you can do right now, put it on your calendar, mark it out, make sure people in your world know, okay, this is my writing time. This is all that I have right now. Whatever that is, and, push it. Do as much as you can, as quickly as you can, but then guard it and make sure that, again, when you're in that time bubble, in your office bubble, that there's no distractions, that everybody around you knows, oh, you're working now. I can't bother you. Project management. This is a challenge, and there's probably as many ways to do project management as there are projects. So, and I'm sure, you probably have some that work for you. that you're already using. But I do encourage you to research how other writers do manage projects, especially multiple projects once they're going and they have different deadlines. In the Professional Writers Alliance, there is so much great information. You're hearing from so many different writers of all different levels of how they manage their projects. I mean, I do something really simple. I have a long, I should have brought that, yellow pad, legal pad, where I just write down all my to-dos. As soon as I think about them, I just write them down. And then each day, I use this 8.5 by 11 pad. I do, the day at the top. I do kind of my must-dos. I do my meetings down here, and then I usually do calls over here, because I know that I'm not going to do anything beyond what I can fit on this size pad. And I do need to have it broken out by meetings, because that takes different time and different brain activity. So, I mean, really, this is how simple mine is. Rebecca uses one of these because she only knows she's going to get done what she can fit on one of these yellow pads. So whatever works for you. I think it's really important, though, that you understand the deadlines, how long it takes you to complete a project, that you're being fair to yourself and to your client, making sure that, and even as you're going through studying, even as you're going through getting yourself ready to work for clients, I think it's really important that you do start thinking in terms of project management. Like, for instance, if you were going to do our copywriting program, we have this great companion series that goes along with it, and it's broken down into 10 webinars, and they're each about an hour. And, with that kind of project, getting through that, I would put in my calendar, I'd set one, I'd make an appointment with myself to do that once a week, so that I'm done by 10 weeks. I think it's just important to put these best practices in place now, so that when you do have multiple projects, when you do have multiple things going on, you'll be ready and those muscles will already be working. Rebecca's going to talk to you next about having a marketer mindset, and that comes into this as well, this whole juggling multiple projects with varying deadlines. So it's really important to start thinking about that. Don't let it overwhelm you, but I would start practicing project management as you're going through programs and you're building your skills, and thinking about how that fits into your time availability and your whole new working mind frame. Finally, client management. This is something that we're going to help you with. We have so much experience, so many people that have had really every experience under the sun, and they're going to give you their best advice. But again, as CEO, you want to start thinking about how you are going to nourish and build the relationships that you have with clients, so that they do lead to bigger and better projects. We always preach, you're never just looking for one assignment. You're looking for a long-term relationship. You're looking to be a company's go-to writer time and time again. So that's part of client management, which ties into project management. So, all of these things that are on the screen right here, these are best practices in any type of business, in any type of industry, but they do have a special twist right now for you as you're starting your writing career. So look through the lens of each of these as you're planning your business, your days, your weeks, how you're going to run your business. Again, I touched on this, and I just want to stress again how important it is to really find the people in your world right now that are enthusiastic, that are supportive, that are positive. Get that positive energy going, and then think about how you can add to that as well. we've certainly seen people who have had friends and family who have been skeptical or who haven't been supportive, and it is detrimental. So if that's the case, I recommend you just find the ones that aren't, find the ones that are positive, and that's who you talk about. That's who you share your hopes and dreams and your accomplishments with. And then the others will come along. But for right now, you want to be honing in on the people in your world that are supporting this exciting dream of yours. Think about past employers and colleagues. Can't tell you how many writers got their first client from their either current or past employer. I mean, you know the business, you know the customers, you have insight and intel that can help them connect with the most important people in their worlds, which are their customers and potential customers. Think about the colleagues that you've worked with who've moved on to maybe other positions and within other companies. Again, you're not necessarily looking for a full-time job, but there just could be opportunities for you to help these people, help these customers, these companies out. And, your past employers and colleagues, they know you well, and it's a great way to get your foot in the door. Groups and association, we are very big on that in AWAI world. Our Professional Writers Alliance, which I mentioned, is such a strong business building supportive community. Our Facebook groups, all of the live events that we do on Facebook and just throughout the AWAI platform. These are great ways of connecting and learning and bonding with people that can help you. So again, as you're thinking about your buckets, how can you put some of these things in the bucket to make it fuller and help you with your ultimate ROI? And your new AWAI colleagues and friends, they're the best support team you'll ever have. Not just the staff, but your fellow writers. It really is the most generous community I have ever seen in my life. And another thing, which we're so glad that you're here, and this is a huge benefit of being part of AWAI, is just the industry pros that we work with day in and day out. They're mentors. They're really cutting edge, leading experts in so many different areas of writing that, anything that you're interested in, we have some connection. We know somebody who is the guy, the girl in that world. So don't be shy, and definitely take advantage when we have these opportunities for you to learn from them through our boot camp, through the webinars that we hold, through the Inside AWAIs. These are all ways of learning and enriching your business the way a CEO would. All right, so we're gonna go back to where we started from with you as CEO. I hope this has been helpful. I hope you will think in terms of your 3 buckets and how you can continue to see positive and exciting ROI in your writing business. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm looking forward to working with you. I'm really looking forward to celebrating your success. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Katie. Now let's bring it all home, shall we? All day between sessions, you've been hearing from some of our most successful members. They're all from such a wide variety of backgrounds. And I'm not sure if you've noticed, but none of them actually started out as copywriters. They all started probably where you are right now with a desire to make a change in their life. And writing provided that change. Right now, you're in a very exciting spot yourself. This could be the start of a completely new chapter filled with more time, more freedom, and more control over how you get to live from here on out. We've told you throughout the day that you don't have to have experience as a writer to get started. That in fact, all of your experience and really anything you're interested in can be leveraged to help you build your writing career. There's a saying that I love. How do you eat an elephant? one bite at a time. And the most important thing you can do right now is to take a step forward. Take that first bite, even if it's a small one. And then every day, just keep on taking steps. So your next presenter is me. I want to wrap it up by giving you 5 things you can do right now, 5 steps to move forward today to position yourself as a freelance writer. Let's do this. All right, so let's jump into 5 things you can do to position yourself as a professional freelance writer starting today. So in this session, what we're going to cover, I want to start with your ideal writing clients to make sure that we are on the same page with who we think we need to be talking to and why being a professional matters. And then we'll talk a little bit about what makes a professional a professional. I don't want that to be vague for us. Then I will give you a 5-step professional makeover that you can do as soon as today. And we'll close out with some bonus tips and resources to help you take the next steps. My job today, or my goal, is to give you these first 5 bites of the elephant, but then also set you up to continue on with this as you move forward in building your freelance writing business. So this is your ideal client. Maybe not this woman per se, but your ideal client has specific mindset that we're going after somebody who thinks about copywriters and content writers in a very specific way. Basically, they think about it as an investment, right? Companies are in business to do business. If they're not buying and selling, or if they're not selling their products and services, they really aren't in business, right? They will have to close their doors. So to them, marketing their products and services, hiring copywriters, which is part of the marketing process, is an investment in selling those products. If there's a client who doesn't believe this, we really don't have time for them, because we're looking for companies and clients who value us. We have a superpower. We can drive revenue right to the bottom line. We help sell their products and services. Without us, it's pretty much impossible to do so. So we want to work with clients who understand that, who see that $5,000, $10, whatever it is that they're spending is an investment in something bigger than the money that they're paying or the thing that they're getting from us, the sales letter, the blog, the articles, the social media campaigns, whatever it is that we're doing as a writer. They want a good return on investment. So they make this expense, they pay for this investment, and they're expecting something great. So once again, they understand the value of what we put out there as writers. And therefore, they're looking for a professional. Companies want to do business with professionals. That's really anybody, right? Imagine yourself hiring a professional service provider, which is what you are as a freelance writer, and them not being professional, right? Them not having professional communication. And let's look a little bit about that. Like, what makes a professional a professional? So the definition, one of professionals, if we're using the adjective of professional, is someone engaged in a specified activity as one's main paid occupation rather than a pastime, like a professional boxer, a professional writer. Because if we're not getting paid, it's just a hobby, right? We're not a professional, we're a hobbyist. And I want you to walk away from this as a professional. That was our goal today. That's the goal of this session, is to not only make you feel like a professional, but to represent yourself as a professional from here on out to anyone that you come across, because you're coming at this to make money. I'm assuming if you've been through this event today, you're here to make money as a writer, at which point you are looking to become a professional, no longer a hobbyist. So in general, when we're looking for professionals, you and I, so if we're looking to hire a CPA or an accountant or a dentist, right? We're looking for professionals. What is it that we look for? We look for proof of expertise, right? Do they know what they're doing? Do they know how to do our taxes? Do they know the area of the business that I'm in? We want confidence that they can do the job. So when we talk to them, when we read marketing materials, anything that has to do with their business, we need confidence that if I'm going to allow you to drill my teeth, I think that you're going to be able to do that job. We want dependability, right? Can you trust that person? Do they deliver when they say they're going to deliver? If you're hiring an accountant, will they deliver your taxes done properly on time? And then finally, professional behavior and communication. Imagine any email, any phone call, anything you do where you are going to be making an investment in somebody, you expect professional behavior at every turn, right? Every email that you receive, every phone call, any kind of correspondence that you do with this person, you expect it to be at a high level. And if it wasn't, it would make you pause and think, wait a second, I'm investing in this person. Is this the person? Is this worth my investment? Remember, our ideal client is thinking about the investment. They're thinking of you as a professional. So we have to be a professional at every turn. So what does that look like for freelance writers? Because some people, Maybe you might not really attach to that just yet. You might think, but I'm a writer. I'm not a CPA. I'm not a dentist. I'm not a lawyer. But you are. You're a professional service provider providing copy or content services to a company who's making an investment in you to sell their products and services. So when we talk about proof of expertise, we're talking about things like industry experience, understanding the buyer. Like, so if I'm a writer in the infant safety market, do I understand what the new mom is fearful of? Do I understand the industry? Do I understand the clients? Have I had any training? So if you've taken blog courses or any of our certification programs, things like that you've done, you don't have to have these things, but it's just, it elevates your level of professionalism. So if you do have them, and again, your career is going to evolve and grow. Don't think of this like, oh, I don't have that. As you saw earlier today, you might not have samples yet, but you can get them, right? It's not that hard to do. You can easily get different trainings. AWAI has loads of trainings and certifications that you can get. But even just taking it back a step, your industry experience, if you have selected a niche for yourself, or you're writing about something that you're passionate about, maybe you've done martial arts for 10 years, who better to write about it than you? So your proof of expertise can be, I have been in the martial arts field for over 10 years. I have worked in 3 different dojos, and you'll go on to explain. If I worked in the infant safety market, I have 0 experience in infant safety, but guess what? I'm a mom. You can see some of the pictures behind me. I have little ones. I remember what it was like to fear that the bathwater was too hot, that someone stopped breathing. What if they crawled out of the crib? All of that stuff. I could put that expertise into my website or my LinkedIn profile or any of my marketing communications to clients saying, I understand your moms. I know exactly how to talk to them because I am one. So just think about that. What is the expertise that you have that you can put forward? Whether it's professional background, you've worked in the industry, you have specific copywriting skills in the industry, or you are the buyer in the industry, anything that you have will be you'll be able to communicate that to potential clients. Confidence they can do the job. That could be anything. That could be their marketing materials. So as a writer, it could be your website, your LinkedIn profile. It can be the emails that you send to potential clients, your writing samples. You've learned how to do samples. Anything that demonstrates your ability to write shows that helps them build confidence. It can be your blogs or articles. Anything that you're writing technically could give confidence in someone that you know what you're doing. Your dependability, responsiveness. So when they email you and say, hey, I'm interested in possibly hiring you to write some content for us, do you respond in a reasonable amount of time? When you follow up with them, when they say, this was so great talking to you, I can't wait to hear your proposal. Does your proposal have things in it that you guys talked about on the phone, right? When you send in a blog post, if they asked for a 500-word blog post, was your blog post 500 words when you turned it in, or was it 200, or was it 800, right? It's that dependability on accuracy. And then finally, professional behavior and communication, right? We're professionals. We know what that is. You've received an email from somebody that might have seemed not as professional. Just put that professional hat on every time you have an email. If you say you're going to send a proposal in by Friday, send a proposal in by Friday. If you say you're going to follow up on Tuesday, follow up on Tuesday. Just do what you say you're going to do. Be responsible, be reliable. Even your social media interactions, things that you're posting to potential clients who are reaching out to you, but also when you're commenting on their blogs and on their content pieces or their groups in social media, be that professional. Wear that hat all the time and show them so that when you are demonstrating your expertise just by answering a simple question, they say, who is this person? Let me go to their LinkedIn profile and see. This might seem like a lot at first, but this is really just a picture of a professional. It's not to say you have to have, this is not a checklist or anything, but the idea that when you look through the lens at yourself and how you're putting yourself out there and how you want people to see you, that you look and value yourself as much as you would any other professional service provider out there. It's a really interesting mindset shift that happens with writers, because a lot of times when writers are starting, they come from a place of passion and they don't realize when you cross over into professional, it is a little bit of a shift. People are going to pay you money because they value the services that you provide. And you have to value the services that you provide. Treat yourself like a professional so that you'll be willing and ready to take those professional fees. It's so interesting. A lot of new writers fear the pricing game. And as you learned from Elise Bennett earlier, you can price with confidence from day one. Companies don't want to work with people who don't value their own services, right? You don't want to go to a dentist and have them say, yeah, I'll fill your teeth. You're one of my first clients, so I'm going to do it for $20. I don't want the discount. I want to pay a dentist who's experienced, who can fill my teeth for me. I want you guys to have that mindset shift of, from this day forward, being a professional and looking like a professional, sounding like a professional, feeling like a professional, and every dealing with a potential client. Now, again, as you become more experienced, you're going to get more of this stuff. You're going to do more. You're going to become more and more professional just by nature. But there are things that you can do today to go ahead and not only prove to the world that you're a professional, but prove to yourself as well. So let's jump into our 5-step professional makeover. So step 1, we've kind of touched on, right? Update your mindset. You are a professional service provider, like the dentist, in this case, the dental hygienist. You are providing a service to people that they value, to companies. They want this thing. The dentist does not go through training, right? And buy his building, put up his shingles, and then go out to the world and say, I am a dentist. Somebody please let me fill their teeth. Please just do me a favor. Nobody's doing you a favor. They don't need you to do it. You don't need them to do you a favor because you have a service. If you have taken any training from AWAI, you have a valuable service, right? Persuasion, copy, content, blogs, articles, whatever it is that you want to start with, you have something. Now, can you have more? Yes. And we're going to talk about that at the end. You're going to want to build more. But here's the reality. A client asks you tomorrow to write a case study, and all you've ever written so far are blogs and articles. What do? You come to AWAI. We have everything that you could possibly need. So you say, yes, client, I can totally do that for you. I have time in my schedule 2 weeks from now. And then you hang up the phone, you do a little dance, call us and tell us to celebrate too, go to our catalog, download the case study program, you're off to the races. Whatever happens, I just want you to remember you're a professional service provider from this day forward, and you want to work for companies who value you, and you can figure out anything. So just say yes, and then expect to be paid the rates that other people are being paid in the industry. We have a pricing guide. I think you might already have access to it. If not, it's on our website. I'll show you how to access it at the end. It has the range of fees that you should expect to be paid. But I want you to just have that mindset. You're a professional offering a professional service, expecting to be paid professional fees from this day forward. I'm dubbing you a professional. Number 2, you're a professional. You need to be on LinkedIn. So your LinkedIn profile is one of the best beginning hanging up shingles, marketing materials. It can serve as your website to start. You need to be on LinkedIn. A very simple thing you can do today, go to your LinkedIn profile and change it to say professional writer. Bonus points if you say professional writer in a specific industry, because that way companies, when they come to your LinkedIn profile, will say, oh, look at this. This person specializes in infant safety. They must be the best infant safety copywriter in the industry because there's only this one. Everybody else is a general copywriter. Now we can get into picking a niche. That's a whole other session. We have tons of free content on our website. I know it's a sticking point for a lot of new writers, but I want to cast the net really wide, but there's a lot of value to picking a niche. But even if you don't, I just want you today to go to your LinkedIn profile and change it to say professional writer, professional copywriter, professional content writer, whatever you want to call yourself. And you can change it, right? You can change it every single day for the rest of the year. But I just want you to take that move, because doing that, having that first step of calling yourself a professional, that's your first step to being a professional. Now, if you have a LinkedIn profile that is tied to a company and you can't yet go out because you're doing it on the side, you have 2 choices. One, you can wait, which I hate having to wait because I just like you to take action now. You could go under a pen name to start. So you'll start like, I'm Rebecca Matter. Maybe my pen name is Rachel Master, or you can do it under your business name. That's another option for you. Ideally, you keep your network, even if it's not related, because you never know who is attached. Your brother, sister's, friend's, wife's boss happens to be in your niche. You just never know. And LinkedIn is a great tool for that. And we have tons of great resources on our website for free on how to put up a great professional profile and how to use the profile to actually get clients. But today, professional writer. Then step 3, move on to your business materials. You need to have stuff to do business, right? Things like invoices and proposals, maybe scope of projects. If you Google anything, you'll find tons of stuff out there. If you search our website, just write in the word templates, you'll come across a bunch of content from us. We actually have a template in a box, not an actual box, a virtual box. We do it all electronically so that you can take over all of our templates. We give you the rights to them, so you can change them out to your company name, your address. But that mentality of creating the business documents that you'll need to run a business, there's nothing that's going to push you into professional more than that. And that way, when you are reaching out to clients, you have a professional signature on your email. When they ask you to put in a proposal, your proposal looks, wow, like clearly, even if it's the first proposal you've ever sent out, it looks so professional. And here's a little bonus one. I want you to take an invoice template. And again, even if you just look at our templates, to make the list of the templates that you might need and then create your own. You don't have to use ours, but take the invoice template, whichever one you do. And I want you to write your first dream project, like today. Get an invoice. It could be any invoice that you download off of Word or Google, anywhere. And then I want you to write in your company name, and I want you to write in your dream project and how much it costs. I want you to feel the invoice and imagine to yourself what this will be like to send this invoice out and have that check come back. Just seeing that sounds a little woo-woo, but I'm telling you, it works. Elizabeth Blessing is one of our AWAI success stories. And she was on a success panel at a recent boot camp. Boot camp is our big annual copywriting conference in Delray Beach, Florida. But she was on a panel, and she said before she got her start, that was the first thing that she did, was she went through all of our templates and she put her business name and everything on it, so she was ready to go. And every day she would just process an invoice for herself, just to get the feeling of, this is what it's going to be like when I'm in business. There's something that happens with the brain when you connect it to things like that. So I recommend trying it. Next up, prepare for conversations with clients. Guess what? A client's going to call you, whether it's by the phone, whether it's over email. They have a problem that they need solved, and they're looking to you to provide that solution. So practice. I'm going to show you again a link at the end. We have this great group of webinars called Inside AWAI, and we actually have one on. A client just called me, now what? Like, what do I say? And again, when I use the word call, it could be over email, it could be over LinkedIn, not necessarily an actual phone call, but it could be. But what do you do? How do you handle that? And so we go through a few different role-playing scenarios on how to handle that kind of stuff. But just prepare for this. Put yourself in their shoes and then your shoes as well, and think, what kind of questions would you ask them? In order for you to follow up with a well-written proposal or well thought out conversation, email, whatever it is, what would you need to know? So maybe you'll ask questions like, can you tell me who your ideal prospect is? Who are you trying to target with this? What kind of problem are they having, and how are you solving it? Why is your solution better than your competitor's solution? And then finally, how will you deem this project successful? Is it a search engine optimization thing? Are we looking to get more people to like your social media page? Are we trying to get people to comment on the blog? Like, what is the intention of this? That last question is what will distinguish you from every other writer out there. Writers who are tied to results. What is the intended result? How will we deem this a winner? You immediately elevate your value in the mindset of the company, simply because you're tied with them. It's a very collaborative experience working with companies. And again, it's another misunderstanding that new writers have, that it's this adversarial, I'm the client and you're the writer and you will submit this thing that is so perfect. It's not like that. We work together. We're in it together. We're kind of bound together, because if you think about it, we both are concerned about the end results. Because if we have great end results, I, the client, win, and I want to keep hiring you, the writer, who also wins. So we both want it to work together. So starting these conversations on that foot will give major bonus points and immediately elevate your value over other writers out there. But just prepare for this stuff. Get out with each other. We're going to, if you're in any of our social communities, practice this stuff. Find a good accountability group, meet some other AWAI members. You can do it online. You can do it on Zooms like this, and just kind of role play, practice through. Client A calls you. This is what they say. How are we going to handle it? And again, there's a great Inside AWAI on A Client Just Called Me, Now What, which I recommend everybody go through it. Where I think it was Pam Foster and Helen Buttery, who works for AWAI as well on our business building side. She's building up our job board and a bunch of our business building opportunities for you. In 2021, AWAI is planning on doubling down on getting our writers more work. We've had one of the most successful years in the history of the company when it comes to success stories. Copywriters have never been busier than they are right now. And in 2021, we're going to push that and see if we throw a little bit of fuel on that fire, how big can we make it? So that's really exciting. But Pam and Helen do this role playing, and I highly recommend you check it out. And then finally, this one might seem like the most obvious, but write. As a professional, you write every single day. Writers write, right? So what do you write is always the question. Okay, you told me to write. Now what do I write? Comments on social media. Go find your potential clients. Find your ideal clients. Everybody who works for AWAI on social media, I found them on social media. I found them because they were just contributing great comments in our different groups. Your potential clients are looking at that stuff. Steve Maurer is a perfect example, one of our success stories. He goes, and when they're publishing articles on LinkedIn in his given field, he comments really intelligent comments showing that he knows about the business. What do you think that they do when they see those comments? They click on his profile and say, oh my gosh, this guy is a copywriter in this space. How amazing is this? He's doing amazing just from that single effort. It doesn't even have to be anything major, just from participating in social media. If you got out there every single day and just spent 10, 15 minutes looking and reading and engaging with your potential clients in the industry you want to write for, that is a great way to get noticed, because then when you follow up with them, they know your name. I promise you, they know your name. We know our best, most engaged social media people. We know the people who are helpful on content. Many of you might know John Morrow, amazing blogger. He worked for Copyblogger originally from Brian Clark. And when Brian Clark, he would just go through programs, and he was one of the best contributors in the comments Brian had ever seen. So when Brian needed a content person, who do you think he went to? He hired John. And he was actually the one who kind of told him to get out there and start his own business. But he hired him because he was just so freaking good at answering comments. So that's a great opportunity just to write every day, to flex that muscle. Samples. You learned how to write samples today. You could spend every Monday is sample day. I'm going to write a new blog post. I'm going to write a new article. I'm going to write something for my industry. I'm going to write a new case study. I just went through the AWAI case study certification. So I'm going to write a case study. Whatever the thing is, samples are great opportunities to just put pen to paper, like that invoice idea. Give yourself a job. I'm in infant safety. Guess what? The infant safety bathtub manufacturer is hiring me to write a business-to-business white paper on infant safety in bathtubs that they are going to send to all of the stores who buy and sell baby tubs to moms, right? They buy from manufacturers and they sell it to moms. I give myself the assignment and I do the work. That is such a great way of, while you're building up, while you're getting ready, just to kind of give yourself that activity of writing every single day. Copy for your website. Yes, you're going to need a website eventually. You don't have to do it out of the gate. Your LinkedIn profile will suffice. But imagine doing business, a lot of business with a professional service provider who doesn't have a website. We have a very easy program. It's called Build Your Freelance Website in 4 days. And we walk you through the entire thing step by step. Even if you don't have samples, even if you've never had an experience, even if you don't have company lists or testimonials, it doesn't matter. We can get you up and going quickly. That's in our catalog as well. But just working on the copy, even if you're not going to put your website up yet, go look at other people's websites and start thinking about what kind of copy could you write for your website, so that when you're ready to put it up, you already have the copy ready to go. Because the up part, actually putting it up, is like less than an hour. It's the writing of the copy that takes longer. And then blog posts and articles. There's no reason why you can't be writing blog posts and articles for people in your industry. And that is a great way to get your foot in the door. Like, just being able to go to any company and say, I looked at your blog. Here's 5 ideas of blog posts that I can write for you. It makes it so easy for them to say yes and say, I may as well give you a shot. We're not going to get married. This is not a $10,000 assignment. It's just a starting project that is zero risk to me as the company. But once you do well with that, how about this blog? How about this blog? How about the ads that link to this blog? How about the social media posts that share this blog? How about the landing pages that come after this blog? And I know I'm going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here, and you're like, whoa, but listen, there's dozens of potential projects for you at any company that you could possibly work for. A blog is one. And it's connected to a whole bunch of other stuff. So getting your foot in the door with things like that, it's a great opportunity for you. And then after that, it's just a matter of taking a step every single day. I said, how do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time. You just keep on taking bites, keep on taking bites. So after you get to those 5 things, you're just going to keep on making steps forward. Tell everyone that you know that you're a writer. We have heard so many stories about, again, like my LinkedIn thing, my brothers, sisters, brothers, sisters, wives, doctors, husbands, boss, whatever, happens to know somebody. People want to help you. It's an interesting thing about just being a human. We want to help. So if you tell everybody, I'm now a professional copywriter and here's how you can help me, you will. It's amazing what you will get back from someone out there wants to help you. So whether it's in person, maybe not so in person right now, but through your social community, email, however you're connecting with your friends, your community, your PTA, your chamber of commerce, your church, whatever organizations you belong to, LinkedIn, signing up with groups, social groups. That's just just keep working on expanding that network as wide as you can. Put up a website. Eventually you're going to want to do one. We can help you do it. It's very easy to do. I know I don't mean to like diminish it, but it really is very easy. And we help you every step of the way, but that's something that should be on your list. And then continue to expand your offerings. So like I said, today you might write blogs and articles. Maybe you should learn how to write case studies or white papers or sales letters or whatever is next. The one thing I'll tell you about expanding your offerings is that you don't want to get caught up in this learning cycle. So part of the point of this event is to get you moving forward, right? To really have you taking steps forward to build your business. Because for a lot of people, including myself, we love to learn. Learning is easy and it's safe and it's fun, but it's very easy to get caught up in that piece of it, the skill building bucket. I just need one more course, one more book, one more webinar, one more. There will always be one more thing. And the purpose of this event was to show you, you've got so much information now that you can use to start building your business, right? I talk about these two buckets a lot. If you've been around AWAI for a long time, your skill building bucket and your business building bucket. And at every given time, you want something in each of them. The key is to not overflow one where you're taking 6 different trainings at one time and really not making any progress, or leaving one empty where you're taking training and not doing anything on the business building side, or you're only building your business and you have nothing to offer your clients. So you're always going to be learning. Bob Bly is one of the greatest copywriters of our time. I was teaching with him one day and he said, for the pro, school is never out, right? You're a professional writer now. You will always be learning. The key is though, just keep both going. Every time you're always learning something. So what's the next offering that you're going to offer clients, knowing you're going to be learning this stuff, but a client might change direction on you and say, well, I want you to do this instead. Great. I've got AWAI. I have everything I need. So something in the skill building and something in the business building. This session that you just went through now has 5 different things, plus now other things you could start putting in the business building bucket. And the things that you've learned today, you have this roadmap, you have this worksheet. Hopefully you've gone through it. If not, that's okay. You still have all of the sessions. And the key is just to take bites. Keep your skill building bucket full, keep your business building bucket full, and keep taking bites every single day. And there's no way that you can't succeed just by taking action. Imagine where your life could be a week from now if you continued like you did today, 2 weeks from now, 3 months from now, 6 months from now. Imagine taking action like this every day, looking back 6 months from now at how far you've come. It would be an amazing and beautiful thing. And I hope that you do that and that you share that with me in the coming weeks and months as the story unfolds. So I mentioned some additional resources on our website. So this left picture is of our homepage, our beautiful Rachel Kraft. If you're familiar with the Barefoot Writer community, if you're in there, she actually moderates that community. She's one of our success stories. But if you go to our homepage and click where the arrow is showing you on resources, we have an amazing set of helpful resources. Everything from our archive of articles. If you put in any word, pricing, samples, retainer, whatever it is, put in a word, and you will have so many well-written articles that will help you understand those things. On this page, it actually goes on much longer than this, but there's also a glossary. If there's ever a word that is mentioned that you don't know, you're on the phone with a client, they say funnel, they say algorithm, they say whatever it is, go in there and type it in and you'll have the answer to what it is. We have our State of the Industry Copywriter Report. So every year we publish what the rates are for over 75 projects, both what companies should expect to pay their clients, or companies should expect to pay their copywriters, and what you should expect to charge. It's a great resource. Download it. It's free. And all the other webinars I talked about earlier today, they're all here as well inside AWAI. We have writing prompts here. It's such a great resource. In addition, though, if you want our help, I know it can seem kind of daunting that like, okay, I've got it. I've got this roadmap. It's all filled out, but now I'm not with you guys. I'm at home. What do I do? How do I know that I'm doing it right? We have something called the launch party. It's our writer's starter kit. So it's got a ton of stuff that it comes with it. But to me, the most important thing that it comes with is that daily practice. For the next 5 days, we will literally give you, here's your next bite. Here's your next bite. We give you an assignment. You do it. We give you feedback. We come together. We have a Q&A. We'll do a training and then a little bit of Q&A so that you can get all of your questions answered. The purpose of the launch party is to get you up and out. So right now you've gotten all the information, right? You can do this tonight. You can start today. You can change out your LinkedIn profile like I told you to, change it to professional writer and be a professional writer. But if you want more, if you want someone to look at your LinkedIn profile and make sure that it's good, if you want to understand, did you pick a good niche? Are you in the right space? Any of the random questions you could possibly think of, we take care of it in the launch party. And you learn from me, Katie, Pam, Elise, we're all in there. A lot of the people that you learned from today, as well as a bunch more, we're in there every single day with the intention of getting you up and out. Like now you have all the information, but launching is a whole other thing. So this launch party's goal is that by Friday, we start on Monday, by Friday, you will be launched. You will have a niche. You will have confidence in your writing ability. We'll give you writing assignments. You'll be confident with your LinkedIn profile and you'll know those next steps to start going out and landing clients. And then you're part of that community. It's not just a 5-day and done. We started it back in March when COVID first hit our community. We had all of these writers who were home, who basically were either working from home or just home, without any work anymore, turning to us and saying, help, like, I have time, I'm home. Like, how do I make a go of this now? And we scrambled and thought, okay, if we can get them in a room, if we could just work with them the entire time and not let any distractions take over and really help them with every step so that they had the confidence to move on, that they knew they were doing it right, I bet we could make them succeed. And I will tell you, we have made them succeed. We've been running it since March, one group at a time, once a month. And it's been awesome. We've sent over 3,000 people through the launch party, and it has been one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. Katie would say the same, Pam, the whole team. We're so proud of this because it's really helped demystify, how do I get out and start working? And we've never had more success stories in the history of our company than this year, which is crazy, right? With everything going on in the world right now, this is the most successful our writers have ever been. And I know it's because, well, one, the industry is blowing up. Every company had to put all of their marketing dollars online. And guess what? Now that they've gone online, who would go back? It's so much easier and manageable for clients to market in a digital space. And our writers were poised and ready to take advantage of that opportunity. We've never had so many success stories, as I mentioned. And our other copywriters who had already been launched have reported never being busier than right now. This is the best opportunity for you to get out there and be a writer. There's never been a better time. Like, you are literally in the right place at the right time. So whether you do launch party with us or not, know that. I want you to walk away knowing that what you went through today, this time that you invested is in one of the most valuable, life-changing things you could have done for yourself. You took this first huge step at making this a reality for yourself. And like, thank you for giving us the time. Thank you for giving us your trust in us. We take that very seriously and we're ready. We applaud you for being here. We're ready to help you every step of the way. If we can help you through the launch party, all the details are there. It's really ridiculously priced. I think it's normally lists for $250 and today through this, it's $49. I don't want to go on though and pitch this thing. I can tell you how great it is. And if you read the information on it, you'll see also there's some great quotes over there on the screen. But my bottom line message to you is, do this. You have what you need in front of you. You have the information that you need. You have the contacts. You have this amazing community. Whether you go through launch party or not, we're here for you. AWAI is here for you. We don't see this as all right, nice meeting you, see you later. We want to help you. If there's anything that we can do to help you succeed, you can definitely count us in every step of the way. Thank you so much for being here today. This was an amazing day. Just don't stop. This opportunity is huge. You already have momentum going. You already have this feeling inside of you, right? There's this vibration inside of you that feels like, okay, I did this, I'm ready. And I just don't want you to lose that. So no matter what you do, I want you to walk away from this today in the next few minutes when we say goodbye, which is going to be really hard for me. Katie, Pam, everyone's behind, not literally behind, but behind the screen right now. And we're all, they did it. we got through this together. But the opportunity is huge and we just don't want you to lose momentum. So if there's anything that we can do to help you, count us in, stay involved with us, stay engaged. Inside AWAI, we'll meet with you on a monthly basis. If you go through the launch party, we'll be in there. You can sign up today. We'll actually we start the actual live event on Monday, but we're actually already in there. The whole community is going on. People who have joined in March are still in there right now helping because they've all landed clients. The people who have landed clients are now helping curate the next or cultivate the next group of paid working writers. So join us in the fest, but either way, stay connected. Let us know how we can help you. And please share your success stories as they unfold. We are really good at celebrating and we would love to celebrate your success story with you too. So congratulations. And we look forward to seeing you at another AWAI event soon. Bye.